I have created scientific magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Wave Theory of Light and Double-Slit Interference Experiment. The temporary meeting next to the Holy City lasted for several hours before it was declared over. Before the meeting ended, Rev announced another important news. 3 months later, the Parliament would convene wizards from the entire empire to hold the most grand academic seminar in the capital. Lin En was also very interested in this. During the more than 1 year of attacking the empire, he did not have much time to pay attention to the development of magic science. However, from the advent of the first generation of cameras, it can be seen that the development and innovation of basic magic theory has never stopped, and even has an explosive growth. If nothing unexpected happens, this academic seminar is bound to be very lively and can promote exchanges. The development of magic science cannot be achieved by just looking for words behind closed doors. Every achievement must withstand experiments and theories questioned by the public. Even after the meeting, the discussion of the parliamentarians did not stop. The most mentioned thing was naturally Lin En's plan to mass-produce wizards. It must be said that this magic star can always come up with some very amazing ideas. If it succeeds, this continent will have hundreds of thousands more wizards in just a few years. Chairman Lin, how much of the construction and research of the magic network has been completed? Do we need more manpower? When can we use it? Tick asked enthusiastically after walking out of the meeting room. The temptation of breaking through the current level and becoming a great wizard is too great. He is not the only one who cares about the construction of the magic network. Many members left their seats and came forward to talk to Lin. The magic star. Although according to Lin, after the construction of the magic network is completed, every wizard can join in and use its power to experience a higher level. But anyone with a little brain can think that the computing power of the magic network must be insufficient. Otherwise Lin would not have said that the number of spells cast by new wizards every day is limited. There are at least 5,000 three-ring wizards waiting for promotion in the empire. Everyone wants to call up more computing power and feel the power of the great wizard. There will inevitably be a first-come, first-served problem. No one wants to be the one waiting, and they don't know how long they will have to wait in line. Therefore, it is particularly important to please Lin En, the creator of the magic network. To put it bluntly, it is just a matter of a word to call for computing power to help oneself get promoted. Amid the enthusiastic crowd and flattery, Lin En was also exhausted. He never liked such hypocritical interactions. If it was a magic debate, he could talk to these hundreds of congressmen for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. The general model of the magic has been completed. Recently, I am developing a magic that allows every wizard to connect to the magic network anytime and anywhere. It should be fruitful within 3 days. Lin En responded to everyone's inquiries concisely. In fact, the magic network can be directly connected through the secret ring, but it is too obvious to do so, which is easy to make people suspicious. So he combined magic projection with the application of consciousness transmission to develop a small magic, which is specifically used for the connection of the magic network. It is like a magic version of the internet. Magic is the transmitter, but it is not connected to a computer, but to the brains of wizards. As for the order of calling computing power to comprehend the realm, Lin En hesitated. Just as Tick and others thought, the computing power of the magic network could not be supplied to so many people at the same time. It is not easy to let a three-ring wizard briefly touch the realm of a great wizard. At the beginning, the intelligent brain drained the computing power of 9 three-ring wizards to let Lin En briefly experience the level of a great wizard. After the war, the fate of these 9 people was either death on the spot or turning into a vegetable. According to Lin En's estimation, without affecting daily life, at least 30 wizards of the same level need to be called. It is good to let 10 three-ring wizards feel the realm of a great wizard for 1 minute every day. After all the computing power cannot be wasted here. Lin En did not intend to use favoritism and fraud in the allocation of these quotas. He had just become the speaker, and doing this would inevitably leave a bad impression on people. Lin En quickly came up with a relatively fair way to motivate everyone. Why not just evaluate by contribution? Whether it's military exploits, research on magic theory, or the development of new magic, they can all be converted into corresponding credits, and credits can be used to purchase the right to use the magic network. How many credits are needed for one use? How are military exploits converted? A congressman asked with a frown. This is a question you should consider. Lin En shrugged. The detailed regulations must of course be discussed and drafted by the parliament. He didn't have the time to waste time on this. He was only responsible for saying yes, or sending it back for revision. Providing computing power is just one of the many functions of the magic network. The rest are still under development. Lin En hopes that one day, the magic network can cover all aspects and be truly worthy of its name. After giving the requirements for the use of the magic network, Lin En put on an iron-faced and selfless posture and rejected many people's invitations to banquets. The situation is so critical now. Ella, who ran away, may come back at any time. You still have the leisure to hold a singing and dancing banquet. Have you finished your meditation today? Have you learned all the existing magic theories? How much calculus and electromagnetic equations have you mastered? Under Lin En's 3 consecutive questions, the congressmen gathered around him had no choice but to disperse. They knew that it was unlikely to rely on tricks to gain some advantages from the magic star. Lin En also took the opportunity to reveal that he was trying to persuade the senior staff of the Secret Law Society to see if the magic network could be linked with the microcosm to achieve mutual communication and mutual assistance, which was also a precautionary measure for everyone. Lin En's plan to mass-produce wizards and the news that an academic seminar would be held in 3 months, under the publicity of the Magic Daily, spread throughout the empire like the wind. The wizards who had been a little slack because of the smooth progress of the war immediately stood up, one by one, like chicken blood. Especially those 3 ring wizards who were about to reach the limit of their lifespan saw new hope. Once promoted to a great wizard, they could not only extend their lifespan, but also smoothly enter the parliament and become parliamentarians who hold power and can participate in major decisions. Even great wizards like Herod are not idle. Although they don't need to comprehend the realm, they may need to mobilize the magic network as a helper when they are promoted to legend in the future. The magic power and energy consumed by the legendary promotion ceremony are also astronomical figures. These parliaments will not provide them in vain. They have to show real achievements in exchange. Now that the war against the empire is coming to an end, there are not so many opportunities to gain military merits, so the next academic seminar has become particularly important. If you can get a few academic honor medals, you will definitely be able to apply for the right to use the magic network first. Due to the development of optics, electromagnetism, mechanics, gravity and arcane mathematics in recent years, there are countless fields that can be tackled. The improvement of any branch is enough to get a Morning Star medal. If there is a breakthrough, the Silver Moon medal is stable. Some wizards also put their hopes on finding dozens of new elements that are missing on the periodic table. On the contrary, the Kingdom Musketeers, which have been winning battles in recent times, have become unnoticed. It's nothing more than taking down a few cities today and rebellion tomorrow. Absolute technological suppression, coupled with the collapse of the Church's divine system, even the great nobles of the entire empire were very rarely united and advanced and retreated together, but they could not stop the army from defeating one after another. In just 1 month, when the Magic Kingdom turned from defense to offense, there were 7 cases of soldiers mutinying on the battlefield, facing the armored torrent that could not be cut by swords and arrows, and the sea of airships that covered the sky. The imperial army without the blessing of divine magic could only be described as collapsing at the touch of a button. In order to change this unfavorable situation, the royal family and great nobles of the empire also came up with a lot of tactics. For example, sending a trustworthy guard to pretend to surrender, then blasting from the inside to stir up chaos, so as to attack from the outside and defeat the strong with the weak. As a result, these guards who were sent to pretend to surrender simply surrendered after staying in the city under the jurisdiction of the kingdom for a while, and sold them out. There is no way, who let the treatment over there is too good. Even as a prisoner, It is much better than being a soldier in the Empire. I heard that the prisoners sent to mine and build roads can not only eat enough, but also have 2 days off every month. If you are willing to accept the transformation, there will be a day when you will be released and start a new life. Under such circumstances, no soldier would want to fight a war that has no chance of winning. At the same time, in the city of Kerosene, on the shore of the nearly dried up Lake Hurls, the Thunder Wizards who have exhausted their magic power to extract thousands of grams of tritium and deuterium elements have spent the remaining energy on academic research. Compared with other colleagues who participated in the war against the Empire, although they stayed in the rear to avoid the risk of death, they also had fewer channels to obtain military merits. As for hard work, of course there is some. The smooth operation of the fusion reactor is inseparable from their hard work. This Lake Hurls, which is about to be ionized, is the best proof. It's just that the merits are shared by so many people, and the amount that can reach each person becomes less. It is not easy to stand out from them and successfully get the quota for promotion to a great wizard or a legendary wizard. Fortunately, being in a safe area is not without benefits, which also means having enough time and resources to engage in academic research. They who master thunder magic have a natural advantage in the study of electric and magnetic fields, but Jeffrey, who is also proficient in thunder magic, did not choose to spend his energy on electromagnetism, because there are too many people specializing in it, and he must find another way, and he is more interested in studying optics. What is light? According to the previous cognition of wizards, light may be an extremely tiny element that cannot be seen by the naked eye. It is said that this hypothesis originated from a great wizard who studied optics. One day when he was taking a shower, light shone in through the window, and through the thick fog, he saw granular light. But Jeffrey did not think that this was just a natural phenomenon formed by light shining on the floating dust. The cloud chamber created by Speaker Lin can explain this phenomenon very well. There is another point that makes him more determined in his guess, that is, the diffusion phenomenon of light is completely inconsistent with the so-called element theory. This must be wrong. Jeffrey felt that he had touched the door to the truth, and his ambition was rapidly expanding. You must know that optics is a very critical field. As the magic star, Lin has promised that whoever can understand the essence of light will be nominated for a Corona Medal. With this achievement, he can become the first person under the speakers to be promoted to a legend. Teacher, the 35th experiment has been set up. Just as Jeffrey was fantasizing, several wizard apprentices spoke carefully, and 7 experimental devices were already set up in front of them. Each experimental device is installed with a laser transmitter, which can emit 7 different colors of light, including red, green, blue, orange, and purple. There are several baffles behind the transmitter, and holes of different sizes are drilled in the middle of the baffles. Jeffrey walked to the experimental table and observed the scattering phenomenon of light after passing through the holes of the partitions very carefully. After watching for a few minutes, his brows were already furrowed, puzzled. When a beam of light passes through a hole with a wider diameter, the path of the light will present a very standard cone shape, which is very consistent with the common sense that light propagates in parallel paths. However, when passing through a very narrow gap, it is another situation. The scattering range of light is significantly increased. Not only does a cone with a larger diameter than the original beam range appear behind the baffle, but even a faint circular ring of light appears in the shadows around it. Jeffrey pondered for a long time, holding a white paper in his hand and writing all the rules summarized from the previous experiments. There are 3 places that are circled and can be determined. First, monochromatic light cannot be divided. Second, the same medium has different degrees of refraction for different colors of light. Third, all colors of light have diffusion phenomena, and will not disappear due to the reduction of their intensity. Now is the time to explore the 4th key point, which is also the most critical, to conduct in-depth research on the phenomenon of light diffusion. Jeffrey's hand tightly grasped a feather pen dipped in ink, but he could not move for a long time. Teacher, should we try adding a few more holes on the baffle? A wizard suddenly asked with an idea. They had always experimented with a single hole baffle before, What if they changed it to a double hole or even a triple hole? We can also replace the round hole with other shapes, such as triangles, rectangles, etc. Maybe there will be new discoveries, another apprentice also suggested. Jeffrey's eyes lit up, but he had not had time to try these 2 points. Then give it a try. Chapter 502 Photoelectric effect in the world is fluctuating. After Jeffrey spoke, the apprentices immediately got busy. With the help of magic, it was easy to make a simple improvement to the baffle, and it was completed in just a few minutes. The baffle changed from 1 hole to 2 holes, and its shape changed from round to square. When the strong light beam shot out from the transmitter and penetrated 2 extremely tiny gaps, everyone present showed astonishment on their faces, because 9 relatively clear rectangular spots of light appeared on the black wall behind the hole. The middle spot was the brightest, and the brightness of the other spots on both sides decreased in turn. Why are there so many spots of light? The apprentice who made the suggestion just now was stunned. If light really travels in a straight line, then after a beam of light passes through 2 holes at the same time, there should only be 2 corresponding spots of light with the same shape as the holes on the wall. Even if the light refracted after hitting the object, such a strange phenomenon should not occur. Not to mention that the brightest spot of light was located in the middle of the 2 holes, which was completely inconsistent with common sense. This discovery also surprised Jeffrey. He had vaguely realized something in his mind, but he couldn't think of the key point. It's like water waves, a short wizard beside him muttered to himself. Jeffrey was stunned for a moment, then turned his head, grabbed the wizard's collar tightly, and asked excitedly, "Water waves? What water waves?" The short wizard was startled by Jeffrey's sudden excitement and stammered in response, "It's the ripples of water, teacher. Show me the water waves you just mentioned." Now, Jeffrey let the wizard go, used the mage's hand to pull a basin of water and put it on the table, and said excitedly. The short wizard did not dare to neglect it at all. He took a double-hole baffle from the laboratory and put it into the basin. He left it there for a few minutes. When the water flow in the basin was completely calm, he stretched out his hand and touched the water surface. It's like this. Under the gaze of everyone, waves of water spread out in all directions from the finger as the center, and soon hit the gap of the baffle. After passing through the gap, the vibrating water waves immediately split into 2 new ripples and began to spread inward in a semicircular shape with the gap as the center. Because the 2 gaps were very close, the generated water waves soon collided with each other and began to interfere, offset or merge with each other. It's the crest and trough. So that's it. Jeffrey understood the moment he saw the water waves, and his face immediately showed an extremely surprised look. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity just now, because this was very similar to the ripples generated by using force field magic to stir time and space. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a corona medal waving at him. "Teacher, what is going on?" The faces of the apprentices beside him were full of confusion. They didn't understand at all, and didn't quite understand why Jeffrey became so excited. Jeffrey couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and immediately explained to the apprentices, "You can regard the ripples spreading on the water surface as light, which is easy to understand. Water waves will stir up ripples on the calm lake surface. Some places will bulge, which is the crest of the wave, and some places will sink, which is the trough of the wave. If 2 ripples of equal intensity appear at the same time like just now, they will interfere with each other when they meet. When the crests of 2 ripples meet, the interference wave generated will become stronger than before, and when the troughs meet, the water surface will be deeper due to the superposition of the 2 troughs. In addition, there is another situation. When the crest of one wave meets the trough of another wave, the 2 will cancel each other out. The same is true for light. When a beam of light passes through 2 cracks, it will also interfere with each other, so it will produce a strange scene of alternating bright and dark light. The bright area is the crest, and the dark area is the trough. After Jeffrey's explanation, the apprentices looked at the water waves and soon found that after the 2 waves collided, the crest was exactly the same as the position where the light spot was lit before. The 2 were almost exactly the same. In this way, the scattering and reflection of light can also be explained. You see those water waves, after colliding with objects, the power will be weakened, and then bounce back. The more Jeffrey talked, the more he felt that his theory of light waves was perfect and could fully explain every natural phenomenon of light. So light is definitely not composed of tiny light elements. Its essence is a wave, just like the ripples generated by stirring space and magnetic fields. It is a continuous and indivisible existence. Jeffrey concluded decisively, this is definitely enough to shock the entire magic world and decipher the research results of the essence of light. The wizards and apprentices gathered around Jeffrey were also very excited. It is conceivable that when they present this theory at the academic seminar 3 months later, what a storm it will cause. Their teacher Jeffrey will undoubtedly receive a Corona Medal, and they, the auxiliary staff, may also receive a Morning Star Medal as a reward. This is a great honor. While the wizards of the schools were happily flattering him, someone made a suggestion with concern. Teacher, should we publish some of the results first? I heard that many schools are studying optics. Since we can discover this phenomenon, others may not be unable to think of it. Hearing this, Jeffrey immediately became alert and spoke out. You are right. I will start the draft now. You should sort out your research notes for the past few days as soon as possible. It is best to organize the paper before noon. Also, help me find the editor of Magic Daily. Roll. I remember that he stopped in the City of Fire Oil recently. If he is fast enough, he may be able to catch up with the Magic Daily published tonight. Jeffrey spoke very quickly. This experiment is not difficult to do, and the water wave theory is not that difficult to think about. Jeffrey knows very well that the reason why he is the first discoverer is entirely due to his staying in the rear to refine deuterium and tritium elements, and he has plenty of time to do academic research. Now the war against the Empire is coming to an end, and everyone's time is free. If we wait until the academic seminar 3 months later, who knows if someone will cut in. In short, publish some research results first and take a place first, and never let others take this honor first. Jeffrey wrote furiously, spent several hours, and successfully finished the paper before noon. His mood suddenly became extremely good, and he gave each of the school wizards in the laboratory 10 magic gold coins as an advance reward. As for the wizards who reminded him and gave him inspiration, Jeffrey patted his chest and promised that he would definitely ensure that they got a Morning Star Medal. Anthony and the others should still be studying the changes in magnetic and electric fields, right? Jeffrey thought with great pride. There were 3 great wizards over there, and they had not yet figured out the electromagnetic field thoroughly. As a result, he had figured out the nature of light first. Jeffrey was looking forward to what kind of expressions they would have after the release of today's Magic Daily. At the same time, in the City of Fire Oil, the great wizard Anthony and others, who were on Jeffrey's mind, were pacing anxiously in the laboratory, staring at the 4 exquisite formulas in front of them from time to time, frowning and thinking. These formulas were exactly the Maxwell equations written by Lin En in the microcosm. At the beginning, Anthony felt that these 4 formulas were extremely profound. After in-depth research, he was surprised to find that this was simply the Bible of thunder magic. Disassembling each formula, its formula was enough to cover several pages of paper. Their research and experiments on electric and magnetic fields were also enough to prove the accuracy of these formulas. According to some thunder wizards, the truth is jumping on the page in a wonderful way. What they are exploring now is the speed of lightning in different media. Like light, the speed of lightning is extremely fast, and the speed of lightning in the air can even reach tens of thousands of kilometers per second. But this is obviously not the limit. After testing dozens of different substances, Anthony found that lightning propagates very fast on conductors. In order to conduct an accurate experiment, they made several conductors made of different materials that are 10 kilometers long, and they are ready to use practice to prove its speed. This experiment should have results today. Just as Anthony was getting more and more impatient, the closed laboratory was finally opened, and dozens of lightning wizards entered one after another. One of them said happily, "The experiment has been measured, Master Anthony." "What is its propagation speed?" Before Anthony could speak, the lightning wizards on the side asked eagerly. "It is 299,000 kilometers per second." The man replied, 299,000 kilometers. Anthony kept muttering, Why did this speed sound so familiar? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Isn't that about the same as the speed of light? Which Flora said in confusion. Of course I didn't make a mistake. We have tested it hundreds of times. The great wizard Sanchez rolled his eyes. The speed of electric current propagation in each conductor is the same. It is because of the resistance that the current intensity transmitted is different. In order to ensure its accuracy, Sanchez even personally tried to judge the moment when the current arrived with the great wizard's excellent perception and computing power. After dozens of times in a row, he was almost numbed by the electric current, so he was extremely sure that this value was definitely not wrong. But how could it be so coincidental? The wizards present looked at each other. Last time they relied on the rotation of gears to test the speed of light to be 299,520 kilometers per second. The difference between the two is very small, and it can even be said to be exactly the same. It's just that the speed is too fast, beyond their reaction ability, so there will be a slight error in the test. Anthony also never believed that this was just a coincidence. There must be a deeper relationship between the two. He had already noticed this when he was studying Maxwell's equations. Suddenly, Anthony seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly pointed at the Maxwell's equations on the table and shouted excitedly, "I understand. Light is electricity, light is electricity, light is electricity." Sanchez frowned. Although the speed of electric current in a conductor is similar to that of light, it is not possible to draw such a conclusion so arbitrarily, right? You must know that the speed of thunder in the air is far less than that of light. For example, they can barely sense the current, but they can't sense the light element at all. Anthony explained enthusiastically. Listen to me. Light may be electricity in another form, and the two are like the relationship between magnetic field and electric field. Just like the electric lights all over the kerosene city, after the electricity enters the wick, it is consumed in the form of light, or in other words, the electricity is converted into light and dispersed. If my guess is correct, electricity can be converted into light, then the concentrated light beam can also be converted into electric current. Anthony slapped the table excitedly. Hurry, start the experiment right away. Hundreds of thunder wizards immediately got busy. After a whole night in trying countless materials, they successfully made a simple solar device. Just as Anthony thought, after the light beam hit the device, it was continuously converted into electricity. Witnessing the successful start of the motor, the whole laboratory suddenly burst into fierce cheers and applause. "Teacher, you are right. Light is electricity, and electricity is light." Fulla was also proud of it. "It seems that they have won the corona medal that penetrates the essence of light." Sanchez added on the side, "I dare say that light is mostly smaller electrons. Lightning is like those radioactive elements. After being excited, it will continuously throw its own energy around until it is exhausted." What a brilliant idea. It seems that we will soon be able to find light particles, or even smaller electrical elements. Anthony said with appreciation. This discovery will definitely set off the entire magic world, and their names will definitely be engraved in the history of magic. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, the door of the laboratory was knocked open. Anthony turned around with dissatisfaction and found that it was another disciple of his, Kagar, who pushed the door in. Kagar was holding a few pages of newspapers in his hand. After hurriedly entering the door, he panted and said, "Teacher, please take a look at today's Magic Daily." The great wizard, Sir Geoffrey, said. He has successfully deciphered the essence of light. Chapter 503, The Battle Between Waves and Particles, a war of words that spreads across the kingdom. The news brought by Kagar to suddenly broken was undoubtedly shocking. The thunder wizards who were originally immersed in joy immediately changed their faces. How is it possible? How can he be so fast? Sanchez's face was full of disbelief. Hundreds of thunder wizards here spent several months analyzing Maxwell's equations and making a 10-kilometer-long wire to accurately measure that the speed of current propagation in the conductor is equal to the speed of light, and then deduced the connection between light and electricity. And Geoffrey only brought wizards and apprentices from a dozen schools. How could he discover the photoelectric effect before them? Anthony hurriedly snatched the Magic Daily from Kagar's hand and read it. After seeing the title above, the whole person was stunned. The light element is nothing but the nonsense of the ignorant. The explanation and demonstration of the interference and diffraction of light. Light has wave properties. The magnificent magic thesis below occupied the entire page. There was only one argument on it. Light was not an element as they thought in the past, but a wave that relied on a certain medium to transmit, just like water waves and sound waves. Nonsense. How can light be a wave? Anthony couldn't bear to read it halfway and couldn't help cursing. Sanchez came up and took a few glances, and was also very angry. The light element is just the nonsense of the ignorant? How dare he say that? Just a minute ago, they were still happy about the discovery of the photoelectric effect, thinking that photons were even smaller electrons. Now they were only one step away from finding the real light element. Now Jeffrey suddenly jumped out and said that the light element did not exist at all, that it was all fake, and that light was actually a continuous wave rather than a particle. How could everyone accept this? It was simply slapping them in the face in public. I think he is crazy about getting the Corona medal. Another great wizard who was also proficient in thunder magic said with disdain, "How could light be a wave? You know, they can emit light in beams, and previous experiments have proved that light propagates in a straight line. Its reflection phenomenon is also the best proof of the existence of light particles. The most important thing is that according to his photoelectric conversion theory, light is actually a smaller electricity, and the existence of positive and negative charges has long been discovered and confirmed, which further proves that the light element theory is an irrefutable truth. Don't worry, everyone, Jeffrey is just sensationalizing. When we publish the photoelectric conversion theory tomorrow, the so-called wave theory is a complete joke." Anthony quickly calmed down and said. Sanchez also nodded. He was just a clown who was destined to be exposed. It was indeed not worth their time to spend too much effort. A group of thunder wizards no longer paid attention to the nonsense in the newspaper. They went back to organize their notes and prepared to publish some of their research in the next 2 days to kill Jeffrey. At the same time, the wave theory of light also spread throughout the Magic Kingdom with the publication of the Magic Daily. Although there have been more than a dozen new newspapers in the kingdom in recent years, Magic Daily no longer has the monopoly position it once had, but as the mouthpiece of the Parliament and an authoritative newspaper recognized by the government, its influence is still not to be underestimated. Almost every former wizard who is keen on magic will regularly buy a copy of the Magic Daily, because it often records some novel and interesting magic papers, and there are also cutting-edge achievements in current magic theories. As soon as Jeffrey's light wave theory was published, it attracted the attention of many wizards. Because this theory is very perfect, Jeffrey uses the operating principles of water waves and sound waves to explain in a simple way how light is transmitted in the form of waves, and uses this to explain the interference and diffraction of light. What is more convincing is that this paper directly gives a detailed experimental demonstration method, which only requires a baffle with 2 holes poked in it and a light beam launcher, which is very simple. Even those wizards who don't know thunder and light magic can make a few concave and convex lenses and use focused sunlight to complete this experiment. For this kind of experiment that can be completed with a little effort, there are naturally countless wizards who personally experiment. According to the words of the Magic Star, practice is also the only criterion for testing the truth. Theories spoken by others are naturally not as reliable as those conducted in person. It was this simple experiment that made Jeffrey's wave theory famous. Because it was so similar, after the light penetrated the 2 gaps, the interference fringes that emerged were indeed exactly the same as the positions of the crests and troughs produced by the water waves. Could it be that light is really a wave? This question emerged in the minds of more and more wizards. In the past, the cognition of light was completely based on various conjectures. Even the legendary speaker could not sense the existence of this thing. It was not until Lin En, the Magic Star, conducted an experiment to measure the speed of light that the mystery was unveiled. Just as the wizards of the kingdom gradually recognized this statement, on the evening of the 3rd day, the photoelectric effect and light particle theory jointly published by Anthony and others came out, which directly shocked people. Light is actually electricity, and electricity is actually light. In the explanations of these thunder wizards, light is a high-speed, extremely fine particle flow, and electrons are composed of these light particles, so the propagation speeds of the two will show a high degree of consistency. The reason why electricity emits light is that when lightning is excited, it begins to radiate its energy in the form of light, just like radioactive elements. This is undoubtedly completely opposite to the wave theory proposed by Jeffrey, but Anthony and others also gave strong evidence they successfully created a photoelectric conversion device. The material used is silicon. As long as the silicon plate is illuminated with light of sufficient intensity, it can continuously generate electric current. This theory perfectly explains the working principle of laser magic. If light is fragmented electricity, then when a large amount of light is injected into the electrons outside the nucleus, its energy will surge, thus jumping to the upper orbit, and then the excess energy will be directly emitted in the form of light. A group of thunder wizards also gave the light element a new name, called photoelectron. Even in the Magic Daily, it was bluntly stated that the technology of internal combustion engines and generators has been outdated. Why bother so much? In the future, a huge silicon plate will be placed above each city, and the nearly endless sunlight in the sky will be used to generate electricity directly. Wouldn't that be perfect? After explaining the photoelectric effect in a long and eloquent way, Anthony also personally wrote a long article to refute Jeffrey's wave theory. What is a wave? It is the process of vibration propagation in a certain medium. For example, if a stone is thrown into the water, it will directly push away the water surface, and then the water molecules in front will push away the water molecules behind, and the force will be transmitted. This means that the transmission of waves must have a medium, whether it is sound waves or water waves. But light is different. It can be transmitted in a vacuum with nothing in it. So the light wave theory is completely nonsense. What a bullshit photoelectron. Jeffrey's face suddenly darkened after getting the new issue of Magic Daily. His wave theory was published just 2 days ago, and Anthony and others came up with a photoelectron theory to dismantle it. In his opinion, this was completely out of jealousy and malicious academic suppression. After all, he alone led a dozen apprentices to complete the research on the nature of light, and it was normal to arouse jealousy. However, out of caution, Jeffrey still asked his apprentices to do the photoelectric experiment recorded in Magic Daily. After more than an hour of tossing and turning, several apprentices reported cautiously, "Teacher, we have tried it. It seems that light can really generate electricity. Whether it is multicolor light or monochromatic light, as long as the intensity is enough, it can generate electric current." Jeffrey was stunned and frowned. Could it be that light is really electricity? Since the galaxy orbital element model of the magic star was proposed, the existence of electrons has been confirmed. It moves in circles around the nucleus like a planet orbiting around a star. If light is electricity, then it should be a particle rather than a wave. Jeffrey's mind was shaken a little, but he soon reaffirmed his thoughts. The wave theory is absolutely an indisputable truth. After all, the results of the experiment are there, whether you are a wizard or not, whether you are proficient in electricity and optics. As long as you build a laboratory bench, you can perfectly replicate this experiment. As for the so-called photoelectric effect, Jeffrey thinks that it may be just a normal phenomenon of mutual conversion of photoelectric energy. Rather than saying it is photoelectric power generation, it is better to say that the silicon plate is generating electricity. Burning wood can also make fire. Could it be that wood is fire? Thinking of this, Jeffrey asked a school wizard to invite several great wizards who stayed in the city of Kerosene and were close to him. Now his wave theory was maliciously suppressed by jealous people. He was alone and it was difficult to maintain the authority of the wave theory. More people were needed to stand up. About 3 days later, Jeffrey joined several great wizards to publish new research results on the wave theory and put on corresponding patches. The vacuum field created by their existing capabilities is not completely empty. There may be some subtle elements that they have not discovered yet, or space itself is the medium of light. For example, the disturbance caused by force field magic uses space as the medium. In addition, in response, Jeffrey also wrote a whole page to refute Anthony's particle theory. If light is a more fragmented electron, then a large amount of light gathered together will definitely produce a magnetic field. As a result, It was tested in the vacuum test field he and several great wizards created. The gathered light beams did not produce the expected magnetic field phenomenon at all. As soon as this remark was made, it directly dealt a heavy blow to the photoelectric effect proposed by Anthony. After all, electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity, which is the underlying logic that every thunder wizard knows. The public opinion in the kingdom also reversed again, and more people began to believe in Jeffrey's wave theory again, because the results of the experiment were there, and this could not be faked. What should we do now, teacher? After reading the new issue of Magic Daily, Thor was also a little panicked, especially after doing an emergency experiment and confirming that the concentrated light beam could not generate a surrounding magnetic field. She was even more panicked. Anthony paced in the laboratory, thinking about what was wrong with his photoelectric effect and why the light beam could not generate a surrounding magnetic field. Could it be that the energy of a single light particle is not enough, so it is not enough to generate a magnetic field? Sanchez said thoughtfully. It may also be that the magnetic field generated is too weak for us to perceive. It is possible. Anthony nodded. In short, more experiments are needed to prove this point. Under Jeffrey's criticism, everyone was full of energy, trying to find any evidence that is favorable to the particle theory. After several days of painstaking research, Anthony did not find the magnetic field effect of the light beam, but released another killer weapon. They developed a particle theory to explain the phenomenon of light diffraction. According to their conjecture, electricity is composed of a large number of photoelectrons. The moment the electricity is excited, it explodes like a bomb, throwing all the light particles inside in all directions. It's just that the number of these divergent light particles is too large and too dense, so a wave-like phenomenon will occur. And these light particle clusters with sufficient energy may have the possibility of exploding and spreading again, such as encountering a gap that cannot be passed through, until it becomes a single particle state. This pseudo-wave nature will disappear. As for this distance, the Thunder Wizards believe that the distance from the beginning of the divergence of electricity to the dilution of a single light particle may be 100 million kilometers, or it may be more than 1 billion kilometers. After all, the speed of light is so fast, it will take a few minutes for it to stop, right? Jeffrey was almost angry to death when he saw the newspaper. 100 million kilometers? Wouldn't it have to go around the eternal star for a full 2,500 times? Where can he find such a large test site? The other party clearly wanted to prevent him from using experiments to refute the particle theory. Even if he found a way to solve the distance problem, Anthony and others could say that the data they measured was not accurate enough. Jeffrey's anger continued to rise. He immediately gave up sleeping and experiments. He got up from the bed and spent the whole night writing tens of thousands of words, angrily denouncing this theory as a complete fantasy without any factual basis. The war of words between the two sides lasted for more than a month. Not only did it not stop, but it became more and more intense. From the beginning of replying every 3 to 7 days and refuting the other party's theory with rigorous experiments, it has now become a simple rebuttal and abuse. As the editor of Magic Daily, Lin was so happy that he was laughing like crazy. The various tabloids began to take sides and spray each other without any bottom line. The sales of newspapers were rising rapidly every day. Chapter 504, The First Magic Crisis, Collapse of Photoelectric Theory. The world is a wave, a corollary of the propagation of light in a vacuum. Shocked, the latest explanation of the phenomenon of light diffraction. The wave theory is nothing but the nonsense of a clown. The biggest emission of particle theory is this: optics is already in danger. In the city of Kerosene, in the optical magic laboratory, Glenn slowly put down the newspaper template in his hand and couldn't help but complain. You are really a fool. There is already enough noise outside now. Is it really okay for you to send these things out? Of course it's okay. Look, it's only been a month and a half, and we have received more optical papers than in the previous year. Replied with a smile, and then continued with a helpless look. And whether it is Master Anthony or Master Jeffrey, I can't afford to offend them. I will just publish whatever they write. Said that he was only responsible for coming up with an eye-catching title and polishing it a little. Glen was speechless, but he had to admit that competition is indeed the biggest driving force for magic research. In recent days, wizards who support particle and wave theories have conducted extremely detailed research on the various properties of light and have made a lot of conjectures. Some conjectures are completely unrealistic and illogical. But there are also many theories that have experimental evidence as support. As long as these arguments are confirmed, they can get a morning star or even a silver moon medal. Seeing that Greenhead fully understood his difficulties, Lin smiled and took the template in his hand, handed it to the assistant beside him, and asked him to speed up the printing. Yesterday, they printed a full 900,000 copies of newspapers. After distributing them to the kingdom and the newly occupied cities, they were sold out within a few hours. This shows that the printing is not fast enough. By the way, Glen, I heard that Master Sanchez, one of the founders of the photoelectric theory, visited you in person last night. Is that true? Lin suddenly asked gossipingly, and his hand had unconsciously picked up the pen, as if ready to record at any time. It is obvious that Master Sanchez must want to win over Glen, the famous developer of focusing magic. If he agrees, it will definitely be a big explosion. Although Glen is only a 3-ring wizard, he came up with a shocking plan to measure the speed of light with a 1,000-faceted mirror at the last academic seminar, and accidentally came up with the magic of focusing, which won the appreciation of the magic czar and the speakers. His potential influence is no less than that of a great wizard. When he heard Roll ask about this, Glen couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, it was not just Sanchez. Several wizards who advocated the light wave theory also came to him and explained to him in detail the superiority of the wave theory, but he did not respond to either side. First, he did not want to be involved in this dispute, and second, both theories have unexplained optical phenomena. For example, the light wave theory explains the dispersion, diffraction, interference, superposition and other effects of light very well, but it is very weak in explaining the photoelectric effect and pinhole imaging. As for the electric element explosion theory that was used by the wizards who believed in particle theory to explain the diffraction phenomenon, Glen felt that it was not reliable at all. It was just like a theory that was forced together to explain the phenomenon, without any practical experimental evidence. Before figuring it out, Glen thought it was better not to stand in line at will, so as not to overturn in the end. Roll, who wanted to make a big news, had to put away the paper and pen in disappointment, and asked about the progress of light photography technology. This is an optical phenomenon that Glen discovered a year ago. A plate with a small hole is used to block the wall and the object, and an inverted real image of the object will be formed on the wall. Glen is very sure that he should not be the first person to discover this phenomenon, but he is definitely the first wizard to use it. There is an oil field not far from the city of Kerosene. When he was on duty, he accidentally found a kind of asphalt that is extremely sensitive to light. This asphalt will harden under the irradiation of light, and the degree of hardening will vary depending on the degree of light. Using this characteristic and combining the principle of pinhole imaging, he successfully produced the first generation of light cameras. The problem is that it is too troublesome to make photosensitive plates with this asphalt, and the images taken are difficult to copy, which is not conducive to large-scale dissemination. So over the past year, Glen has been trying to use different elements to make photosensitive equipment to improve the light camera. Now it has been upgraded to the 3rd version, and the problem of photocopying has been initially solved. The first large-scale use was used in the propaganda war to disintegrate the faith of the people of the empire. Regarding the improvement of the camera, I already have a plan. The clarity of the photo can be further increased through the development technique. The printing magic developed by Speaker Lin may also be used in the reproduction of images. Glen talked about the latest achievements of optical photography, and when he was excited, he wanted to demonstrate his own development magic to Lin. Lin was also very interested. After all, every step forward in photography technology would make Magic Daily sell better. Under Glen's instructions, he quickly stood on a photosensitive screen. Just like this, Glen stretched out his right hand, closed his eyes and began to sense and generate electric current. He had no way to directly generate light, but could only indirectly control the light beam through the electroluminescence phenomenon. Of course, according to the particle school, photoelectricity and light are probably the same thing, but light is a more microscopic existence than electricity. Lin stood there waiting for a long time with interest, but to his surprise, Glenn did not move for a long time, and his face was full of fear. "What's wrong, Glenn?" Lin immediately noticed something was wrong, and he was vaguely worried about his safety. Could it be that something went wrong with this magic charge? "Where's the charge?" "The charge is gone." Glenn suddenly opened his eyes and said in horror, "What?" Lin was stunned, and for a moment he didn't understand what this meant. Of course he knew what charge was, that is, a substance with positive and negative charges. Generally speaking, lightning magic relies on artificially creating this potential difference to perform. "The charge is gone. I suddenly can't sense it." Glenn's eyes were red, and his voice was trembling faintly. He couldn't even create the simplest electric current now, and all lightning magic couldn't be used at all. "Glenn, this is not the time to joke." Lin frowned, but when he saw Glenn running to the motor on one side like crazy, he put his hand in and used his body to sense the current, and then he realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin hurried over, but he didn't dare to disturb Glenn's movements. He could only watch him unconsciously shaken rapidly under the attack of the current. It took several minutes before he stopped dejectedly. "How is it?" Lin asked worriedly. "Electricity exists. Electricity exists. It's just that I can't control it," Glenn muttered to himself, his face full of confusion and confusion. "Are you too tired? Do you want to take a rest first?" Lin said comfortingly. He thought it might be that Glenn had been conducting research day and night these days, which led to his mental fatigue. "No, I'm fine." "Very good," Glenn said toughly, stretched out his hand with a crazy look, and a bursting fireball appeared in his palm. "This is the second level spell, Pyroblast." Obviously, his mental strength is not so weak that he cannot cast magic. Without waiting for Lin to reply, Glenn eagerly called his assistant and asked him to cast a thunder spell. Any kind would do. After hearing Glenn's strange request, the assistant was also confused, but after trying it, he showed the same horrifying look on his face and shouted in despair, "Where is the charge? Where did the charge go?" Lin and Glenn looked at each other, and a chill suddenly surged from the soles of their feet to their hearts. They immediately put down all the things in their hands, hurriedly wrote an expedited letter, sent it to the Holy City, and reported this strange situation to the speakers. In fact, the desks of the Magic Council have long been piled with similar letters. There are not a few wizards like Glenn who suddenly found that they have lost the ability to control lightning, and it is spreading rapidly like a plague. After some investigation, the council quickly came to a conclusion that as long as a wizard doubts the nature of light and electricity, he will immediately lose the ability to perceive charge in the elemental vision. What puzzled them the most was that those wizards who simply believed in particle or wave theory all had normal spellcasting abilities, while the wizards who were just watching the fun were almost wiped out. Those with less severe conditions only had intermittent spellcasting obstacles, while the most severe ones, like Glenn, completely lost the ability to sense electric charge. Panic spread throughout the kingdom. This disease called spellcasting obstacle had never existed before. Most wizards were worried whether they were affected or not. These worries and panic soon turned into anger at the wave theory. Originally, everyone was casting spells well, but when Jeffrey's wave theory came out, they couldn't do it anymore. Now even the release of thunder spells has become a problem. A dozen great wizards of the particle school jointly published an article the next day, angrily denouncing the wave theory as a perverse theory that shook the foundation of magic. Coupled with the criticism of many neutral parties, the wave theory, which was already at a disadvantage, was even called for by everyone, until a heavy news directly blew through everyone's cognition. Without any warning, Anthony suddenly turned to believe in the wave theory and published an article stating that he had found new evidence, and even found a new model that could explain the structure of atoms on this basis. Sanchez, Arad and other great wizards of the particle school were stunned when they received the news. They were about to take advantage of the situation to strangle the wave wheel in the cradle and let magic return to orthodoxy. But Anthony, the #1 hero who discovered the photoelectric effect, actually betrayed Is Anthony crazy? Sanchez was so angry that he jumped up and down. The achievements of the particle school for several months were directly destroyed. The furious Sanchez wanted to kill Anthony directly. Is light really a wave? Arid was extremely confused. Apart from this, he could not think of the reason why Anthony suddenly switched to the wave school. Have you forgotten our research, Arid? Sanchez's face suddenly darkened. They have successfully used particle theory to explain every phenomenon of light. Now they only need a few decisive evidences. What's more, Anthony also boasted that he had found a new model to explain the internal structure of elements. This is simply crazy. You should know that the star orbital element model of Chairman Lin En has been recognized by all wizards. It can only be described as perfect. Any wizard who sees the orbital model will recognize without hesitation that this is the ultimate form of the element. And light and electricity are originally one. So can the electrons inside the element also be waves? Sanchez never believed in this perverse theory. But the impact of Anthony's rebellion as the originator of the photoelectric effect was still terrible. A large number of wizards who believed in the particle school were shaken and instantly lost the ability to sense electric charge. This dispute, which has spread more and more widely, has already faintly exceeded the boundaries of debate, and naturally attracted the attention of fervent others. Even Lin En, who was immersed in the study of quantum theory, received a report. Is it a spellcasting obstacle? After listening to the description of Philip and others, Lin En was also quite surprised. He did not expect that the dispute between particles and waves would lead to such serious consequences. Dean, you should be okay? Philip could not help but ask. Now nearly half of the people have lost the ability to sense electric charge. Of course it's okay. Lin En raised his eyebrows, and his body was surrounded by lightning. This was the lightning magic, electromagnetic barrier. Seeing that this magic star was fine, Philip and others breathed a sigh of relief. You know, nearly half of the wizards have lost the ability to cast the corresponding magic. Many wizards who support the light particle theory even gave this spellcasting obstacle a new name called wave plague, which means that the wave theory is the source of this magic crisis and will spread like a plague. After some thinking, Lin En vaguely guessed the cause of this magic crisis. Although the electrotherapy induction method developed by Anthony gave wizards the ability to perceive and control electric charges, it was just a tricky means. Their own understanding of electricity was very limited. It's like a child who has barely learned to walk and run by muscle memory. Now two people suddenly appear and argue with each other, insisting on telling the child whether it is more scientific to take the left foot first or the right foot first when walking, and which leg nerve should be controlled, and how many degrees is the most appropriate to take a step. The child who used to be able to run is confused, and now he can't even walk. P.S. In response to some people's questions, although the magic process of this book refers to the development of modern science to a certain extent, it is impossible to follow the historical process directly because wizards themselves have the ability to perceive and control elements. For example, when explaining gravity before, why did I briefly mention the distortion of the essential space of gravity? Because wizards have the ability to perceive space, they must be able to find the connection between the two. The same is true when explaining the wave theory now. Wizards know the existence of gravitational waves, so there is no need to invent a substance like ether as a carrier of light waves. As for blackbody radiation, it is too long to write about it, and I will mention it later. In addition to the scientific conjectures that have existed in history, I will also write about some purely imaginative theories that I saw when looking up information, such as the above photoelectric element explosion theory, which is derived from the nuclear diffraction hypothesis. I personally think it is very interesting, so I modified it and wrote it up. The wrong theories will be corrected by the protagonist later. Chapter 505 Anthony, no one understands Maxwell better than me. Lin En calmed down and recovered from his speculation about the casting barrier. He asked with a little concern, what does the parliament think now? Have they found a way to stop the riot? Philip shook his head helplessly. In fact, the parliament was in chaos now. Such a sudden loss of the ability to perceive a certain element had never happened in the history of magic. It is said that Speaker Vittorio summoned a lot of them and examined them physically and mentally. There is no new discovery yet. The only thing that can be confirmed is that all these people have doubts about the nature of photoelectricity. Many of them even directly participated in the discussion of the wave-particle dispute and published several papers in newspapers. After a pause, Philip continued to speak. Now many wizards who support particle theory suggest banning wave theory to stop the spread of casting barrier syndrome. The parliamentarians are also considering this suggestion. After all, the impact of this dispute is too great. This strange casting barrier makes many wizards feel terrified. Even several speakers have expressed their concerns about it. Although the main force of the church has already collapsed, Eloha fled outside the domain is still a great threat. Thunder magic is now a very critical force in the entire magic system. It has a great advantage in the transmission of intelligence, and the derived electromagnetic field is also an important factor in restraining nuclear power. So the speakers also asked me to ask for your advice. Philip said cautiously, "No, you can't do that. Tell them that I clearly opposed the ban on the wave theory." Lin En directly rejected it. "We are not the church. We can't stop normal magic research and discussion. And it's too late to ban it now." After nearly 2 months of disputes, coupled with the operation of the two schools pulling people to endorse each other, nearly 70% of the great wizards and the schools they led were involved, plus those who were originally watching the excitement, but inexplicably suffered from the thunder wizards and the terrifying spellcasting obstacles, which made this dispute known to everyone. Even if they banned the wave theory, they couldn't stop wizards from conducting research in private, so it would be better to let them debate openly. The collision of ideas would also help break the routine. However, Lin also asked Philip to reply to the parliament and let them manipulate public opinion to control the intensity of the dispute a little to avoid large-scale bloody conflicts. This is not impossible. In the past, conflicts caused by academic disputes have never been rare in the history of magic. For example, more than 20 years ago, the debate on the origin of the fire element almost caused a fight between two opposing schools. In the end, it was the great wizard Arid who defeated his opponent in a duel with the newly developed six-ring magic, fire element storm, forcing the other party to be convinced. Even in the previous life, the dispute over the wave-particle nature of light caused a group of bigwigs listed in textbooks to spray each other for 300 years. The reason is that the contradiction between the two theories is almost impossible to reconcile if it is argued by common sense. What is a wave? It is a physical quantity or a disturbance of a physical quantity that propagates in a specific form in space. To put it simply, in the eyes of wizards, this thing is a continuous and indivisible existence, and particles refer to the smallest material component that can exist in a free state, one by one. Because of this, because you can't say that something is continuous and scattered, the brain can't imagine such an existence at all, just like you can't say that a cat is both alive and dead. But the microscopic world is so annoying, you need to completely abandon the so-called common sense of the macroscopic world to get a glimpse of the mystery. Lin En shook his head and looked at the manuscript on the table. During this period of time, he also conducted preliminary research and experiments in the microscopic field. He wanted to find an opportunity to publish some papers first, but now the inexplicable casting disorder made him hesitate. If these research results on quantum superposition and entangled states are published, the impact will not only be as simple as thunder wizards, but a large number of elemental wizards may directly lose the ability to cast spells. That is the real magic crisis. As Lin En was thinking, a sturdy guard falcon suddenly flew in from the wide-open window and landed on the desk, with a white letter hanging on its feet. Lin En recognized it as a communication eagle at a glance. Although temporary communication base stations composed of patrol airships have now spread across the continent, achieving national emergency communications within 15 minutes, some secret messages are not convenient to be transmitted in this way. Many schools still retain the tradition of keeping communication eagles in captivity for communication. Philip, who was standing by, noticed that there was a lightning mark engraved on the beautiful feathers on the right side of the guard falcon. This mark should be from Master Anthony, right? Philip said with interest. In recent days, the founder of the electrotherapy induction method and the originator of the photoelectric effect has become famous. As a leading figure in the theory of light particles, he actually turned around and believed in the wave theory, which made many wizards who were watching the excitement dumbfounded. Philip was more inclined to the theory of light particles in his heart. He really couldn't understand why the other party suddenly made such a crazy move. Perhaps the truth was in this letter. Lin En then took the tightly sealed letter, and after passing the identification magic on the envelope, he unfolded it and read it. In this letter, Anthony elaborated in detail on their research on electric and magnetic fields during this period, and said that he had cracked the fourth formula of Maxwell's equations, and derived an amazing fact from it. Light is an electromagnetic wave with a unique frequency, and successfully created light in this way. No wonder. Lin En smiled. He could imagine Anthony's emotions of collapse and surprise at the time. Now that he understood that light is an electromagnetic wave, it is not difficult to understand why he suddenly chose to embrace wave theory. In addition, in the letter, Anthony also flattered him fiercely, saying that these research results were derived from his Maxwell equations and calculus formulas, and then euphemistically stated that he had discovered a new model to explain the internal structure of elements, which may be very different from the star orbit formula he proposed before. Lin En certainly knew that this subtle difference was mostly a world of difference. The purpose of Anthony's letter was obviously to test his tone, probably because he was worried that he would oppose it, or even use his influence to block it, so he asked for his opinion first. Lin shook his head with a smile, and after thinking for a moment, he wrote a reply letter, affirming Anthony's research results in the field of electromagnetics, and expressed his support for the other party's proposal of a more novel atomic model to explain microscopic phenomena. At the end, he carefully added the hint that light and electricity do have certain wave properties, but the particle properties they show cannot be ignored. Philip, who was extremely curious, secretly glanced at the content of the letter, and then his pupils shrank. He happened to see the last sentence that Lin was writing, and his mind was immediately shocked. Could it be that the dean also supports the wave theory? On the other side, Lin had already put the envelope away and tied it to the foot of the communication eagle. Seeing this, Philip hurriedly said goodbye and left, but he was still a little uneasy after walking out of the door, and immediately wanted to use the electromagnetic communication magic to discuss with several of his friends. However, the spell failed this time. Philip suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale, and he suddenly found that he could not sense the charge in magnetic field. "It's over," Philip muttered to himself. He was actually infected with the wave plague. A few hours later, in the city of Kerosene, in a luxurious manner, the two great wizards, Anthony and Geoffrey, who were at the center of the vortex of public opinion, gathered here. "Do you think Speaker Lin will recognize our wave theory?" Geoffrey asked with a little uneasiness. In his opinion, the biggest obstacle to the wave theory is undoubtedly this magic star. Thanks to the photoelectric effect proposed by Anthony, the two things were tied together, and someone suddenly had the idea of using the wave theory to improve the model of the internal structure of the elements, which caused a serious conflict with some of the magic theories proposed by Speaker Lin. In this regard, Geoffrey was also helpless, and even doubted whether it was a correct choice to allow Anthony to join the light wave school. "You know, the Parliament has been considering awarding Speaker Lin a second Corona Medal to appreciate his outstanding contributions in the field of elements and optics." At such a critical moment, they intervened and said that some of the research ideas of this magic star were wrong. Who wouldn't be angry? Geoffrey had no doubt that Speaker Lin only needed one sentence to ban the wave theory he had painstakingly studied. The other party's influence in the field of magic was too great. The law of free fall, universal gravitation, light speed measurement, Coriolis force. It can be said that the rapid development of magic in recent years is completely based on the various magic theories proposed by this magic star, and these theories have almost never been wrong before. "It should be," Anthony replied hesitantly. His photoelectric theory was derived from Maxwell's equations. He could think of the fact that light is electromagnetic waves, and Lin, who told him this formula, should also be able to think of it. Although he said so, Anthony was a little unsure in his heart. After all, It was not an easy thing for an authority in magic to take the initiative to admit that his research theory was wrong and give up the glory that was at his fingertips. Just as he was worried, a sharp cry resounded over the manor. Anthony looked up and saw his messenger flying back. "Hurry and take a look." Geoffrey was also very anxious. As soon as the guard illegal landed, he hurriedly asked Anthony to check the letter. Anthony's movements were also not slow. After breaking the warning magic arranged on it, he opened the letter. After reading it for a while, his expression gradually changed from solemn to relaxed. "How is it?" Geoffrey asked. "It's settled." Anthony's words calmed Geoffrey's restless heart, and then he handed the letter over without caring. Geoffrey took it and scanned it carefully. After seeing the last sentence, light and electricity do have certain wave properties, a little smile appeared on his face. As for the second half of the sentence, Geoffrey didn't care much. "You can't expect this magic star to take the initiative to admit that his element model is wrong in the letter, right? At least you have to find a way to step down, right?" In fact, it was completely beyond Geoffrey's expectation that Speaker Lin could so straightforwardly agree with the wave theory. I have said before that Speaker Lin is very open-minded. He is not the kind of stubborn person who secretly makes troubles and suppresses those who oppose the theory, Anthony said with a smile. He remembered that the magic star had publicly stated many times that anyone was welcome to refute his magic theory with rigorous experimental results. Geoffrey smiled bitterly. Who can't say polite words? His wave theory has hit a lot of walls in the parliament. Most of the parliamentarians are firm supporters of the particle school. If Anthony hadn't suddenly turned against him, the current situation would only be more difficult. "Master Geoffrey." An apprentice knocked on the door and walked in, interrupting the conversation between the two, and then respectfully reported, "We have just received a notice from the Parliament that this year's academic seminar will be held half a month in advance. It seems that the Parliament can't wait." Anthony raised his eyebrows, but it was right. More than half of the Thunder Wizards had lost the ability to sense electric charge, and the speakers couldn't help but be anxious. Geoffrey nodded slightly. It was time to end this dispute that had lasted for a long time. What wave plague? He thought it should be called particle imbalance disease. 2 weeks passed in a flash. Ever since Anthony, a key figure in particle theory, suddenly switched to wave theory, the public opinion in the entire Magic Kingdom has strangely calmed down. This is naturally because the Parliament has strengthened the newspaper's speech review system. At least, the verbal battles like before can no longer be published openly in major newspapers. If you want to publish arguments about optics and electricity, you must have rigorous logical deduction or experimental demonstration. As a result, even the sales of newspapers have decreased a lot, causing the editors of major newspapers to sigh. However, this calmness is obviously only on the surface, and the dispute in secret is still continuing. But the two major schools of thought are accumulating strength, preparing to completely refute the opponent at this year's academic seminar. Amid such undercurrents, September quietly arrived, and tens of thousands of wizards from the entire continent rushed to the royal capital, ready to participate in the most grand academic event in history. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Gravity Perpetual Motion Machine and Optical Photography. In September, the cool autumn breeze blew away the scorching summer heat. After several months of war, the eastern, central and southern regions of the entire empire have been completely occupied. According to the most optimistic estimate of the Parliament, the war against the empire will be completely over in 2 months at most. At the same time, the railroad tracks were repaired one by one, like a crisscrossing large network, covering every major city in the eastern region. In the future, it will be expanded to the entire empire, which also provides convenience for the holding of this academic seminar. A magic train full of passengers drove out of the unfinished platform with a loud whistle and drove towards the direction of the capital at a very fast speed. The rolling wheels kept rolling over the rails, making a rumbling sound, and the carriages were also shaking faintly, but this novelty was enough to make people ignore these slight discomforts. The middle-aged wizard Sean, who had just taken his seat with his apprentice, saw the dense bushes outside the window quickly disappear from his sight, and couldn't help but sigh. What an amazing alchemical creation! The train under them was more than 70 meters long, and could carry nearly 1,000 people, traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It was said that it only took 9 hours to get from the center of the empire to the capital of the Magic Kingdom. This also included the time spent stopping in other cities along the way, which could only be described as incredible. Teacher, do you think the night in the capital can really be as bright as the day? The apprentice who was sitting next to Sean, who looked only 11 or 12 years old, couldn't help but ask. Before, they had been in the empire, but they had heard a lot about the Magic Kingdom from the caravans. In the stories of those traveling merchants, the capital was almost a paradise on earth, where food was made by magic, and even the civilians wore exquisite clothes. There were all kinds of novel alchemical creations, and people did not travel by carriage, but drove a steel behemoth that would spit out smoke from the back. In comparison, the imperial city they were in was simply a cesspool, and even the holy city before its collapse was no exception. Except for the area, everything else was far inferior. Of course, Sean explained with a smile, I heard that it was the masterpiece of Speaker Lin, the magic star. The powerful power of thunder is bound in a light bulb, and electricity is used to create light. The young apprentice imagined such a scene. In a trance, the sky suddenly darkened, the train drove into a long and dark tunnel. At the speed of this train, it took more than 10 seconds to restore the sky. Such a strong change of light and dark surprised the wizards in the carriage. Sean, who was leaning against the window, curiously looked through the window. Behind him was a huge mountain, its despair peak Despair. Sean quickly recognized it. This is the second tallest mountain in the empire. It got this name because of its steep mountain. This train actually went through the mountain directly. No wonder it suddenly felt dark around. Under Sean's gaze, there was a huge tunnel running through the front and back in the belly of the mountain, which looked quite spectacular. He remembered that the kingdom's musketeers had only fought here 3 months ago. What kind of power could hollow out an entire mountain in such a short time? Hundreds of wizards in the carriage were also discussing. One of the witches, who was dressed gorgeously, said with great pride, the tunnel was created by the Sunfire Cannon, one of the greatest alchemical creations of the current parliament. It only took one shot to blow through the mountain. Sean and the others were all shocked. Blast through the peak of Despair with one shot? What kind of powerful force could do such an exaggerated thing? Many wizards also questioned it, thinking that it must be hearsay and exaggerated. Maybe it was dug out bit by the great wizards using magic. The witch curled her lips and did not continue. What is a peak of Despair? The entire holy city was blown down in the battle between the speakers and the false god. This Sunfire Cannon was originally used to deal with the remaining legions of the empire, but the performance of those nobles was worse than each other. The battle was a mess, and there was no need to use this powerful weapon at all. On the contrary, they encountered a lot of troubles when building the road, especially in the central part of the empire, which was full of mountains and steep cliffs. If they had to take a detour to build the road, it would undoubtedly be time-consuming and laborious. So Speaker Vittorio suddenly had an idea and used the idle Yanyan cannon directly to build the road. One shot could be said to be able to cut through mountains and destroy forests. It was simply too useful. Sean did not have the slightest doubt about the words of the witch, because he heard that the legendary wizards of the kingdom used a powerful magic to create a land of death that spread over more than 10 kilometers, which was obviously more exaggerated. The 9-hour journey was not too far. After the excitement of the first train ride gradually faded, the train had slowly stopped at the platform of the capital. It was already evening. The witch who spoke before got up first and walked out of the train, and the others followed. Sean did not act immediately, but took out the best blue robe from the suitcase and put it on. Then he took a deep breath and stepped out of the train with his assistant and apprentice. Welcome to the Magic Kingdom. A loud and enthusiastic voice rang in everyone's ears. The one who spoke was naturally Theodore, who was responsible for welcoming the train. He was holding a long list in his hand, confirming everyone's name one by one, and then led them to the boarding location. Please go this way, Gentlemen. Sean walked in the crowded crowd, holding his suitcase tightly with one hand. Inside was the research results of his life, which was also the purpose of participating in this academic seminar. The young apprentice beside him was looking around. Everything in this city was new to him. He saw the beautifully decorated train platform, the wide, clean and slightly crowded bustling streets, the strangely shaped and fast-moving alchemical cars shuttling on the road, and the alchemical workshops with billowing smoke. Even the bricks and stones of the train platform under his feet were as smooth as mirrors. Stepping on them made him feel guilty for destroying a work of art. Before the afterglow of the setting sun completely fell, bright rays of light lit up from the tops of the pillars erected on both sides of the street, dispelling the coming darkness in advance. Inside the oval lamp was a filament that was heated to an incandescent color, which vividly demonstrated what it meant to trap lightning in a light bulb. In my ears, soothing singing came from nowhere, and the melodious tune seemed to contain some special rhythm that made people intoxicated. "Who is playing this music?" an alchemist asked curiously, and there was no band playing music nearby. "Haha, this is the wind playing music, a piece of music played by magic," Theodore explained with a smile. "Given that the holy city of the church is filled with loud hymns all day long, this kingdom's capital, as the face of the parliament, certainly cannot fall behind in this regard. It's nothing strange to say. The so-called sound is the sound wave generated by the vibration of an object, combined with Dean Lin's resonance principle. As long as a special harp is placed on the statues throughout the kingdom, and one of them is cast and played, the sound will spontaneously resound in every corner of the capital. And this magic repertoire covering the entire kingdom is naturally the masterpiece of the wave school." While explaining, Theodore led everyone to take a long-prepared alchemy car to the Magic Research Institute. When they arrived together, it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. Sean stepped into the exhibition hall with excitement. It was unexpectedly large here. Rows of seats were arranged in a circular form in the form of stairs. Hundreds of magic lights above their heads illuminated the interior like daylight. They were obviously the last batch to arrive. Tens of thousands of wizards had gathered in the huge exhibition hall, exchanging and discussing their insights and research in various fields of magic. But it was not all so harmonious. Disputes and scolding came one after another. Fortunately, no one dared to take action in this exhibition hall. Sean, who was extremely reserved, had no intention of participating in the discussion. He sat down with his apprentice at a more outer position, listening to the discussion of the wizards around him. This year's academic seminar seemed to be particularly grand. It was no longer hosted by great wizards as in the past. Several legendary speakers were all present, showing how much importance they attached to it. Sean immediately turned his attention to the speaker's seat. This was the first time he saw the true faces of several legendary speakers at the top of magic studies. The figure in the center was particularly conspicuous. Sean knew it should be Speaker Lin En, the magic star whose reputation resounded throughout the empire and made the church tremble with fear. Just as he was thinking, the particularly young speaker looked over, cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, please be quiet." The extremely loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the exhibition hall, with an unquestionable majesty and oppression, and instantly stopped the noise and disputes. In just a second, the huge exhibition hall was left with only the echoes that kept ringing. Lin En was already a judge for the second time, so he was very familiar with the various processes. He briefly said some polite words, welcomed the many wizards who came from afar, and then announced the official start of this magic seminar. Under the gaze of everyone, an old wizard led several apprentices to carry a transparent box into the exhibition hall. Inside the box was a very delicate device. The main body was a huge gear with a diameter of about 3 meters. Each tooth segment was made into a slope shape. 40 movable short rods were installed inside. Each short rod had a 20-kilogram iron ball at one end, which was moving outward along the spokes of the wheel. "This is my research result, a vacuum gravity perpetual motion machine." The old wizard who came on stage proudly introduced his great invention to everyone. Nowadays, there are many power devices in the magic world, such as steam engines and improved versions of internal combustion engines, but without exception, They all consume energy, so he has been thinking about whether he can find a way to output power continuously without adding any fuel. So this perpetual motion machine was born. It uses the gravity of the planet itself and uses an asymmetric frame structure to make the gravity of the objects on both sides of the frame deviate. The heavy side pulls the light side, producing a repetitive mechanical movement. In order to eliminate the influence of external forces as much as possible, he also specifically begged a great wizard to evacuate the elements inside the device so that the instrument can continue to operate. Looking at this strange perpetual motion machine in front of them, the wizards present were also quite interested. Although the power output of this thing is limited now, what if it is magnified 100 times or even 1,000 times? The power generated may be able to supply an entire city. Lin En, who was sitting in the judge's seat, rolled his eyes. Good guy, even a perpetual motion machine has come out. To put it bluntly, this thing is the same as the Foucault pendulum that he used to prove the rotation of the planet. In a vacuum without any interference, the Foucault pendulum can indeed achieve theoretical perpetual motion with the help of gravity, but this perpetual motion machine is obviously far from perfect, and the biggest problem with this thing is that it can't output too much power at all, and its efficiency is far less than that of using water power, wind power and solar energy. If this can also be considered a perpetual motion machine, then wouldn't the water wheel that runs on water flow also be a perpetual motion machine? In a few words, Lin En pointed out the shortcomings of this perpetual motion device one by one. Sean and others also noticed that the speed of this perpetual motion machine was gradually slowing down, and the great wizards roughly estimated that this thing would stop by itself in 2 days at most. Obviously, it is still far from the term perpetual motion. Vittorio, on the other hand, tried to smooth things over, saying that the idea of using the gravity of the planet to provide a constant source of power is very innovative, but this perpetual motion machine does not have much practical value. Under the picking of faults by everyone, the old wizard, who was originally full of confidence, blushed and kept shirking that his perpetual motion machine had great potential, but it just needed to be improved. When he stepped down, his face was full of indignation. Obviously, his great invention was not taken seriously, which made him quite angry. Then Glenn took his new camera and walked to the front of the stage to demonstrate it to everyone. With a burst of flashing lights, under the effect of magic, a black and white extremely clear photo soon appeared in front of everyone. This alchemical instrument that can engrave reality on the painting immediately aroused the interest of many people. When the newspaper published it before, they were amazed at the lifelike pictures on it. Now, after Glenn's explanation, they finally understood the principle. Pinhole imaging? What a good idea, Aurora said with a smile. Many people know about this natural phenomenon. The wizards of the light particle theory regard it as one of the most direct evidences that light travels in a straight line, but Glenn is indeed the first one who can think of using this phenomenon. For this new invention, Lin En and others gave high praise without any prior agreement, and immediately decided to award it a Morning Star Medal to commend its achievements. Chapter 507, Mimic Interference Fringes, Great Victory of Particle Theory. This academic seminar lasted for several hours, with wizards constantly coming on stage to explain their inventions or magic theories. Apart from other things, there were 3 perpetual motion machines alone. It was obvious that wizards were very keen on creating unlimited power. The most reliable one was the magnetic perpetual motion machine, which used dozens of permanent magnets to provide power and was expected to be used for more than 10 years, but this thing was still rejected by Lin En. After all, with these strong magnets, why don't they use them directly to build generators? Wouldn't that be more efficient? However, wizards' brain holes are not always so pits. After more than a year, the results of various magic theories can only be described as a blowout, especially in the fields of mathematical Olympiad, mechanics, elements and electromagnetism. In these few hours, Lin En, and others have already given out 6 Morning Star medals. It should be noted that this is only the first day of the seminar. Sean was the 36th person to take the stage, and he also presented his invention, a mechanical pendulum clock for timing. Nowadays, the timekeeping method used by wizards is still the hourglass method, which is to measure the time based on the time it takes for the quicksand to leak from one container to another. But the difference is that the magic hourglass made by wizards contains a special kind of time sand with magic attached. This thing has two important characteristics. The first is that in the special hourglass, it will fall at a speed of 10 grains of sand per second, and the second is that it is particularly obvious under the unique spiritual perception of wizards. This means that wizards only need to touch the hourglass to know the amount of remaining sand through their mental power, and their calculation power can also distinguish the current time in a very short time. Its accuracy can reach about 0.01 seconds. The mechanical pendulum clock made by Sean uses the isochronism principle of a simple pendulum. The so-called simple pendulum refers to a device that can produce reciprocating swings. Suspending one end of a thin rope on the ceiling and placing a small ball on the other end constitutes a simple pendulum. Then, as long as an initial force is applied to it, under the influence of gravity, the small ball below will begin to swing back and forth. And according to the law he discovered, the time it takes for the ball to swing back and forth is only related to the length of the cycloid, and is not affected by the amplitude of the swing. This stability becomes the basis for measuring time. Sean directly disassembled the entire pendulum clock, pointed to the gears, balance wheel, spring, and hairspring inside, and explained its operating principle in detail. In short, the force of the pendulum drives the gears, and one rotation represents 1 minute. After listening to Sean's description, Lin En understood that this was a relatively basic pendulum clock, probably because it was just developed. Its structure was very simple. After casually pointing out a few areas that needed improvement, Lin En smiled and spoke again. In my opinion, it is better to increase the number of gears inside the dial to 3. Each time the small gear rotates, the middle gear rotates 1/4, and each time the middle gear rotates 1/4, the large gear rotates 1/4. I call them the second wheel, minute wheel, and hour wheel. Sean paused, with a look of surprise on his face. He soon understood the benefits of doing so. In this way, he did not have to calculate how many times the dial rotated. He could see at a glance what time it was. Thank you for your suggestion, Speaker Lin En. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. Sean bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Before, he had heard about how talented this magic star was in magic research in the Empire, but he didn't expect that the other party was such a versatile person. In fact, Speaker Lin En is the most proficient wizard in alchemy in the entire magic world. My title of magic creator has long been unworthy of the name. Vittorio, who was sitting on the judge's seat, said with shame. Lin En, who created airships, fighter planes, magic trains, and steel warships in just a few years, is more worthy of the title of magic creator. The Yanyan cannon he developed is indeed very sharp, but it is just copying others and reproducing, and, atomic breath, with alchemical means. In fact, my alchemy is very ordinary. At best, I have some experience in engineering research. Lin En shook his head and smiled. He knew very well that he just had the advantage of broad knowledge. Even if he didn't remind him, Sean could thoroughly improve it through repeated improvements. Lin En quickly skipped this topic and turned to discuss with her and others whether Sean should be nominated for the Morning Star Medal. This new timekeeping method is very promising. Although its accuracy is not as good as the magic clock, its greatest value is that it does not require magic power, which means that even ordinary civilians can use it. The structure is not complicated and has great popular value. This is a model of using gravitational potential energy, which is much more reliable than those so-called perpetual motion machines. Lin En also nodded. In his opinion, the meaning of this pendulum clock is more profound than its function. It represents the innovation of the timekeeping device. After the research target gradually deepened into the microscopic field, the magic hourglass with an accuracy of only 0.1 second seemed to be insufficient. It must be accurate to 1/1000th of a second or even 1/10,000th of a second. The wizard named Sean in front of him might be a good developer of a new timer. In view of this, Lin En did not hesitate to reward him and directly awarded him a Morning Star Medal. Sean stood there flattered, watching the magic star put the medal on him personally, his face flushed with excitement. He had never enjoyed such a respectful treatment. After bowing again to express his gratitude, Sean sat down again in the envy of everyone, and several wizards beside him took the initiative to talk to him enthusiastically. Then the next one is Master Sanchez's light particle scattering experiment. Prue glanced at the list in his hand and read it out. Hearing this, the wizards present were all shocked. They understood that this was the focus of this academic seminar. The dispute between the light particle and wave theory has been going on for several months, and this is not just a simple theoretical dispute. It is about the ownership of a corona medal, and no one can give up. Under the attention of the crowd, Sanchez stood up and walked to the booth. He bowed to the speakers and then expounded his light particle theory. This is the same as the papers published in the Magic Daily before. The fundamental argument is that light is composed of particles, and the number is extremely large. Even in a beam with a diameter of 0.1 millimeters, there are hundreds of millions of light particles. As he spoke, Sanchez raised his right hand and created a reddish translucent magic ball in his palm. A large number of mimetic elements inside were constantly surging to simulate the existence of photoelectrons. At this moment, a wizard who supported the wave theory suddenly sneered and interrupted Sanchez's words. "Wait, Master Sanchez, you just said that light is electricity, and electricity is light, and even believed that electricity is made up of even smaller light particles. But a lit candle can also continue to emit light. Does this mean that candles can continue to generate electricity?" A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the huge conference room. Candles naturally cannot be used to generate electricity. But some people did not laugh, and Sanchez certainly did not laugh either. Instead, he sighed helplessly. "I wonder if you are a wizard from the kingdom or the empire?" "I come from the Iron City of Celta," the wizard said with an unchanging expression. Celta is an important city located in the eastern part of the kingdom. It was recovered relatively late and had been under the rule of the great nobles before. It is in the middle and lower levels in the implicit division of wizard groups. Although everyone is a wizard, the prejudice between them still exists. For example, wizards born in the land of wizards look down on wizards born in the kingdom, thinking that they are all barbarians who have not received systematic magic education, while wizards in the kingdom look down on wizards in the empire. Even if the parliament is deliberately eliminating regional differences, such contradictions are still inevitable. Sanchez also realized that his words might cause some misunderstandings, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "In short, I suggest you buy a copy of Master Aird's book, The Nature of Flame, and take a good look at Speaker Lin's, on the internal structure of elements, electron orbital model, so as not to ask such stupid questions again." What is fire? It is an oxidation reaction carried out during the combustion of matter. If the temperature is high enough, it is a ball of high-temperature plasma, and electrons exist inside every element. I think every one of you should know this common sense. Sanchez looked at the wizard with disdain. Let alone candles. Theoretically, if the temperature is high enough, all substances can be ionized. Hearing these words, the wizards who were just laughing were all embarrassed, and the wizard who spoke was speechless. After explaining, Sanchez ignored these ignorant people and continued to talk about his particle theory, using the pinhole imaging that Glenn had just demonstrated as a basis. With the efforts of the apprentices, a simple experimental table was quickly built. There were only 3 things on it. On the left was a candle, in the middle was a partition with a small hole, and on the right was a stone wall. Sanchez lit the candle, and a candle flame-shaped light spot immediately appeared on the opposite stone wall, but it was upside down. We can imagine that the light emitted by the candle flame is composed of countless light spots. Since the diameter of the flame is larger than the hole, the light spots emitted from the upper part of the candle flame will pass through the small hole in a straight line and will shine on the bottom of the wall, while the light emitted from the lower part of the candle flame will shine on the top of the stone wall. All the light spots combined together form an inverted candle flame. If light is a wave, then it cannot show such an inverted, clear image with completely opposite appearance and size. Sanchez said loudly, "So there is no doubt that light is a particle that propagates in a straight line." Sanchez's voice continued to echo in the exhibition hall, and the wizards present looked at the conspicuous candle shadows on the stone wall and talked about it. Then how do you explain the interference and diffraction of light? Jeffrey, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't help but speak, and the question was the dead end of the particle school. This is exactly the experiment I am going to do next. Sanchez showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Everything will be clear with a simple simulation. Sanchez directly asked people to remove the candles and replace the middle baffle with a double-slit one, and then created another element group with blue light in his left hand. Now I assume that they are photoelectrons. Sanchez held two element groups, one red and one blue, and under the gaze of everyone, he shot them at the two gaps in the baffle. After the two groups of particle elements hit the holes with a smaller diameter, the protective film on the outside burst directly, and the magic mimicry elements inside began to spread in all directions. Since there were two explosion sources at the same time and they were very close to each other, many scattered red and blue elements soon collided with each other and merged together, and the power became even stronger. The wizards in the front row stood up from their seats suddenly, staring at the stone wall. The red and green mimic elements hit the wall, leaving eye-catching pits. About 3 seconds later, the results came out. The landing points of the scattered elements were concentrated in several areas, forming 9 stripes formed by the impact pits. There are no pits in the middle of these stripes, but the number is relatively small. Interference stripes. These are interference stripes, Sean shouted in astonishment. More and more people reacted. If these pits are compared to scattered light particles, the places where the pits are dense are the brightest areas of light, and the rest are relatively dark. In other words, even if light is a particle beam, light interference and diffraction may occur. Realizing this, the wizards who support the light particle theory were all excited. Sanchez's experiment undoubtedly eliminated the biggest obstacle to particle theory. For a while, cheers and applause resounded in the exhibition hall. The great wizard dared read out the result directly, shouting loudly, "This is the victory of particle theory." Sanchez turned his eyes to Jeffrey and Anthony with a smug look. "I have to say, this explanation is very clever, Sanchez." Anthony couldn't help but sigh. He had seen the photoelectron explosion theory proposed by Sanchez, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually come up with this experiment, although it was just an experimental result of a mimic photon. "I'm sorry that you gave up the right path, Anthony," Sanchez said with a chuckle. "It's not too late to repent now." Anthony shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity that this theory is wrong." Seeing that Anthony was still stubborn, Sanchez frowned in dissatisfaction, but before he could reply, Anthony spoke again and said decisively, "Because I have found the essence of light. It is actually an electromagnetic wave." Chapter 508. Before entering the quantum realm, please throw away the common sense in your mind. Anthony's words made the particle school wizards who were celebrating their victory pause. "Master Anthony, are you sure?" A wizard who supported the wave theory stood up excitedly, and then hesitated. "But, how is this possible?" Obviously, even he himself was not sure about this statement. What is electromagnetic wave? It is a wave phenomenon caused by the alternating changes of electric field and magnetic field. The communication system of the entire kingdom relies on electromagnetic waves, so wizards who are proficient in electricity are not unfamiliar with it. That's why they find it unbelievable. If, according to Anthony, light is an electromagnetic wave, then when they communicate, there should be an extremely obvious light wave. To be precise, light is an electromagnetic wave in a specific frequency band. Anthony raised his voice a little, suppressed the chaotic doubts on the field, and then explained, "And electromagnetic waves of other frequencies cannot be received by our eyes, so they can't be seen." "Do you mean that light waves are like sound waves?" Prue thought about it and quickly understood the potential meaning of Anthony's words. "Because there is something similar and familiar to them, that is, the sound waves generated by the vibration of objects. Due to the limitations of the human ear, it can only hear sound waves with a frequency of about 20 to 20,000 Hz. Once it exceeds or falls below this frequency, it cannot be heard. As for this Hertz, it refers to the measurement of the number of repetitions of periodic changes per second. It is described in detail in Lin En's The Secret of Sound, Resonance Principle. It is said to be named after a scholar who has passed away in the secret society who studied sound waves. Not bad. Anthony nodded. "According to my experiment, The frequency of visible light is about 400 to 700 Hz. That is to say, we can completely create light by releasing electromagnetic waves, just like this. Anthony raised his hand, and the electric field and magnetic field alternated, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from his fingertips. Light, it's really light. The wizards of the particle school looked at this scene in horror, and their faces were pale, because it meant that Anthony was not lying, and light was indeed electromagnetic waves. Sanchez and Arad's faces were also full of disbelief. Lin En was very interested in Anthony's method of rapidly alternating the emission of beams with electromagnetic fields. This meant that many steps could be saved when using laser magic in the future, thus greatly increasing the speed of light magic. This was also the necessity of developing magic. He only needed to point out a direction, and there would always be powerful people who could bring it out of the old and bring it out of the old. Otherwise, if he wanted to turn all the scientific research theories into magic and tap their potential, he would be exhausted. I think the speaker should be able to come to a conclusion now, right? Jeffrey said with a smile. Anthony's research was undoubtedly the most direct evidence of the light wave theory. Even Sanchez could not change the fact that light was an electromagnetic wave. The only thing that made Jeffrey a little regretful was that there was only one corona medal, but it had to be shared by the two of them. Maybe it would be disassembled into several silver moon medals. In this way, he would miss the highest honor in the magic world. Wait, speakers, I have another question. Just as Jeffrey was thinking, Arad suddenly stood up and interrupted. If light is a wave, how do we explain its particle nature? Jeffrey replied impatiently. These are just some side issues. The facts are right in front of us. You can't deny that light is an electromagnetic wave, right? As for the mystery of light waves, it is definitely not something that can be thoroughly explored in a few months. As long as we study it along the right path, these problems will not be problems one day. Trev, who was sitting in the judge's seat, also nodded. Now we have to figure out the essence of light and solve the casting obstacles of the lightning wizards. It won't be too late to study it slowly later. However, Arad was relentless. Even if light is an electromagnetic wave, how can you prove that electromagnetic waves are not composed of particles? You know, the transmission of any wave requires a medium, but electromagnetic waves do not. I have long suspected that it is not a real wave, but a particle. Arad's imagination directly confused Anthony. Electromagnetic waves are particles? What a joke. This thing is actually transmitted in the form of waves. However, this explanation also regrouped the wizards who believed in light particles. After all, particle theory can explain the phenomenon of light interference and diffraction. But Sanchez and Anthony could not explain the principle of using light wave theory to explain pinhole imaging. So maybe this electromagnetic wave ... it is also a particle. The large exhibition hall that accommodated tens of thousands of people soon became noisy, and arguments and discussions continued. Trev, Aurora and Vittorio in the judge's seat all frowned. When Anthony proposed that light is an electromagnetic wave, they all thought that the dispute had come to an end. As a result, Arad suddenly spoke up, which made several people hesitate again. If there is no other more powerful evidence to prove that light is a particle, then I think Master Jeffrey and Master Anthony's wave theory is more in line with the nature of light. Trev said in a deep voice. As a master of force field magic, he naturally prefers the wave theory. After all, there are many similarities between the two. Maybe, just like when they cast force field magic, space is the medium of electromagnetic waves. Vittorio nodded, and also thought that the wave theory was more feasible. Aurora on the side rejected it. We can't draw conclusions so easily. Many properties of light are still under discussion. Obviously, she supported the light particle theory. After several speakers expressed their opinions, everyone present looked at Lin. As the originator of the law of free fall, universal gravitation, and the element orbit model, the authority of this magic star in magic research is unquestionable. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Lin looked at Anthony and spoke slowly. Your research is very correct. Light is a kind of electromagnetic wave. As soon as these words came out, all the wizards who believed in light waves showed smug smiles on their faces. It seems that Speaker Lin is more supportive of their light wave theory. Sanchez, Arad and others looked very ugly. with Vittorio and Lin endorsing the light wave theory. I am afraid that after this seminar, the light particle theory will be thrown into the garbage dump. This is exactly what you derived from your Maxwell equations. Anthony smiled slightly. Jeffrey was not surprised at all, because he had read Lin's reply to Anthony before, and he knew the attitude of the magic star very well. But what was unexpected to the two was that Lin suddenly turned to Sanchez again after he finished speaking, and said with appreciation, "Your argument is also very good. Just like light does have some properties of particles, and the speculation that electromagnetic waves are particles is also very bold." After hearing this, Sanchez, who was sighing, suddenly raised his head and looked at the magic star in disbelief. The smile on Anthony's face paused, and he was a little confused as to why Speaker Lin suddenly agreed with Sanchez's point of view. Could it be that the other party felt that there were still some loopholes in the light wave theory, so he planned to delay for a while before drawing a conclusion? Rev also thought of this, raised his tone a few degrees, and reminded him, "Speaker Lin, now, spellcasting obstacles are spreading throughout the kingdom, and it would be best if we could come to a conclusion on the nature of light at this seminar." "No, I think you misunderstood me, Speaker of." Lin shook his head, looked at the wizards in the exhibition hall, and said with a smile, "I mean, is there a possibility that light is both a particle and a wave?" Lin's voice was not loud, but it was very accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone present. But everyone who heard this couldn't help but wonder if they had heard it wrong. "Light is both a particle and a wave. Please forgive my intrusion, can you explain what this means?" Jeffrey frowned and said in great confusion, "Is it like a rope, which looks continuous on the surface, but is actually made up of elements?" Arad said with a brainwave. Sanchez nodded. This sounded reasonable, and his photoelectron burst theory perfectly corresponded to the words of the magic star just now. Most importantly, this means that particle theory is the real core, and waves are composed of a large number of scattered particles. However, Lin rejected Arad's idea in a calm tone. "I mean that light has both particle and wave properties, just like what we saw in the experiment just now." "Both particles and waves? This is impossible, and it is not in line with common sense." Jeffrey couldn't help but say, "Some wizards from the Empire were extremely disappointed with this famous magic star." When it was Lin's turn to speak, they were all looking forward to the other party's amazing arguments to end the wave-particle dispute that lasted for several months. As a result, it seems amazing now, but his arguments are simply illogical and can only be described as weird. Waves are waves, particles are particles, and the two exist in completely different forms. For example, they release a high-frequency shock wave that can cut a wall in half, and a particle that hits at high speed can only open a large hole in the wall. For example, a wave can pass through several gaps at the same time, and even split more microwaves. But can a particle do it? Of course it's impossible. Lin En was not angry because of the doubts of the crowd. He raised his voice slightly and suppressed the discussion of the crowd. "Master Jeffrey, what do you think common sense is?" "Common sense is naturally in line with logic and the common sense of all of us." Jeffrey frowned. "Yes, to put it bluntly, it is just the experience summarized from our previous cognition." Lin En nodded and continued, "But this may not be correct. For example, before we measured the circumference of the planet and used the pendulum experiment to confirm the planet theory, everyone thought that the planet under our feet was actually a flat continent, right?" Jeffrey was choked for a moment. "Not to mention a few years ago, until now, many people do not believe that the continent under their feet is a sphere, because this is completely beyond their cognition." Arad on the side refuted and said, "But this time is different. Yours is not just as simple as not conforming to common sense, it is not even logical." "This is the crux of the problem." Lin En nodded, agreeing with Arad's words, but he spoke again the next moment, "Because the microscopic world cannot be argued with common sense." Recently, I have also been studying these microscopic particle phenomena and discovered some laws. According to my research, not only light, but also microscopic elements such as electrons and protons have similar wave phenomena. I gave them a new name, called quantum. Yes, you can understand it as a particle with wave characteristics." Lin said decisively, The wizards present, including the speaker all looked incredulous. "Can we see your research manuscript?" Anthony said eagerly. He believed that Lin would never shoot without purpose, and it was even more impossible for him to destroy his reputation on such an important occasion. But this theory is too incredible. He needs to see more rigorous experimental demonstration, not just a few words. "No problem," Lin agreed without hesitation, and then clicked his fingers, and the neatly stacked pages on the table flew out one by one and fell into the hands of every wizard in the exhibition hall. Anthony also got a copy. At first, he thought it was a research manuscript, but after a few glances, he was surprised to find that it was not what he thought. "What is this, a disclaimer?" Aurora looked at Lin En in surprise and asked, "I am a little worried that publishing these microscopic phenomena will lead to more serious consequences than spellcasting obstacles, so I have this disclaimer. You can choose whether to listen to my quantum theory." Lin En said concisely. "Is it necessary to be so exaggerated?" Herb's face twitched. "The consequences are even more terrifying than spellcasting obstacles." The wizards present were in an uproar. Some thought that this magic star was pretending to be mysterious, and some were uneasy. The previous debate on the nature of light had caused many people to lose the ability to cast photoelectric spells. "Anyway, I will use experiments to prove the wave and particle properties of quantum at tomorrow's academic seminar. Anyone who wants to come can sign their name in the disclaimer." Lin En shrugged and announced that today's academic seminar was over. He then ignored the wizards who were still confused and left the venue. His experimental device was still missing the last piece of the puzzle, which was how to emit a single photon or electron and make it move in a specific direction. This was the biggest difficulty of the experiment and an especially important part. Chapter 509, The Terrifying Double-Slit Interference Experiment. After Lin announced the end of the seminar, the wizards who walked out of the exhibition hall still could not recover from the dispute between light wave and light particle theory. "Do you really think that wave and particle can exist at the same time? This is simply nonsense. How can something be both continuous and dispersed?" This is from the mouth of Speaker Lin of the Magic Star. "If there is no absolute certainty, who would destroy their reputation in a seminar with tens of thousands of people?" Raphael interrupted the argument. He had great trust in the research of the Magic Star. "Even if it is the Magic Star, so what? Does it mean that there will be no mistakes if it is so famous?" A great wizard from the Empire sneered and said that as long as one is a person, there will be negligence. It has only been more than a year since the establishment of optics, and no one dares to say that he can fully understand it. Compared with the arguments between ordinary wizards, Anthony looked at the disclaimer in his hand for a long time without saying a word. The content above is very brief, which means that those who sign the agreement will voluntarily bear all the consequences of listening to quantum theory. But the meaning behind it is chilling. "Teacher, should we sign or not?" Fulla asked hesitantly, with a worried look on her face. She did not have the firm belief of Anthony, so she had long lost the ability to sense electric charge. She had a deep understanding of spellcasting obstacles, and she could not help but have some intention of retreating in her heart. "Sign, of course I have to sign," Anthony said without hesitation. He believed that his research was absolutely correct. Light is a wave, and it is an electromagnetic wave. Anthony's fingertips lit up a touch of magic fluorescence, and he signed the disclaimer with it as ink, and then handed it to Fulla, asking her to give it to Lin En. "Yes, teacher." Fulla saw that Anthony had made up his mind, so he didn't say anything more, signed his own disclaimer, and then returned to the exhibition hall with two statements. After Fulla left, Anthony closed his eyes. After about 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked much more relaxed. He could still use lightning magic, which was good, very good. On the other hand, Fulla, who came to meet Speaker Lin, hit a wall because there were too many people who wanted to find this magic star. There were Raphael and others who had good connections and came to discuss the photoelectric theory. There were also some wizards who prepared generous gifts and planned to establish a relationship with the new speaker. In addition, these wizards who came to submit disclaimers were simply a mess. Lin, who was worrying about how to launch a single particle, certainly would not spend his time and energy here at this time. He closed the door in the name of making experimental equipment. Even the requests of several speakers were no exception. Lin directly gave them a few research manuscripts to get rid of them. Microscopic and macroscopic are completely two sets of theories. It is not only time-consuming and laborious to explain them one by one, but the other party may not understand them. It is better to wait until tomorrow's academic seminar to explain them together, so as not to repeat the explanation several times. Johnny and Alok stood guard at the door, apologetically informing everyone who wanted to see that Speaker Lin was preparing for tomorrow's seminar and accepted the disclaimer they brought. The efforts of the two also allowed Lin, who was in the room, to relax and start thinking about how to launch particles. At first, his goal was to use alchemy to replicate the Federation's microparticle extractor, but it took him half a month to find that the thing was too difficult, even if he could now achieve atomic-level control. But it's normal to think about it. In addition to using a strong magnetic field, this thing also uses quantum technology. So Lin can only consider some relatively ancient methods such as thermal field emission electron guns. The night passed in a flash, but this night was not peaceful, and not many people could sleep well. Fortunately, as a wizard, staying up late is nothing. Sometimes it is normal to work hard for a few days to study a spell. Almost the next morning, the exhibition hall was full of people. Anthony had also arrived. He scanned the rows of large exhibition halls. Only about 30% of the seats were empty. It seemed that not many people were scared off by the disclaimer. But it was true. The debate about the nature of light would be settled today. As long as there were wizards who still wanted to learn, they would never miss this opportunity. Anthony was very disdainful of those who retreated. They had lost their faith in seeking the truth. I am afraid that their path to magic had come to an end. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, several speakers had already arrived. Lin was no exception. He also asked Alok and others to carry out his experimental device. "Isn't that my double-slit interference experiment?" Jeffrey said in surprise. Anthony and others also recognized it. After all, the two were too similar. Both had a launch device on the left, a partition in the middle, and a photosensitive screen on the right. Under the discussion of everyone, Lin also nodded. "Yes, this is the double-slit interference experiment. To be precise, I have made some modifications to it. The device on the left, I call it a thermal field emission electron gun. It consists of 5 parts: filament, cathode, grid, anode, and deflection coil." Lin En waved his hand and cut the shell apart with great precision, but did not damage the internal structure at all. Then he explained to everyone its operating principle. The so-called filament is not the hair of the fire lion, but a tungsten wire. When it is powered on, it will convert electrical energy into heat energy and heat the cathode, thereby releasing and emitting a large number of electrons. These electrons will be blocked by the grid. By adjusting its relative position with the cathode, the amount of electron beam passing through can be controlled. Finally, it will be accelerated under the electric field generated by the anode, and the deflection coil will adjust the direction, and finally the electrons will be emitted one by one. Lin En's explanation was very professional. Many of the terms made the wizards present confused. Fortunately, they all understood the last part. This magic star found a way to emit a single electron and was ready to use it to conduct experiments. But shouldn't it be photons? A young witch whispered. The voice was very soft, but all the wizards present were very clear-headed. Lin En rolled his eyes. It was more troublesome to emit a single photon than an electron. "It's okay, it's all the same," Lin En said with a smile. As microscopic particles, they all have quantum phenomena. After Lin En explained, he said no more. He looked at everyone and spoke again. "My experiment is very simple. It is to use an electron gun to shoot electrons into the double slits one by one, and then observe its distribution image through the special fluorescent screen at the back. What do you think will happen if the particles pass through the double slits one by one?" Lin En suddenly asked. The wizards present pondered for a while and soon came to a conclusion. Glenn was the first to say it. "It should be like pinhole imaging, with a corresponding image projected behind." "Then let's give it a try." Lin did not agree or reject Glenn's words, and directly activated the thermal field emission electron gun. Under the attention of everyone, The tungsten filament lit up due to the heat. In the invisible microscopic field, one after another accelerated electrons hit the front at a very fast speed. Because the hole is very small, it is not easy to pass through, so most of these electrons hit the partition. After waiting for about 5 seconds, Prv said solemnly, "It passed." Arad and others widened their eyes and stared at the photosensitive screen behind the partition, and then they realized that a tiny dot suddenly lit up on it. This means that Lin's thermal field emission electron gun successfully hit a single electron on the special photosensitive screen behind. As time went by, the number of light spots on the photosensitive screen became more and more numerous and denser. However, it was not the reflection of two slits as they imagined. The light spots were roughly distributed in 9 strips. Although there were light spots in other areas, the number was very small. Is this interference fringes? Anthony looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face. The other wizards also felt incredible. Even the several great wizards in the front row could not help but move closer to confirm that this was not an illusion and that there was nothing wrong with their eyes. Strange, why is this happening? Vittorio frowned and muttered to himself, "Ha ha ha, light particles are right, my light particle theory is right." Sanchez shouted excitedly, which showed that particles can also produce waves. "Idiot!" Anthony interrupted Sanchez's words directly. "If the electrons really pass through the holes one by one, then what affects their trajectory?" Sanchez's laughter stopped abruptly, and he obviously realized this. His previous particle scattering experiment was successful because of the advantage of quantity. By letting the particles in the two exploding element groups collide with each other, he simulated a wave-like path. The situation now is different. The electrons pass through the gaps one by one. Normally, they will not be disturbed. However, the fact is that these electrons deviate from their original direction. It's like there is a mysterious force that makes these electrons fall on these fixed points in the path of waves. Sanchez felt a chill behind him. What is affecting these microscopic particles? Could it be that there is something wrong with the electron gun? In fact, it is not just one electron that is fired at a time, but many. A great wizard suddenly thought of this, but under the gaze of a group of wizards, his voice became smaller and smaller, and then it was directly interrupted. After all, this is an experiment to question the magic star in person. However, it seems to be a way of explanation to people quickly. Suppose that many electrons pass through the holes, and then they affect each other. Although such speculation is outrageous, and it cannot explain why only light spots light up one by one on the photosensitive screen, and why the electrons happen to be on the same path as the wave trajectory, it is a barely acceptable explanation. Since everyone has doubts, why don't you all enter the magic network and I take you to have a look in person? Lin En said with a smile, and then announced the spell he had recently developed to connect to the magic network. This is a very simple psychic magic, which is not difficult. As long as you are at the level of a formal wizard, you can use it. In just a few minutes, the wizards in the exhibition hall have mastered this magic. The reminder sound of the intelligent brain resounded in his mind, and more people were connecting to the magic network. Even though most wizards had just connected to the magic network and could mobilize very little computing power, they could not withstand the large number of people, and still supported Lin En. The level of mental power also increased from 7 to 8. His soul strength could not keep up with the rapid growth of computing power. Lin spent more than 10 seconds to adapt, and then he expanded his domain, covering the entire exhibition hall. Under the connection of the magic net, all the wizards present temporarily gained the ability to sense the electromagnetic field. At the same time, within 1/10 of a second, the thermal field emission electron gun fired another electron. Glenn, who was watching the experiment closely in the front row, instantly sensed the disturbance of the electromagnetic field. This disturbance was very small, but under the huge computing power provided by the magic net, it was extremely clear. This electron was very lucky to pass through the gap on the right and hit the photosensitive screen. A tiny spot of light also lit up at the corresponding position of the screen. Really? There is really only one electron? Anthony was extremely confused. Although they did not really see or sense the electron itself, They observed the approximate trajectory through the disturbance caused by this thing. The particles did propagate in a straight line, and the light spot on the photosensitive screen at the back was also solid evidence. But why did those weird interference fringes similar to those caused by waves appear? The wizards, who were as puzzled as Anthony, were all very alert. They wanted to see with their own eyes what exactly affected the trajectory of the electrons. The thermal field emission electron gun kept firing, under the close watch of Anthony and others. Every lucky electron passed through one of the gaps truthfully, and the path did not change at all. What about the deflection? If it goes on like this, how are the light spots similar to interference fringes formed? Anthony's expression became more and more confused. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the exhibition hall. Look, the photosensitive screen. The photosensitive screen has changed. Anthony's pupils shrank, and he noticed that at some point, the pattern on the screen had gradually changed from 9 stripes to 2. Seeing this scene, even Vittorio and Aurora could not sit still. 6 eyes stared at the changing photosensitive screen, and then turned to Lin, who was still sitting quietly in the judge's seat. Lin shrugged and said very calmly, "As you can see, my electron launcher is right there, and no one has touched it." Chapter 510. Your probability theory is a blasphemy against magic. Lin En's explanation was very concise. But the wizards present were skeptical, because the experiment in front of them could only be described as weird, and all the changes happened after Lin En unfolded his domain. Even Raphael and others who trusted the magic star couldn't help but have a doubt in their hearts. Could it be that the other party secretly made a move, thus changing the results of the experiment? Although no one said this idea, Lin En could see it from the expressions of the crowd, and said generously again, "The controller of the magic network can only be me, but it doesn't matter who casts the domain." The moment the voice fell, Lin En withdrew his domain. He knew that if he didn't let these people try it once, no one would be willing to believe that such a counterintuitive phenomenon would really exist. At the moment the domain disappeared, the wizards in the exhibition hall also broke free from their strong perception of the electromagnetic field. But no one was in a hurry to cast the domain, but looked at the experimental field at the same time. The fluorescent screen changed again. The 2 stripes formed by the light spots gradually dissipated, and 9 interference stripes appeared like zebra crossings. That mysterious interference has started again. Sanchez felt like a ghost was coming out of his head, and he was not feeling well. The particles were being transmitted in the path of waves. This weird feeling that was completely out of common sense was simply numbing. "Let me try it." Trub's face was extremely solemn. He was the first to activate the domain, and then Lin En connected the perceptions of everyone in the magic network. The trajectory of the electron became regular again. It was like a normal particle that was accelerated by force, and it honestly passed through the gap and fell on the photosensitive screen at the back. But this normality became abnormal in the eyes of everyone. Trub's domain stopped after 1 minute, and he fell into deep thought. Then Vittorio and Aurora also tried it. "It's my turn this time." "I don't believe it." "Let me try it too." The great wizards at the meeting also experimented after the speakers, but the electron seemed to be playing a weird game of hide-and-seek with them, and the photosensitive screen kept changing. Could it be the influence of the domain? Arad couldn't help but say. He suspected that there might be something in the void that could affect the trajectory of particles, and this power disappeared after they unfolded the domain. No, it's not the domain. In fact, before conducting this experiment, I tried it with other instruments, such as installing electronic detection instruments behind the 2 gaps, and the results did not change at all. Lin En directly rejected Arad's guess. The reason for choosing to unfold the domain was just to make the wizards present see more clearly. "What exactly affects the trajectory of the electrons?" Aurora asked. "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably observation." Lin En responded solemnly. "Observation?" Lin En's answer greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Raphael almost pulled his beard off when he heard this. After a while, he couldn't believe it and confirmed it. "You mean, because we were observing the electron just now, it followed the trajectory of the particle honestly? If we don't observe it, it will suddenly become a wave." "No, to be precise, when it is not observed, It has both wave and particle characteristics. Lin En corrected Raphael's words. I call it the quantum wave-particle duality. It's really ridiculous. How can something be both a particle and a wave? A great wizard interrupted angrily, which was clearly an insult to his IQ. The wizards in the exhibition hall also found it difficult to understand this so-called wave-particle duality. They simply couldn't imagine such an existence with their brains. This kind of wave is not the mechanical wave you understand. I call it a probability wave. Lin En explained. The so-called probability wave refers to the probability that a microscopic element may appear at a certain point in space at a certain moment. For example, when an electron passes through a gap, it may fall on any position of the photosensitive screen, but the probability of falling in the interference fringe area is relatively higher. However, this is without observation. Once the field is expanded and the position of the electron at this moment is confirmed, the electron will then move along the determined trajectory and fall on the only fixed point. That's really. Sanchez's face kept twitching under Lin's explanation. He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a long time, and finally could only squeeze out a few words from his teeth. It's incredible. The probability wave that Lin proposed is even more bizarre than the wave-particle duality. It's like telling you that there is an animal whose form will switch back and forth between many species such as fish, horses, donkeys, eagles, etc., and has all their characteristics. It can fly when it needs to go up to the sky, and it can swim when it needs to go to the sea. But as long as you look at it, the form of this thing will be fixed. Those who can run will not fly, and those who can fly will drown directly in the water. This is even more bizarre than the story. No, it can only be described as outrageous. Excuse me, Speaker Lin. I cannot agree with your probability theory. The laws of operation of this world must have clear rules, but we just haven't found them. Jeffrey stood up excitedly, and his tone, which was originally a little suppressed, soon became louder and louder, and finally he almost roared. There is nothing in this world that relies on probability. From the movement of small objects to the movement of celestial bodies, they are all carried out according to specific laws, without exception. This is almost the bottom logic of magic. After all, the source of wizards' power is to observe, summarize, and replicate this law, and reproduce it with magical mimicry. For example, in the past, they used magic to attack the enemy. As long as they confirmed the distance, direction, and speed of the enemy, they could calculate the trajectory of the attack with excellent computing power, so that they could hit 100%. Now according to Lin, the microscopic particles that make up the bottom of the world actually rely on probability to determine their positions. Without observation, whether the enemy survives and where they can hit is completely unknown. Jeffrey simply cannot accept this weird argument. The wizards present had similar ideas. This was not just a simple matter of uncovering the foundation of magic, but a blasphemy against magic. No, you are wrong. Of course there are things in this world that rely on probability, and there are many. Lin En took out a gold coin from his arms and threw it up. For example, if we throw a gold coin in the air without any tricks or magic interference, it has a nearly 50% chance of facing up on the front or back side. But no matter what, before it falls completely and is observed by us, everything is possible. The thrown gold coin kept spinning in the air, attracting the attention of all the wizards. At the moment it fell, Lin En suddenly put his palms together and wrapped the falling gold coin in the middle, blocking everyone's sight. Can you guess which side of the gold coin is facing up now? Lin En asked with a smile. Tens of thousands of official wizards in the exhibition hall began to think. Is it the front or the back? No, it should be said that both are possible. Of course it's the front, Jeffrey said with great confidence, interrupting everyone's thinking. Although the two sides were hundreds of meters apart just now, with his excellent eyesight, he could clearly see the final trajectory of the gold coin. Are you sure? Lin En asked again. How sure are you? Jeffrey opened his mouth and was about to say that he was 99% sure, but soon thought that this was a trap set by the magic star, so he stiffened his neck and said, as long as you don't move it in any way, I am 100% sure that it is the front. He believed in his eyes and his judgment. However, Lin En shook his head in disappointment and moved his hands away. Of course I didn't move it. but it's a pity that you guessed wrong." "Guessed wrong?" Exclamation mark. Jeffrey looked over in confusion, and the gold coin just fell on the middle of the table, in the tiny gap between the two wooden boards. "I forgot to say just now that there is still a very small probability that it will stand upright." A clear smile appeared at the corner of Lin En's mouth. Jeffrey's eyes widened. He doubted whether the magic star had secretly used some tricks at the last moment, but he couldn't speak, because there was indeed a possibility that the gold coin stood up. Lin En smiled and said nothing, and put the gold coin away. According to his promise, he did not interfere after throwing the gold coin, but this was naturally not because of luck. His luck was not so good. In fact, from the moment the gold coin was thrown, it was destined to fall into the gap, because he chose a force and angle that would fall into the gap from countless possibilities, so its fate was determined from the beginning. He who threw the gold coin was not only an observer, but also a promoter of fate. At this moment, Lin En felt that he seemed to understand something, and his understanding of the quantum field was also a little deeper. Although Lin En used a gold coin to interpret what probability, choice and possibility are, it was obviously not enough to dispel the doubts of the wizards. "This is different. This is different. If everything in the microscopic world is probabilistic and uncertain, then how do they form macroscopic matter? If I don't look at the flowers on the ground, will they disappear?" Sanchez said in great confusion. The other wizards also cited various examples to refute, and the exhibition hall suddenly became noisy. Fortunately, they did not know what idealism and materialism were, otherwise they would have to accuse Lin En of being a very dangerous idealist thought, and they should be criticized. How microscopic matter constitutes relatively stable macroscopic matter is a question worthy of in-depth study. Lin En nodded, and did not explain it in a long speech, because if all the arguments were thrown out in one breath, these wizards would probably find it even more difficult to accept. Lin En just said that these issues will be explained in his new book, The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics, to be released soon. "Everyone, I need to remind you that it is our cognition that needs to conform to the underlying logic of the world, not the logic of the world's operation that needs to conform to our cognition. This is very important," Lin En said decisively. "The macroscopic world is certain and regular, and this certainty also makes it particularly difficult to understand the laws of the microscopic world. The so-called probability waves and probability clouds are incredible and even more contrary to common sense, but it must be said that it is indeed one of the underlying logics of the world. There was once a great scientist, the most outstanding figure in the quantum field, who never believed that this world was probabilistic, but there is no doubt that he was slapped in the face. Whether it is the Federation's in-depth research and multiple innovations on the microscopic world over the past hundreds of years, or many scientific research results on quantum, it can be proved that this world is so bizarre. No, in a sense, it is more bizarre than anyone can imagine. "Okay, Speaker Lin En, let's stop talking about the probability wave for a while and discuss it later." On the judge's bench, Prue suddenly interrupted the debate about the probability wave. It's not that he doesn't want to go into it. In fact, these legendary wizards are the ones who are most affected. Aurora's body on the side was like a wave, shaking constantly, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Although it finally stabilized, her face became very ugly. She lost the ability to transform her energy body. Or, Aurora didn't dare to use this ability, otherwise she would not be able to determine whether her body would disintegrate or turn into a probability group. Vittorio was not much better. The more he thought about it, the easier it was for him to question the nature of magic. Compared to the probability wave, I am more curious about the second question. Prue spoke slowly, his tone trembling slightly. How do electrons know that we are observing them? As soon as this was said, the entire exhibition hall fell into a dead silence. Just now, they were busy arguing about the probability wave, and they did ignore a very critical and more terrifying question. How did the electrons find out that they were observing themselves and thus collapse into a single particle? Arad once thought that it was because of the influence of the magic power in the field, but Lin En had rejected this possibility. Does it mean that the microscopic particles have self-awareness and can perceive their observation, so they changed their form? Thinking of this, Arad couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. An elemental wizard suddenly seemed to have thought of something and shouted in horror. "I know, elemental ghost. This is an elemental ghost." Chapter 511 Observer Effect, Quantum Ghost, Elemental Ghosts. A word that terrifies all those who come from the land of wizards. No one can forget the research accident that was almost equivalent to a catastrophe for elemental wizards more than 10 years ago. It is said that at that time, the element master Arctic and the wizards of his school were studying more microscopic fields, until today, Prue finally realized what his friend saw before he went crazy. They must have touched the quantum field, and it is even possible that they had done a similar double-slit interference experiment before. It is hiding from me, it actually knows that I am observing it. They are ghosts, elemental ghosts. Prue couldn't help but recall the manuscript left by Arctic in his mind, and the content on it was chilling. The other wizards in the exhibition hall fell into horror and panic. Electrons are everywhere, and they are one of the most critical microscopic particles that make up elements. If this thing has consciousness, it will be a terrifying existence. Seeing that everyone started to discuss quantum ghosts, the situation on the field was at risk of getting out of control. Lin En couldn't help but raise his voice a little bit and interrupted everyone's words. "I don't agree with the speculation that microscopic elements have consciousness. At least there is no effective evidence to prove this now. But the results of the experiment just now are already clear. It is our observation that has changed the trajectory of the electron," an old wizard said with a crazy look. "Isn't this exactly what you judged, Speaker Lin?" Sanchez also added in surprise. The wizards in the exhibition hall also quarreled, and some even said that the electrons are afraid of them, so they hide their true form. Lin En was speechless and had to raise his voice a little bit and emphasized, "It's just a probability collapse, just like the gold coin just now. For you, before it was revealed, its state was also unknown, but can you say it has wisdom? This is completely different." The old wizard slapped the table excitedly. "That gold coin, whether we look at it or not, it will be there, and its state will never change. This is the difference between the two. For microscopic particles, observation can only confirm the current position and trajectory. Once the observation stops, the state will become a chaotic probability cloud again. At least, if we don't look at it, we will never be able to confirm its current state." Lin En shrugged and then spoke again. "And I have some preliminary ideas about the collapse of the probability cloud." Prue and others immediately looked over, and the exhibition hall immediately became quiet. Lin En cleared his throat, but he didn't mean to keep it a secret, and spoke directly. "I think observation itself has power. To see an object, we need to use light, and to hear a sound, we must sense vibration. That is to say, we cannot obtain information about something without affecting it at all. This influence may cause the change of the electron state." "What you mean is that it is not necessarily observation that causes the electron to change from a superposition state to a particle state, but other incidental factors," Prue said thoughtfully. "For example, we use magic to observe, so it has an impact on it. It's like a fish in the water is firmly bound by a solid fishing net, unable to stretch its body freely and swim in the lake, and can only struggle helplessly in the net. This explanation is more acceptable." "No, that's not right." Vittorio shook his head. The four of them and the great wizards in the exhibition hall just now were not just observing, but also doing some experiments. The expansion of the field itself will not have any impact on the results of the experiment. The light spots showing interference stripes on the electronic screen are proof. The real change is the moment they start observing, and it is not a specific person. Anyone can observe, and there seems to be no requirement for strength. Whether it is an apprentice, a former wizard, a great wizard or a legendary wizard, Vittorio even suspects that even an ordinary person can cause electrons to change from a wave-particle superposition state to a stable particle state. The power of observation itself. Aurora's brain was a little confused. The weirdness of the quantum field made her a little headache to understand. She could only guess that it might be the power of psychic energy that affected everything. Lin En was also thinking about this problem. In the past, the Federation had already conducted in-depth research on the quantum field and had made a lot of scientific research results, but how to give a more scientific explanation of the observer effect is still a maddening problem. In order to crack it, the researchers of the Federation racked their brains and tried to restore this phenomenon without observation. If it is a magnetic field, then use a strong magnetic field to interfere. If it is gravity, then create a gravitational field. If it is other microscopic elements, then create a particle flow to try to intercept the electron. The result is that these things can indeed affect the trajectory of electrons, but they can only barely reproduce it when they carefully adjust various data. And people only need to take a look at the observation results, even without using their eyes, directly input the results into their brains, and they can also affect the trajectory of electrons. The researchers of the Federation are puzzled, and many people insist on not believing that it is really observation that caused all this. After all, people are just carbon-based organisms, and there is nothing special about being able to mass-produce them using cloning technology. It is hard to imagine that such a thing can have a decisive impact on the mysterious microscopic field. But now the situation seems to be a little different. Souls really exist and can be materialized with the help of magic power, and can even be used as a high-level energy. This has been confirmed without a doubt. Lin En quickly broke free from this complicated thought, looking at the speaker who was still frowning and thinking and the terrified wizards, and spoke again. Electrons exist in any element. If they have wisdom, they will not let us do whatever we want. In contrast, it is more like a law, a new law, different from the law of the macroscopic world. Lin En's words slightly alleviated the fear of the wizards about elemental ghosts. As he said, if electrons have wisdom, they will never be so smooth when casting spells. In short, we need experiments, more experiments. Proof said decisively, only more rigorous experiments can answer all these questions. Whether it is the wave-particle duality proposed by Lin En or the probability theory, further experiments are needed to prove it. Aurora also proposed some experimental ideas. Because the emission and movement trajectory of electrons are not regular, they could not see electrons at a fixed time and point when they observed them before. Is it possible to find a way to suddenly observe the electron just as it passes through the slit, so as to observe how the electron is transmitted in the form of a probability wave? You can also increase the number of slits to 3 or 4 to see if the results of the experiment will change. Vittorio even proposed that an instrument that can detect the trajectory of electrons can be made to record the process of the double-slit experiment without anyone observing, and then check it after that. Listening to the discussion of several people, Lin En's mouth twitched. My goodness, this is going to do a more terrifying delayed choice quantum erase experiment. Lin En opened his mouth and wanted to let them calm down for a while. At least wait until they understand what probability cloud and wave-particle duality are before considering these more profound problems. But after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. Because there must be more people who can think of these experimental methods than Irv and others. He can't stop every wizard from conducting experiments in private. If they are allowed to study on their own, they may come up with some sensational theories. It is better to do research openly. At least I can help explain some weird microscopic phenomena, so as not to lead people into the ditch of magic science. After a period of discussion, Irv and others did not choose to put their ideas into action now, but prepared to go back and study how to conduct the next experiment. They immediately announced that today's academic seminar was over. Glenn and his friends still felt a little dizzy after walking out of the exhibition hall. The double-slit interference experiment improved by Lin completely defeated their previous understanding of the world. In fact, Glenn's situation was relatively good. Many wizards were still muttering when they left the venue. Ghosts. Elemental ghosts actually exist. This world is fake. Magic science does not exist. Magic science does not exist. Teacher, do you really think that this world is determined by probability? Fool said in horror. This is really too strange. Anthony was also a little shaken. According to Lin, all microscopic particles have similar characteristics, and light is no exception. Could it be that electromagnetic waves are actually particles? Or does it really have the characteristics of some particles? After a long while, Anthony came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and answered. As Speaker Lin said, the laws of the world do not necessarily conform to our cognition. but the specifics still need to be proven by personal experiments. Anthony did not deny the test results in the exhibition hall just now, but he did not completely abandon his wave theory. A double-slit interference experiment is not enough to overthrow the cornerstone of magic. Perhaps as they conduct more in-depth research on the microscopic field, there will be many more novel discoveries that can prove that the world is still in line with cognition, but some key factors have been ignored before. There are no fewer people who think like Anthony, Sanchez, Arad and other great wizards who support particle theory want to find evidence to refute probability waves after leaving the seminar. They can never believe that this world is determined by probability, and everything must have rules. On the other side, at the seminar, Lin En was directing Johnny and others to put away the various instruments on the experimental table. He could already imagine what kind of uproar would be caused when the Magic Daily announced the results of this experiment tomorrow. Quantum theory is a subversive challenge to traditional magic concepts, which is bound to have a great impact, so he deliberately made a disclaimer. In any case, this difficulty and ideological obstacle must be overcome, otherwise magic will probably stop here, and they will never be able to defeat the High God. Chairman Lin En, a shout from behind interrupted Lin En's thoughts. Chairman Aurora, do you have any questions that I need to answer? Lin En turned his head and asked with a smile. Of course, there are many questions, but I want to ask about the secret society, Aurora said bluntly. Lin En's expression did not change, and he was not surprised that the other party would ask this. After all, he and others said before that the main body of the secret society was within the empire. Now the army of the Magic Kingdom has occupied more than 70% of the territory of the empire. Even though he had made some preparations before and attracted many talented wizards to join the secret society, to expand the number of people, there is still a substantial problem that has not been solved. That is the whereabouts of the leaders of the secret society, the legendary wizards. In the past, they could use the unclear situation as an excuse to shirk responsibility. Now that they have defeated Ella, it is obviously unreasonable for these people not to show up. In fact, Lin En had already thought of a solution, and it was beyond his expectation that Aurora and others could endure until now to ask. Since it is about the secret society, why not hold a legendary meeting directly and ask in person? Although I am also a member of the secret society, I am not as familiar with the society as Albert and Isaac, Lin En said with a smile. Aurora paused, and then she remembered that she did have the authority to convene a legendary meeting with a secret ring, but she had never used it. Well, why don't we set the meeting time at 12 o'clock tonight? Aurora nodded and said calmly. It was indeed more to her liking to ask in person. In addition to the confusion about the secret society, maybe they could also discuss the various counterintuitive phenomena in the quantum field. You have to know that it has only been a few months since Lin En was promoted to legend. No matter how talented this magic star is, he can't understand the microscopic field so deeply in such a short time, so she guessed that some of Lin En's research data on microscopic particles must come from the secret society. By the way, call her and speak her Vittorio, Lin En reminded him. It has been delayed for so long before, and now it is time to solve it. Chapter 512, The Origin and New Changes of the Secret Society. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the rustling magic clock in the capital turned back 180 degrees, heralding the arrival of a new day. Aurora, who had been prepared for a long time, also activated the secret ring at the same time. With an inexplicable glimmer on the ring, the witch's perspective was immediately divided. In front of her was an endless darkness, vast, and endless, and in the depths of the darkness, countless bright spots were flashing. Aurora understood that each light spot represented a star. Although it was not the first time she came here, Aurora was still amazed at the grandeur of this small universe and the ability to reproduce the movement of the stars so perfectly. The figures of Hervé and Vittorio soon appeared beside her, and Lin En was naturally among them. Just after the few people arrived, in the dark universe, a light spot that was closest suddenly began to expand rapidly. The next moment, an extremely bright light covered everyone's vision. It was a distant star that was destroyed, sprinkling a lot of light and heat into the empty universe. After an unknown amount of time, The powerful radiation began to fade. Aurora had just regained her vision when she saw 4 figures slowly emerging in the void. "Welcome to the outer time," a deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The one who spoke was an old man with messy white hair standing on the right. Aurora naturally remembered that his name was Albert Einstein. "Everyone, it's been a long time since we last met." Rev calmed down and greeted them enthusiastically. Because they had to face the Imperial War, they had been busy with war preparations and the promotion of legends during this period of time. They had not had much free time to hold a legendary meeting. It had been more than a year since they last met. As for the important thing, after truly completing the promotion of legends, Rev had enough confidence to face these leaders of the Secret Law Society. Isaac Newton nodded, and then smiled and said, "I heard from some members of the Secret Law Society that you have defeated the Empire and disintegrated the Church. Great. Ella is not that easy to deal with." Bohr on the side also said with appreciation, "Indeed, the power of that false god is beyond our expectations. If she hadn't suddenly had some problems, I'm afraid the outcome of that battle would be hard to predict," Vittorio said with some fear. Whether it was the projection of the kingdom of God that could restrict their domain, or the ability to control space with a wave of her hand, it was extremely terrifying. At best, they could only barely drive it away. "It's a pity that there were only 4 of us when we attacked the holy city. If there were a few more legends, we might be able to solve the false god once and for all." Aurora looked at the 4 people in front of her and said with regret, with a hint of complaint in her words. Obviously, she had a deep grudge against Bohr, Isaac and other legends of the Secret Law Society. Destroying the Empire and killing the false god would be extremely beneficial to the entire wizard community. That means from now on their spellcasting will no longer be restricted, and they don't need to hide and deal with the pursuit of the Church. So in Aurora's opinion, all capable wizards should contribute to send Ella to hell together. However, these leaders of the Secret Law Society, who were also legends, who were promoted earlier than them and even more powerful, had no intention of taking action at all. You know, they were fighting Ella on the front line. Facing such an enemy, even if they became legends, they might die. It's a pity. Although we are willing to do our part, I'm afraid we can't help much. Madame Curie shook her head and sighed. Hearing this, Rev, Vittorio and Aurora all frowned slightly. "Before, you said that it was not convenient to take action in your current state. Could it be that you have suffered some kind of serious injury?" Vittorio asked bluntly. He wanted to ask this question at the beginning, but Bohr suddenly pointed out their identity as pseudo-legends. He was shocked for a while, so he couldn't go into it further, and only got a vague explanation. Isaac and others were not on this continent. But after becoming a legend and understanding the power of this realm, Vittorio increasingly disagreed with this reason. They had already calculated the circumference of the planet under their feet, which was about 40,000 kilometers. This distance was an astronomical figure for wizards below the legendary level, far beyond the maximum limit of civilian imagination. But legendary wizards can fly at the speed of sound, flying thousands of kilometers in an hour. It takes a day to reach the kingdom from any corner of this planet at full speed. Even if you take into account the rest time in the middle, you can arrive in a few days at most, as long as the other party wants to come. Distance is never a problem, unless... Vittorio suddenly thought of a possibility, and then heard Albert Einstein say, "We have not suffered any trauma, but we can't leave this small universe at all, because what remains here is just a collection of part of our consciousness, magic and knowledge." Einstein's words shocked her and others present. Isaac Newton on the side asked back like a riddle man, "I think you should have some guesses about our identities." Herolf, Aurora and Vittorio looked at each other, and after a moment's silence, he spoke with certainty. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the oldest wizards who experienced the War of Faith hundreds of years ago." This was the only possibility he could think of, because there were too many legends in the secret society, 4 in total, and such power could already pose a substantial threat to the Church, and a conflict between the two sides was inevitable. Moreover, the growth of any legend would inevitably consume a lot of resources, and the possibility of being unknown was very small. So there was only one possibility, that the other party did not rise in the era under the rule of the Church. Combined with Albert Einstein's words, The answer was already very clear. The only time legendary wizards could appear so densely was during the chaotic period before the establishment of the church. Not bad. Isaac Newton nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to speak along with Herolf's words. The six-ring wizard is the limit that humans can reach, but the power of the moon god far exceeds this limit. In order to break through to a higher realm, some wizards obtained many secrets from the remains of the moon god church and created a way to become a god, but they could not solve the problem of the poison of faith. A large number of wizards with great talents have gone crazy and become evil gods who have lost their minds. The only solution is the remains of the moon god, a godhead. Lin En controlled Isaac Newton to talk freely about the history of that period. Most of the information he pieced together from the books he found in the church, and some of it was speculation, but in any case, this period of history has been buried in the years and the church's cleansing. Ella, the only one who knows everything, obviously cannot give them an answer. We did not participate in this dispute, and we also witnessed that crazy period. We do not approve of this way of entering a higher realm, so we gathered many like-minded people, hoping to find a new way to be promoted to legend without relying on faith and soul plundering. Boar answered, "It seems that you have succeeded." Aurora looked at Boar and others in front of her. Under her perception, the few people in front of her were shining like stars, successful, and not successful. Our breakthrough is not perfect, we have not solved the key energy supply problem, so we have many defects. At this point, Boar looked at Herv, Aurora and Vittorio, and continued to speak. Fortunately, you seem to have solved this problem. Herv and others turned their heads to look at Lin En. The energy supply for their promotion to legendary relied on the nuclear fusion furnace that Lin En had created. My nuclear fusion reactor and the promotion method for creating energy and magic bodies are based on your theories and have been extended and developed. Lin En also explained at the right time. The reason why he deliberately created the Secret Law Society was that he knew that his progress in magic research was incredibly fast, even completely contrary to common sense. Although there are omnipotent geniuses in history, such as Newton, Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci, etc., they are good at a wide range of fields and can make extremely amazing achievements in these fields. But genius also has its limits. A complete set of scientific research theory innovations cannot be accomplished by one person. Moreover, not long after he broke through the Great Wizard, he came up with a plan to advance to legendary, solving the problem that the entire wizard land had been studying for hundreds of years without being able to figure out, and he also had a very good understanding of the microscopic field. This was obviously extremely unreasonable. With the Secret Law Society as a cover, the whole process became more acceptable to people by introducing new ideas on the existing basis. While thinking, Lin En controlled Boar to continue speaking. By the time we developed a method to break through the legendary, Ella had already won the godhead and began to clear out all wizards who could threaten her rule, and the society we formed was also targeted. Even if the faith in godhood has various flaws, it is far from comparable to the promotion method we have developed in terms of increasing power. In order to find a way to defeat the opponent and to find a suitable energy source for promotion, we finally chose to enter the other end of the space-time gate, Boar said concisely. This answer was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of Herv and others, but it was normal to think about it carefully. That was the beginning and end of everything, the origin of the moon god. In the absence of a fusion reactor, if there is a place that can obtain enough energy, it must be the other side of the space-time gate. What is on the other side of the space-time gate? Vittorio asked with great curiosity. Herv and Aurora were also interested. This was also a question that they had always been puzzled about. Boar shook his head. Unfortunately, we didn't know before we set out. The personnel sent out to explore did not return, but due to the situation at the time, we could only take the risk ourselves. Everything ahead is unknown, and there will be great risks. We are also prepared for the worst. Madame Curie added. Is this why you left this small universe? Herv gradually understood. Yes, this is a fire seed, and it is also a gift for those who come after. Isaac Newton answered. We have jointly created this magic field, and left part of our will and all our knowledge here, and recruited those capable and talented wizards to come in, hoping to deduce a complete, replicable, legendary promotion method for wizards. In the beginning, it was just an empty dark space, but with the knowledge and research brought by generations of scholars from the secret society, it formed the scene you see now. Aurora looked around the vast universe. She could imagine how much effort it took to create such a magic field whose basic rules were the same as the real world. Einstein, Bohr, and Madame Curie also said a few words, and improved the existence and settings of the secret society. As knowledge and consciousness bodies, they cannot leave this small universe, and can only deduce based on existing knowledge. The iteration of knowledge needs to rely on the recruited members of the secret society, and they also need to use computing power to maintain the operation of the simulated universe and stars on weekdays. It will only appear briefly before and after this world undergoes changes. For example, a star is heading for extinction, or it senses the call from the outside world. Before, the secret society has been dormant and unwilling to have a large-scale conflict with the church, because it is meaningless. If they can't find a way to advance to the legendary level, it is almost impossible to completely defeat Tella and destroy the church. It will only expose themselves. Bohr finally explained. Aurora and Vittorio spent a long time to sort out all the information, and the slight dissatisfaction and complaints about Bohr and others were immediately swept away. After all, the other party really had no way to take action, and being able to show them the way to the legend was already the limit of what they could do. It seems that Lin En is the one you chose, Aurora said thoughtfully. Isaac Newton nodded. He has an extraordinary talent in the field of magic, and he is also the most likely person to deduce the legendary promotion method, so I suggest that he can try to go to the legendary wizard land. Maybe he can find some help there and obtain more novel knowledge. Hearing this, Ruff and others looked a little embarrassed. The wizarding land had developed for hundreds of years without interference from the church, but its magic theory was still very backward compared to the secret law society. On the contrary, the appearance of Lin En brought new changes to the wizarding land. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Do you know how many galaxies there are in the universe? Please forgive us for our previous offense, and thank you for your help. Riv coughed a few times and spoke to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere on the field. It doesn't matter. It has always been our long-cherished wish to solve the problem of the Empire and the Church, Bohr said with a smile. I have another question. What exactly is the Godhead? Why can't even the power of a nuclear explosion destroy it? Aurora said with a serious look. The only thing that can resist a nuclear explosion is a more microscopic power, Albert Einstein answered. Lin En had experienced the strangeness of the Godhead, so he could naturally answer this question to a certain extent. Quantum? Vittorio murmured this word created by Lin En, and thought of the double-slit experiment they had witnessed in the morning, which could only be described as weird. Before, he was still thinking about whether to put aside the exploration of the microscopic field. Now it seems that not only can he not take it slowly, but he must also make new breakthroughs as soon as possible, and it would be best to find a way to destroy the Godhead. Who killed the powerful moon god? Riv was even more puzzled by this question. Ella spent hundreds of years ruling this continent to gain faith, probably for the purpose of seizing control of the Godhead and replacing the moon goddess Diana. The power of the other party is obvious, and it is definitely more powerful than Ella they have faced. But such a powerful existence was killed, which made her feel a little scared. Did the person who killed her also come from outside the time and space gate? Vittorio asked anxiously. When the moon goddess Diana died, we had not yet become wizards, so we knew very little. We only knew that she died very suddenly. After those believers lost the protection of divine power, the church collapsed in just a few years. Bohr answered based on the little information he got from the collection of books. But he knew very well that they had to say something different to distinguish it from the information obtained by the parliament from the books of the Holy City to increase credibility. So, Isaac Newton on the side took over the conversation. If the existence that killed her came from the other side of the time-space gate, That's not necessarily true. The universe we live in is not as simple as you think. Vittorio looked at the few people in confusion, not quite understanding what they meant. Isaac Newton did not intend to explain immediately, but looked at Aurora. I heard that you know a lot about astronomy? Just some experience. Aurora shook her head. Looking at this huge little universe, she knew that Isaac and others' understanding of the universe and stars was far beyond her reach. In front of these people, she didn't dare to easily say the word understand. Then do you know how many galaxies there are in the universe? And how many planets like the eternal star are there in these galaxies? Isaac Newton continued to ask. Aurora frowned. She didn't count them carefully, because the number of stars in the sky was too many, just like the water drops in the lake, which were simply countless. Are you saying that there may be humans in every galaxy we see? Vittorio quickly realized the hidden meaning in the other party's words. It may not be human, Isaac Newton said. Life evolution is not that easy. According to observation, most stars are barren and should not have the conditions for the birth of life. But there are too many stars. There are trillions of stars that we can see. Even if only 1 in a million or even 1 in 10 million have life, there must be hundreds of billions of civilizations in the universe. Hundreds of billions of civilizations. This huge number that is difficult to describe, shocked Vittorio and Aurora. Herve also had a look of astonishment on his face. He never thought that the threat would come from the endless starry sky above his head. But those stars should be very far away from us, Aurora said hesitantly. Even the sun, which is the closest to them and can be seen by the naked eye, is hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the universe, distance is sometimes not a problem, Isaac Newton said with a smile. Aurora fell silent and immediately thought of the time and space gates erected in various places on this continent. After successfully diverting the thoughts of several people with probability theory, in order to prevent them from continuing to ask more about the war of faith, Lin En secretly let the intelligent brain start to cut off the supply of magic power here. The bright starlight in the small universe gradually dimmed, and Herve and others also woke up from their thoughts on cosmic civilization. It was not the first time for several people to enter here. They all understood what this meant. It seems that today's discussion will end here, Bohr sighed and said. Herve and others were also quite regretful. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to get answers from Bohr and others, but unfortunately there was not enough time. About 10 seconds later, the light brought by the explosion of a star had completely dissipated, and the surroundings were once again shrouded in endless darkness. The 5 people in it also felt this repulsive force and took the initiative to disconnect from the magic field. It's finally over. In the residence of the Iata school in the royal capital, Lin En took off the secret ring in his hand and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the secret society has helped him solve many problems since its establishment, the trouble it has caused is really not small. If it is not handled properly, there will be a risk of exposure. It is not an easy task to fool Herve and others. If he had not really taken out a lot of knowledge beyond his own ability, he would have been suspected and exposed long ago. Fortunately, after this time, most of the troubles have been solved, and the whereabouts of the legends in the Secret Law Society have also been explained. Lin En carefully thought about the omissions in his words and felt that most of them should be rounded up. The cause of death of Diana, the goddess of the moon, is more likely to cause problems. Anyway, according to probability, there must be aliens. As for whether they did it, who knows? He just said it was possible. As for whether the parliament will break into the time and space gate in the future, will anyone want to find the whereabouts of Bohr and others? That was hundreds of years ago. In such a long time, anything can happen. It should be easy to prevaricate. Thinking of this, Lin En relaxed and picked up the research notes on the table, on which a huge signal tower was drawn. This is the prototype of a magic base station. In order to realize the mass production wizard plan, this thing and quantum computer technology must be developed. While Lin En was thinking about how to improve it, the whole kingdom was already arguing over the duality of quantum waves and probability waves he proposed. There is a happy event in the family. Angel got engaged today. I was too busy today to stop, so I can only post a limited amount of manuscripts. I can't save much due to my part-time job in the preparation for the engagement. Please forgive me. I will update as usual tomorrow. there will be no impact, and I wish you all find your ideal partner soon. Chapter 514, Changes Outside the Space-Time Gate. Electrons are both particles and waves. Magic may not exist at all. It is terrifying to think about it. Microscopic particles may have consciousness. Elemental ghosts are wandering around everyone. Truth also rolls dice. Under the operation of a group of magic newspapers, the experimental results of this magic seminar were quickly announced, causing an uproar in the entire wizard community. Although there were tens of thousands of wizards who went to the seminar, they only accounted for half of the entire wizard community, not to mention that there were nearly 100,000 wizard apprentices. Not everyone had enough time to go to the capital, and not everyone was keen on conducting magic research. However, as long as you are a wizard, it is impossible to be indifferent to Lin En's probability theory, because the bottom logic of magic is order and law. However, this regularity has been broken now. This shock and panic almost suffocated people. And then came a huge amount of doubts. Although the surge in newspaper sales made Luo very happy, it also brought a lot of trouble. In one day, Magic Daily received tens of thousands of letters from all over the kingdom. Even if Luo didn't open these letters, he knew what they said. They were nothing more than refuting and scolding the quantum theory of the magic star, believing that wave and particle properties could never exist at the same time, and the fallacy that probability waves violate common sense and magic logic. The assistant at the side looked at the envelopes that almost filled the room and said hesitantly, "Lord Luo, what should we do with these letters? Should we send them to Speaker Lin En?" Judging from the messages on the envelopes, only about 1/10 of the replies were sent to the newspaper to publish them, and the rest were sent to that lord. "Who will send them? Will you send them?" "We are not responsible for sending letters." Luo rolled his eyes, and then asked his assistant to deal with these letters so that they would not be an eyesore. "Dealing with them? Is this really a good idea?" The assistant looked at Luo and hesitated. If they were spread out, they would definitely be killed by those angry wizards. But he didn't have the courage to send them to the residence of the magic star, so he could only temporarily vacate a warehouse to store them. After throwing this big trouble to his assistant, Luo turned his attention to an important manuscript. The person who wrote the letter was naturally the one who set off this magic storm, the famous magic star, and the title of this paper was, "The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics." In this paper, Lin En elaborated on what probability is, and re-improved the structural model of the elements. It was no longer the star orbital shape, but changed to a probability cloud. The electrons in the atom are not moving along a specific orbit, but are distributed around the nucleus with a certain probability. In addition, the uncertainty principle was proposed. The position and momentum of a particle cannot be determined at the same time. The smaller the uncertainty of the position, the greater the uncertainty of the momentum, and vice versa. Below, a large number of Olympiad equations are even used to express the uncertainty relationship between position and momentum. Luo's Olympiad level can only be regarded as sparse and ordinary. He can't understand the meaning of these Olympiad equations at all, but he saw one thing: whether it is the wave-particle duality of microscopic particles or probability theory, it is not the idea that the magic star suddenly came up with to explain the double-slit interference phenomenon. On the contrary, it has a very rigorous theory. Use this paper as the layout tomorrow. After reviewing it, Luo handed the manuscript to another assistant and asked him to make a copy as soon as possible. Outside the time and space gate, in a desolate and dead domain, 100,000 Moko people were kneeling in the magic plant, fiery mushroom, praying as usual. It's just that the god they called has changed from the great moon god Diana to Ella. It's not that no one noticed that it was wrong, but this has become their only hope to survive. Only by praying with heart and offering one's faith can one obtain precious food and calories. About an hour later, the prayer ceremony officially ended. Just like before, countless bread fell from the sky and landed beside them. The Moko people who were praying excitedly grabbed the bread and ate it, thanking the great Lord for his gift from time to time. Those Moko people who were not firm in their faith and did not pray sincerely were frozen in place by some powerful force, unable to move, and could only watch others enjoy the delicious food given by God. Ella, hiding in the dark, watched all this silently. It had been several days since she entered the time and space gate. In addition to recuperating and merging the godhood, she also gathered all the surviving intelligent species nearby here. The number of people was much smaller than she had imagined, and coupled with the lack of resources in this ruined divine domain, it was extremely difficult to rebuild the divine magic system here. Ella vaguely regretted that she had chosen to recruit all the divine punishment knights who explored this place back before, and they were all killed and injured in several wars with the Parliament. Otherwise there would be at least some helpers available now. Lord of the Dead, Danatus. Ella silently recited this name in her heart, and did not dare to speak the name of the god directly to avoid being sensed by the other party. This is undoubtedly the biggest trouble she needs to face now. This Lord of the Dead has medium divine power, and his divine domain covers several planes. His strength is much stronger than that of the moon god, and it is definitely not something she can contend with now. The only thing to be thankful for is that the area of this plane is very large, and the fiery mushroom cluster they are in is like an insignificant stone in the hills, not very eye-catching. As long as she does not use her divine power to try to seize control of this divine domain, she will not alarm the other party. Of course, this is all temporary. Once the Lord of the Dead successfully infects the elements of the entire plane with divine power, no matter where they hide, they will be exposed instantly. The time left for her is very limited. Ella kept thinking about countermeasures, and soon she had an idea in her mind. Although she did not dare to appear in front of the Lord of the Dead now, and because of the problem of moonlight, she could not return to the time and space gate, but she was not without a chance. Ella, who has some memories of the moon god Diana, knows very well how attractive a new plane is to gods, not to mention that it is a very huge and vibrant world. Only by driving the tiger away and swallowing the wolf can she have a glimmer of hope. P.S. I have received everyone's blessing, angels. Thank you very much. The second chapter will be posted in the evening. I have been too busy these days and have not been able to save the manuscript. These are all coded now. Please forgive me. Chapter 515. Don't teach yourself quantum mechanics if you don't know your own limits. A week later, in the academic seminar in the capital, tens of thousands of wizards gathered to discuss today's proposal, that is, the issue of issuing magic medals. Generally speaking, this is just a formality. Except for a few exceptions in history, any wizard who is nominated can obtain the corresponding honor. But this time is a little different, because there is a very important magic theory that has been pending, that is, the quantum theory proposed by the magic star Lin En. If it is correct, it will surely win a Corona medal in one fell swoop. No, it can even be said that the mere Corona medal is not worthy of its status, because that means that the foundation of the entire magic science must be torn down and rebuilt. It is precisely because the quantum theory completely violates their previous logic and magic theory that most wizards are unwilling to believe that this is true, and try to find evidence through experiments to prove that this theory is extremely absurd. The principle of the thermal field electron emission gun, Lin En once explained in detail, and there are not a few great wizards who can replicate it. It's just that this spontaneous research competition is extremely brutal. In just 1 week, 8 of the more than 60 great wizards who have been deeply studying the quantum field have gone crazy. That's right, 8 people went crazy in 7 days. Another great wizard was so angry that he fainted. His research project is how to capture an electron. As a firm supporter of particle theory, the great wizard Mori believes that if he can capture an electron and put it in a palm-sized special container, he can prove that particle theory is the absolute truth. If he encounters opponents, he will show them and say, "Look, the electron I captured is there. It is a proper particle." This is not difficult in imagination, because Lin En's thermal field electron emission gun has given a method to create a single electron. All he needs to do is to catch one of the electrons. As for the things that restrict electrons, Mori originally planned to use gravitational fields to capture them, but with the great wizard's force field magic level, he can't trap such a microscopic thing at all, so he can only use electromagnetic fields as a second choice. However, it was not so easy to put it into practice. After failing hundreds of times, Mori finally figured out the trap. It took him several days, and with a burst of luck and full observation, he managed to trap an electron. Then Mori excitedly called thousands of wizards to appreciate his masterpiece together. However, when everyone was there, he suddenly found that the electron he had finally captured was gone. It just disappeared out of thin air in the cage that was supposed to trap the electron. As for the reason, no one knew, but there was no doubt that this electronics exhibition had undoubtedly become a complete joke. Mori's luck had run out, and the on-site demonstration of capturing electrons had repeatedly failed. In the end, he suspected that this thing was deliberately playing tricks on him. In front of the crowd, a farce was staged. Mori, who was humiliated, fainted on the spot and has not woken up yet. Mori's electron has also become another substantial proof of the weirdness of the quantum field. To this day, no one knows whether the electron trapped in the trap exists. His fate was even better. Some wizards who studied wave-particle duality in depth even lost their ability to cast spells. In view of these bloody lessons, the Parliament had to temporarily issue an emergency statement to stop all current quantum experiments. Lin also suggested through the Magic Daily that all future research on the microscopic field must be carried out under corresponding guidance, so as not to think about it alone and plunge into a dead end. For a time, a new term spread in the Magic Kingdom: overestimating one's own ability. It means never to study quantum mechanics on your own. However, in the eyes of those wizards who firmly opposed probability theory, this undoubtedly became the magic star building a moat for his theory. In this way, all research on microscopic theory must be guided and approved by the other party. This is simply monopolizing the right to speak and knowledge. When Lin led Johnny, Elrock and others to the venue, they saw a group of great wizards who were eager to debate with him at any time. "Please stay, Speaker Lin." The great wizard Jeffrey took the lead in blocking Lin's way and said very respectfully, "This week, I read your latest paper, The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics, and I have many questions I want to hear your answers to." "Of course, no problem." Lin En nodded and said freely, "Since microscopic particles have wave-particle duality and uncertainty, do macroscopic objects composed of microscopic particles have the same properties?" Jeffrey's question was very sharp. In his opinion, this is the biggest loophole in quantum probability theory. If the properties of quantum are really so chaotic, then wouldn't things composed of microscopic particles be even more chaotic? However, the reality is not like this. Real matter is very stable and will never disappear just because they don't look at it. "Of course." "Yes," Lin En answered decisively. "Since there is no, how can you prove it?" Jeffrey was about to continue talking, but soon realized that the magic star seemed to say yes, not no. The other wizards who were waiting for Lin En to deny it also had a look of astonishment on their faces. It took a while for them to recover, and their faces suddenly showed a look of great surprise. "Since you said that macroscopic matter also has wave properties, are we also wave properties?" A wizard sneered and said, "Excuse me, you can't even give any real example, Speaker Lin." "Indeed, it is not easy to give an example, because the wave properties of macroscopic matter are not obvious, and are very small compared to their mass." Lin nodded first, and then smiled and said without waiting for the excited Jeffrey and others to refute, "Any macroscopic element, even at the atomic level, is composed of a large number of microscopic particles. I believe you should have proved with experiments that microscopic particles can affect each other." "You mean that because they are affecting and interfering with each other, their forms are frozen instead?" "They show the characteristics of particles. The larger the mass, the more stable the state," Arad said in doubt. "That understanding is not wrong." Lin picked it up. "The essence of energy interference is actually wave superposition. This involves the theory of quantum entanglement." Lin did not intend to elaborate on it. He looked at the wizard who spoke before and said with a smile, "I can't give you the example you mentioned, but to calculate your wavelength, you only need a formula." Chapter 516 Everything has a wavelength. Calculate a person's wavelength? The wizards present were all a little bit unbelievable. People actually have wave properties? Jeffrey was even more unbelievable. Even though he was one of the pioneers of light wave properties, He didn't dare to say such a weird statement that people have wave properties. Lin En seemed to have not seen the surprise of the crowd. He used his hand as a pen and casually wrote a few symbols in the void, which was the famous de Broglie wavelength formula. The formula was extremely simple and clear at a glance. It can even be said to be simple to the point of being incredible. Equals h/p. The symbol is the wavelength. P is very familiar to them, which is momentum, the product of the mass and velocity of an object. The only unfamiliar thing is that h. This is a quantum constant, just like the gravitational constant. It is a fixed value of 6.626 times 10⁻34 joules per second. Lin En explained. Hearing the word quantum constant, the wizards who were keen on studying the microscopic field at the venue immediately showed a look of understanding. This is a concept that Lin En mentioned in his paper, The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics, published in Magic Daily, when he expounded on the research on radiation, light and the particle nature of electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves are electromagnetic fields that propagate in the form of waves, but when they interact with charged particles, they will show a discontinuity of energy and momentum. So the magic star assumed that it was not emitting and absorbing continuously, but in portions. Then there must be a minimum value. This value is the quantum constant, the smallest energy that can be divided. And the entire wavelength calculation formula translates to the wavelength of an object equal to the quantum constant divided by its momentum. With the computing power of the great wizard, Anthony only took 1 second to calculate that the wavelength of an adult moving at a normal speed is about 10⁻37 meters, and this scale is almost negligible. Not to mention the naked eye, even the perception of the legendary wizard can never reach such a scale. But this quantum constant should only be your hypothesis. Jeffrey was not convinced by the wave formula that Lin En brought out. After all, using a hypothetical thing to prove that your theory is correct, isn't this nonsense? Before Lin En could speak, Alok could not help but explain, this is not a hypothesis, it is the highest achievement of the Dean's research on electromagnetic waves and thermal radiation. We have found a way to emit a single photon. This wavelength formula is 100% correct in calculating the wavelength and frequency of light and electricity. It can even predict the location where microscopic particles may appear, which is almost perfectly consistent with the experimental results. When Alok said this, Lin En smiled. Once it comes to the quantum field, Planck's constant becomes something that needs to be confirmed first, because too many formulas are related to it. It is also the third thing that can be called a physical constant after the speed of light and the gravitational constant. Unfortunately, due to limited conditions, Lin En can only measure the value of Planck's constant by replicating Joseph von Pfaff's gyroscopic geometry device, and the accuracy is not high. If you want to continue to improve the accuracy, you may have to rely on a particle collider. Hearing Alok say that they have found a photon, Anthony and others were all shocked. Why were the previous double-slit interference experiments all conducted with electrons? That's because they can't emit photons one by one. Some determined wave wizards even think that photons don't exist at all. This thing has been determined to be electromagnetic waves. It's waves, not particles. But if Alok didn't lie, it means that this conclusion will also be overturned. Waves also have the characteristics of particles. Arid on the side noticed another more explosive news and said excitedly, "You just said that you can predict the landing point of microscopic particles?" The wizards present also reacted one after another, and even the three speakers of Aurora and Vittorio couldn't sit still. Due to the many strange characteristics of the microscopic field, coupled with the fact that the volume is too small, there is no way to measure it to any extent. Even the gravitational deformation amplification method used to measure atoms has failed. So until now, the data on the shape, mass, and trajectory of quantum is completely blank. For example, in the double-slit experiment, they don't know where the next electron may appear, or even whether it will fall on the fluorescent screen. This is also the biggest problem facing the current research of microscopic particles. All its characteristics seem to be chaotic and there is no clue. If you want to predict, then of course you can. Lin En laughed and then explained. It's just that this is not the kind of accurate prediction you think. It should be called a probability cloud distribution map. It is almost impossible to make an accurate single prediction of the location of a certain quantum at a certain moment, because the Federation has proved through countless experiments that this thing is truly random rather than pseudo-random that circulates according to a certain law. But if more than 100,000 electrons are emitted, the accuracy of this probability cloud distribution model can reach more than 99%. Just like tossing a coin in your hand, as long as the number of times is enough, the number of times it lands on the front and back will always approach 50%. So every microscopic particle is throwing the dice non-stop, deciding where it will appear when it is observed next moment. Jeffrey really couldn't understand. Doesn't this require energy consumption? Why not the other way around? Maybe energy consumption is required when the probability collapses. Lin En shrugged. This strange but reasonable statement left Jeffrey speechless. Arad and others were thinking about the wavelength formula and probability cloud model proposed by Lin En. They have not yet confirmed the authenticity of the latter through experiments, so they cannot evaluate it for the time being. The former is perfectly in line with what Lin En said just now, that the more macroscopic the object, the weaker the wave property it shows. After all, the larger the p momentum as the divisor, the smaller the value of the wavelength will be, and the more insignificant it will be compared to its own mass and volume. Only the quantum that is also in a microscopic state will show a particularly obvious wave property compared to its mass. Or in other words, this conclusion itself is inferred from this formula. Arad, who was meditating, soon thought that this wavelength formula and probability cloud model might be one of the entry points for studying the quantum field. Wait. Aren't they here to oppose probability theory? Arad suddenly realized this. Damn, I was almost fooled by this magic star. P.S. Chapter 2 will be updated at around 4 o'clock tomorrow, and will resume normal time. Thank you for your support and rewards. I will add more updates when I save a village these days. Chapter 517 Lin En's Quantum Cat. Although Lin En threw out the light quantum, wavelength formula and probability cloud model one after another, making the wizards present fall into thinking about these theories. But in the end, many people still remember the purpose of coming to block the magic star. That is to save the magic foundation that has been reduced to a few pieces under the impact of quantum theory. Arad knew very well that if they could not defeat Lin En today, the wave-particle duality and element probability cloud model would be recognized by the parliament in the future and become the most mainstream magic theory. The magic tower built by order and law in the past will also collapse. Thinking of this, Arad turned his head and signaled Boulder beside him. Now it's his turn. The great wizard named Boulder nodded, then clapped his hands, and several apprentices lifted out a huge, fully enclosed cage. This is the gift I prepared for you, Speaker Lin En. Boulder pointed to the cage and said. Lin En glanced at it twice, and such a large size made him somewhat curious. There is a camel beast inside. Of course, according to your quantum theory, it is probably a camel beast that is both dead and alive. Boulder introduced it with a smile. He released a delayed lethal toxin in this cage. A healthy camel beast usually fainted and died within 6 to 10 hours, and now it has been 7 hours. It may be dead or alive. Then we can say that it is now in a superposition state of both dead and alive, right? Boulder said proudly. The wizards present laughed one after another. This is of course impossible. Even if they don't observe it, they know that the camel beast in the cage must have only one state, either dead or alive. It must be said that Boulder's metaphor of waves and particles using the opposition between life and death is very appropriate, because logically they cannot coexist. A creature cannot be both alive and dead, and an object cannot be both a particle and a wave. Arad and other great wizards all turned their heads to look at Lin En, extremely curious about how this magic star would answer this sharp question. The smug expression on Boulder's face gradually disappeared, and he began to feel uneasy in his heart. He began to consider whether the gift he had given would offend the new speaker. Although he had heard that the magic star was always open-minded in the debate on magic, it was just a rumor. Boulder somewhat doubted whether he had believed too much in the instigation of Jeffrey and others. Under the attention of everyone, Lin En suddenly raised his hand and reached out to Boulder. Just when the great wizards were wondering whether the magic star was angry, They saw him just patting Boulder on the shoulder and then speaking in appreciation. "Your understanding of quantum mechanics is very accurate, Master Boulder." "Huh? Boulder paused, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Arid and others were also stunned in their places, completely unable to understand why the magic star would praise Boulder for bringing out the caged camel beast. This was clearly used to ridicule his wave-particle duality and probability theory. However, Lin En didn't care about this. He looked at Boulder, who looked confused, and explained with a smile, "A camel beast that is in a closed state and may die at any time can indeed interpret some quantum properties. But the state of this camel beast can only be dead or alive, not their superposition state." A great wizard couldn't help but interrupt. "Whether it is observed or not, it can never be dead and alive at the same time. But without observation, we really can't confirm its true state, right?" Lin En raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Boulder without waiting for him to continue speaking, and spoke again. "Your idea is very good, but this description is not appropriate enough. How about this? Why don't we modify the conditions a little bit?" "Change? How to change?" Boulder looked confused. "First of all, this cage is not closed enough. You can add magic to isolate perception and detection, and ensure that there is sufficient oxygen inside." Lin En knocked on the large iron box in front of him where the camel beast was placed. Boulder's consideration was obviously insufficient. There was limited oxygen in this closed cage. The poisoned camel beast would have suffocated to death by now. "Secondly, put a living thing inside." Considering what to put inside, "Just think of it as a cat." Lin En smiled. "Then put a device in the closed box, and put poison gas inside, the kind that will kill anyone who touches it. And the condition for activating the poison gas is that the switch of the device is hit by decay particles. Let's assume that the radioactive elements in the device have a 50% probability of releasing alpha particles every second, and the probability of the particles freely diverging and hitting the switch is also 50%. This is more like a quantum superposition state." Lin En stretched out his hand while speaking, and a black, magic-made, fully sealed box appeared in his palm. "Now I ask you, is it alive or dead at this moment?" Lin En's voice kept echoing in the exhibition hall. All the wizards present looked at the black box in Lin En's hand. Although they all knew that this box was created temporarily and nothing was put in it, Arid and others seemed to see a quantum cat with a strange shape staying in the box. Every moment, the element may decay, which means that the cat is always on the line between life and death. Boulder's mouth twitched. He thought that his caged camel was weird enough, but now compared with this quantum cat, it is nothing. "I can't be completely sure whether it is dead or alive, but I know there is a 1/4 chance that the cat will be killed, and as time goes by, it will almost certainly die." A wizard refuted anxiously. "Yes, it's possible. That's just possible." Lin En laughed. "I can also tell you that the electrons that are constantly emitted have a great probability of falling into the area I drew after 100 observations, and this probability will increase as time goes by. This is my probability cloud theory. The state of the cat inside the box is unknown, and it cannot affect the outside world. For observers outside, the cat has always been in a state of probabilistic death. Only when the box is opened, the result is fixed." Chapter 518, Grand Investiture Ceremony and 3 Corona Medals. Lin En held the black sealed box in his hand, and used this cat that existed in the illusion, between life and death, as an example to explain the mysterious but real quantum phenomenon. In the exhibition hall, tens of thousands of wizards were arguing fiercely. If quantum is a probability wave, then this cat can be called a probability death. This undoubtedly proves that there is indeed something that transcends order and law, and its form is beyond their cognition. For example, luck, or probability theory. However, there are also many people who don't believe in this stuff at all. Arid is one of them. He still believes that everything has its own rules, just like he never believes that pi is an infinite and non-repeating number. As long as there is enough data, everything must be knowable and predictable. The weirdness of the quantum field is only because they still have too little understanding of the quantum field and have not found the rules. Seeing that the situation on the field is gradually reversing, The wizards who were originally firmly opposed to quantum theory began to waver. Herod glanced at Boulder with extreme dissatisfaction. "Which side is this guy on?" Without the caged camel beast he mentioned, "I'm afraid this magic star would not have thought of such a weird quantum cat." Fortunately, at this time, Sanchez stood up. He directly skipped the discussion of wave-particle duality and began to criticize the various formulas of quantum theory. For example, the quantum constant mentioned by Lin En before, how is the smallest component defined and measured, and the wavelength formula, which is related to mass, can also be explained by the argument that macroscopic matter is composed of countless microscopic matter, which interfere and affect, so why can speed also have a decisive influence on it? A large number of questions kept coming up like a tide. Lin En was not panicked. He answered Herod's questions one by one, with a brisk tone, and soon refuted him speechless. After all, he is not as simple as the founder of quantum mechanics, but has a relatively complete quantum theory model. The database of the intelligent brain contains hundreds of millions of related papers. It is simply a fantasy to want to win him in theory. About an hour later, more than 30 great wizards who tried to stop him were defeated one after another. Some were so angry that their faces turned red and they couldn't speak, or they sighed like Jeffrey. It seems that this debate has already come to a conclusion. Vittorio, who was in the exhibition hall and did not participate in the debate, said with a smile, "This debate in the exhibition hall was naturally acquiesced by them. Quantum theory is about the origin of magic, and it is not too important to pay too much attention to it. If there are obvious loopholes that can be easily refuted, then the promotion of it must be carefully considered." Before, Vittorio was a little worried that Lin En would not be able to win over Jeffrey and others, and he was even ready to make peace, but the other party actually withstood the pressure. In this case, let's start today's award ceremony as soon as possible, Aurora suggested. Herv also nodded. After Lin En and Jeffrey and others who finished the debate were seated, he took out the list of people who were awarded this time, cleared his throat and announced that this award ceremony officially began. The deliberately amplified voice soon drowned out the noise in the exhibition hall, and the wizards who were discussing and arguing calmed down. "First of all, Mr. Glenn, your optical camera plays a very important role in publicity and some magic research fields. According to the review of the seminar, you will be awarded a Morning Star Medal." Glenn immediately stood up and accepted the honor with excitement. Then, read out the next name, Sean, who made the chronograph pendulum clock. One wizard after another walked onto the podium under the envious gaze of the crowd. There are more than 90 names in this list of awards. Although half of them were honored for their military exploits, the rest are amazing. You should know that in the past, it was considered good to be able to issue 5 Morning Star medals a year. This time, more than 40 were issued, which is equivalent to the accumulated number in the past 10 years. The development of magic can only be described as a blowout. Anthony and others were also on the list. Although the light wave and light particle theory had been replaced by Lin's quantum probability cloud, they still made some achievements, such as the photoelectric effect, the theory that light is an electromagnetic wave, and the double-slit interference experiment that provoked the wave-particle dispute. Among them, Jeffrey and Anthony won a Silver Moon medal, and Sanchez won a Morning Star medal with his solar silicon panels. The most unlucky one was Herod. He was originally confident in his element scattering experiment and thought it was the most important evidence to defeat the wave school. As a result, it undoubtedly became a joke. This is also the reason why he tried to refute Lin in the debate just now, which was related to the ownership of at least one Silver Moon medal. As a result, there is no doubt that he failed and did not obtain any magic research results. In addition, Herod and Anthony stayed in the city of Fire Royal to conduct research, and only had the hard work of guarding the city and extracting tritium and deuterium elements. Herod sighed secretly. It was a pity that a week was not enough to make an alchemical instrument to monitor the movement of electrons. He wanted to see how particles passed through 2 gaps at the same time. Otherwise, he felt that his scattering mimetic wave theory still had some hope. It took about 3.5 hours to issue medals to more than 100 wizards. After Herv finished reading the last name, he looked at Lin En and said, "The next step is to issue the Corona medal." I believe that everyone has seen the contribution that Speaker Lin En has made to the Magic Council. After the review by me and the two speakers, we unanimously decided to award him 3 Corona medals. Hearing this, the wizards present were all in an uproar. Although they had long known that this magic star would once again receive the highest honor in the magic world at this awarding ceremony, this was a bit too much. 3 Corona medals. Even Lin En himself was a little surprised. According to the regulations of the parliament, I cannot participate in the discussion and voting of all honorary awards to avoid internal operations. The issuance of the Corona medal was decided by the internal discussion of the speakers, so Lin En didn't know until now that he had received 3 Corona medals in a row. Amid the doubts and puzzled eyes of the crowd, Prv explained, "These 3 Corona medals are to honor the 3 important contributions made by Speaker Lin En. First, it is to improve the periodic table, propose the theory of element divisibility, use this as a theory to build the solar furnace, nuclear fusion reactor, and create the ritual of breaking through the legend." As soon as these words came out, all the doubting voices stopped immediately. This Corona medal is well deserved, and no one can say anything against it. The periodic table that ranks all elements has undoubtedly become the most solid foundation of elementology. This theory reveals that the sequence elements can be transformed into each other, even to the origin. The most core achievement is the nuclear explosion technique that can destroy a city with one blow, and the solar furnace that can provide a huge amount of energy. Not to mention the ritual of creating a breakthrough legend. Many great wizards think that this alone is worth giving a Corona medal. Probably because they complement each other, they are counted together. Prv looked around the exhibition hall and saw that no one objected, so he spoke again. Second, it is because of the outstanding contribution that Speaker Lin En made in the war against the Empire, including but not limited to joining forces with Master Anthony to seize the capital, developing war weapons, defeating the Saint of the Church many times, and expelling the false god Ella in the Battle of the Holy City. The merits of destroying the Empire and disintegrating the Church were great. After discussion, they were divided into 1 Corona medal, 10 Silver Moon medals and more than 30 Morning Star medals. This only Corona medal was naturally awarded to Lin En. In several key battles in the past, Lin En was the main attacker and had the greatest merit. Without the legendary magic, and atomic breath, he developed, it would be almost impossible to drive Ella away. After he recounted these achievements one by one, the wizards present could not raise any objections. Finally, it is the quantum theory that deciphers photoelectricity and reshapes the internal structure of elements. Provided, this is undoubtedly the most likely part to cause controversy. The quantum theory was proposed only 7 or 8 days ago. Even if this theory can explain the various strange phenomena found in photoelectric research, it is against common sense. However, the first 2 contributions were too great, and the debate team composed of great wizards such as Arid was defeated in front of Lin En, so no one stood up to oppose. 3 Corona medals. No more. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the Corona medal is the highest award in the magic world, issuing too many will affect its scarcity. Given Lin En's achievements, it is normal to issue 2 more. Vittorio and others even considered whether to create a more advanced award above this, such as a lifetime contribution award or something. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Lin En stood up and walked towards the platform. Prv took a box made of mithril very solemnly and opened it. Inside were 3 dark gold medals. The front and back were engraved with the logo of the Parliament and the Corona Tower, which was also an alchemical prop. When facing the evil wizard Merc, Lin En relied on his powerful defense ability to support Prv and others. However, with his current strength, this level of defense has little effect. In contrast, Lin En was more curious about what material this thing was made of. It was said that it came from outside the time and space gate and could carry very powerful power. Because there was only one sample before, he had not tried to analyze it with the great disintegration technique. Prv didn't know that Lin En was considering whether to melt these highest honor medals in the magic world. Together with Aurora and Vittorio, each of them took a medal and put it on Lin En's chest. The wide exhibition hall was filled with thunderous applause. Regardless of whether the wizards present agreed with the quantum theory of this magic star, They could not deny the great contribution he made to the magic world. They can stand here today and freely cast magic on this road. Lin En is definitely a great contributor. Especially those young wizards with great dreams looked at the podium with enthusiasm and longing. The legendary deeds of this magic star had spread throughout the kingdom. In just 3 or 4 years, he went from a 3-ring wizard who was hunted by the church and had no choice but to flee to the wizard land for refuge to a magic star that everyone admired, and the legendary speaker at the pinnacle of parliamentary power. After completing the award ceremony, Lin En looked at the tens of thousands of wizards in the exhibition hall, gave a brief acceptance speech, and said that the parliament would never treat anyone who made outstanding contributions unfairly, as long as they have the ability, dreams and work hard. Maybe one day they can stand on this podium and become the next magic star. How does it feel to receive 3 Corona medals at once, Speaker Lin En? Vittorio asked jokingly after Lin En finished his speech and sat down again. You know, in the entire history of magic, only 10 Corona medals have been awarded, including the medal for proposing the law of universal gravitation. Lin En alone has received 4. Not bad. Lin En replied with a smile. He actually didn't care much about these awards, because his current reputation was already loud enough, but he still had to accept the award. After all, this honor could inspire other wizards to work hard on research. What really made him happy was the joy of spreading knowledge and being recognized. Once your quantum theory comes out, I'm afraid no one will join the prophecy school in the future, Aurora said helplessly. The most affected by the probability cloud and wave particle duality are undoubtedly elementalism and prophecy. Because the prophecy school believes that everything can be predicted, now everything has become a probability, so prediction naturally becomes a joke. Lin En raised his eyebrows and didn't reply. He actually read a lot of books on the prophecy school, which explained the changes in astrology and the entanglement of personal destiny. Even though Aurora's prophecy seemed to have succeeded once, predicting the chaos provoked by the evil wizard Merc and the rise of his brown star, Lin En still felt that it was unreliable. The movement of stars is affected by gravity, and it has nothing to do with personal destiny anyway. On the contrary, his idea of the magic of quantum theory has a tendency to manipulate destiny. Your prophecy should have been abandoned long ago. You couldn't even predict the escape of Ella. Proof sneered. The so-called prophecy of the prophecy school is really vague. It is often necessary to understand what it means after the event. He is very suspicious that it is all forced inference after the fact and cannot be taken seriously at all. The revelation of fate is not so easy to obtain. Aurora shook her head and was about to argue for the prophecy school, but her face suddenly changed. At the same time, Vittorio and Lin En also stood up from the speaker's seat. It was not that they had received new revelations, but that the closed space-time gate was touched by someone. P.S. This is 2 in 1, sent together. Chapter 519, Foolish Natives. I am here to pronounce judgment on the fate of this plane. Chairman what happened? Seeing several chairmen suddenly stand up from their seats, Raphael immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Master Raphael, you will host the next awarding ceremony. I'm afraid we need to go to the Empire immediately. Proof spoke very quickly, and he walked out of the venue with Lin En and others without even having time to explain. The wizards in the exhibition hall also noticed Proof's sudden departure, and they were discussing what kind of thing could make the chairman so fuss. At the same time, Lin En and others who walked out of the exhibition hall had turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky at the fastest speed. If they were not worried about causing panic, they would have been ready to fly out of the window of the exhibition hall. The problematic time and space gate was located in an ore cave outside the Iron City. When the city was captured before, Lin En did not know this information. It was not until after the capture of the Holy City that he found relevant records from a large number of secret books and records seized. This space-time gate was out of service before, and they added several more insurances. Now it was one of the warning magics that was triggered. After about half an hour, Lin En, who was the fastest, was the first to arrive in the mine, and Hervé and Vittorio arrived a few minutes later. Aurora was the slowest one, taking 45 minutes. Because of the cognitive fear caused by quantum theory, she did not dare to use the energy body to travel like Lin En and others. Fortunately, Aurora had obviously realized this defect a long time ago and temporarily developed an alternative magic to meet the needs of flying and traveling, which could barely reach the subsonic level. Fortunately, it seems that the situation has not reached the worst point. Aurora breathed a sigh of relief after entering the mine, because the protective magic set in this area still existed and was not damaged. Then, Aurora looked at the center of the mine. The space-time gate has become restless. The space-time node that was originally curled up to a diameter of only 1 centimeter has now expanded by more than dozens of times. A large amount of magic power continued to flow out of it, and the vortex was also surging, as if something wanted to squeeze in from the other side. The forbidden magic arranged here had long been activated. Rune chains extended from the field, surrounding the expanding space-time gate, trying to push it back. But the effect was limited. Did Ella do it? Aurora stared at the surging space-time vortex, as if she wanted to see through the scene on the other side. I don't know, but it's very likely. Vittorio's expression was particularly solemn. Now it has been several months since the last battle in the Holy City. A rough calculation shows that even the most serious injuries should have been healed. While speaking, Vittorio was not idle either. He stood only 15 meters away from the node and controlled the protective magic circle in the entire mine. Trev, who was standing next to him, constructed a force field magic with a range of several meters outside the space-time gate, forming an area isolated from the inside and outside. Lin En also had a concentrated water ball in his hand, which contained a large amount of surging tritium and deuterium elements. Over the past few months, although he has not yet developed quantum magic, he has perfected hydrogen explosion magic, especially its power and release speed. Judging from the results of the battle in the Holy City, hydrogen explosion alone seems unable to kill Ayla, but it does not mean that it is useless. Every time her body is destroyed, her state will be weakened, and finally she will even escape inexplicably, and this is the only means that can threaten Ella at present. Damn, be careful. The opponent suddenly increased his strength. Vittorio's face suddenly became very ugly, and these words were almost squeezed out of his mouth. Under the control of the rune lock, the space-time vortex, whose expansion trend was gradually slowing down, seemed to have received some kind of help, and its volume suddenly increased several times. Trev and Aurora were both extremely nervous. Lin En was even considering whether to throw the fusion bomb in his hand directly into the space-time gate. If the opponent could come from the other side, then he should be able to throw things over. In addition, he could also choose to wait for the other party to arrive before attacking, and cooperate with Trev's force field magic to bind the energy of the nuclear explosion in a very small area and explode, just like what they did when they defeated Ella last time. There is probably only one chance, and a fusion bomb will consume more than 70% of his reserve energy. Once the attack fails, it will be difficult to have the next chance. Just as Lin En hesitated, a black thing suddenly rushed out of the time and space gate with the cover of surging magic power. It was so fast that it almost rushed out of the barrier of the rune chain. However, how could the few people who had been prepared let it escape? This black thing quickly plunged into the force field magic set by Trev on the outside. Aurora also took action at the same time, and a bunch of tight laser grids swept from all directions. It was not until then that Lin En saw clearly that the one rushing out of the time and space gate was not the false god Ella they imagined, but a black crow. However, this is obviously not a normal crow, because it actually dodged Aurora's laser grid. Its body turned directly into a black stream of light and drilled directly through the gap of the grid. Energization? Lin En's pupils shrank slightly, because energization is one of the most important characteristics of legends. The next moment, a crisp crow cry resounded in the dark mine cave, and the crow, which was only the size of a palm, spread its wings, and each feather was shining with golden light. Then, one by one, the black feathers shining with golden light flew towards the crowd like a storm, but they were soon deviated by the force field magic and smashed into the surroundings of the mine cave, smashing deep pits on the hard cave wall. So weak. Lin En shook his head and put away the fusion ball in his hand. Judging from the fact that he could not break free from the shackles of the force field magic just now and the power shown by this attack, the opponent did not have the power to threaten them. It should be just a pseudo-legend. Is it a monster from the other side of the time and space gate like Muto? Vittorio and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, but they did not stop. After the crow flew out, Vittorio increased the control of the protective array and blocked the activated space-time gate node again. And Aurora also cooperated to confine the crow from the other side of the space-time gate to an area of less than 3 square meters. Let's burn it for a while, and then take it back to see it later. Lin En's body was surrounded by wisps of scorching flames. Chlorine trifluoride, which can madly plunder electrons as nutrients, is one of the nemesis of the energy body. Burning the opponent to energy deficiency and then capturing it is the safest method. As if feeling some kind of threat, a sharp crow cry rang out again, but this time Lin En and the others actually heard a certain voice in their minds. Foolish natives, I am the star messenger under the seat of the great god of life and creation, and I am here to pronounce the fate of this plane. This is by no means a universal language, but they were surprisingly able to understand it. Lin En paused for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. This was actually a legendary creature with wisdom. Star messenger? You look like a crow, Prov sneered. God of life and creation, what is this? Is it Ella's new title over there? Aurora frowned. She was more concerned about this title, which she had never heard of before. The dark crow seemed to be stimulated by something, and its high-pitched crow cry became more and more shrill. You dare to offend the great God of life and creation. This is the supreme sin. Aurora curled her lips. She was never interested in God, but she was secretly alert in her heart. After reprimanding several people for their offense, the black crow who claimed to be the star messenger raised his head and spoke arrogantly. Foolish natives, I am here to warn you. The plane you are in has been targeted by the brutal slaughterer, the enemy of all life, the Lord of the Dead, Dionysus. It won't be long before everyone will return to death and nothingness. You have no chance of survival. Of course, if you are willing to surrender to the great God of life and creation, then I will guide you on how to resist the Lord of Death. The black crow said complacently. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but look at each other and frowned. They had been on guard against the time and space gate to target Ella, but they didn't expect the so-called Lord of Death to suddenly appear. Riv pondered for a moment and then spoke. Lord of the Dead Dionysus, what power and ability does he have? Why did he invade our world? He is the ruler of hundreds of millions of dead souls and has conquered and slaughtered several planes. The black crow said in a high voice. Don't think that your power is so strong and your world is so special. In fact, every few years, a plane will be captured by a god in the main world and become their divine domain. Your world is just an insignificant one. And others showed horror on their faces. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence the main world they were talking about was, and it could capture and merge other worlds. Then how big is your so-called main world? Lin En asked suddenly. The star messenger paused very obviously, and then said proudly, even if I fly at the fastest speed, I can't reach the end in 1,000 years. If I can't reach the end in 1,000 years, what kind of vast world is that? Prov couldn't help but take a breath. Lin En was not very surprised, because from the performance just now, the speed of this so-called star messenger was too slow. Even if it flew at the speed of sound for 1,000 years, the diameter would only be billions of kilometers. It sounds scary, but it is only the distance between the farthest planet and the sun. The galaxy they are in is as small as a grain of sand. Can such a main world capture the universe where he exists? However, this premises that the year mentioned by the other party is similar to the year in his mind. The dark crow is still boasting about the magnificence of the main world. There are countless creatures there, and there are many gods. Although the god of life and creation is not the most powerful one, his greatness is unquestionable. Your world was discovered and captured by Diana, the god of the moon. In order to monopolize this plane, she chose to cut off the connection with the main world. But that obviously has no meaning. Now the Lord of the Dead has found her divine domain, and your world is connected there. It will be conquered soon and become a paradise for the dead. The crow screamed loudly. Why did you come to tell us all this? Aurora raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion. Because the great God of life and creation is kind, she does not allow all living beings in the world to become evil dead spirits. So she sent me, the Lord's most powerful messenger, to warn and guide you," the crow said with a solemn oath. "As long as you obey my orders and resist the invasion of the Lord of Death, the Lord will naturally come to save you when necessary." "If that's the case, why doesn't she just kill the Lord of the Dead?" Purve sneered. He didn't believe that such a good thing would happen. Moreover, this so-called star messenger was easily subdued by them. If the Lord's most powerful messenger is at this level, then the God of life and creation will not be much stronger. Foolish natives, the war between gods is not as simple as you think, it is a war across dimensions. The black crow showed a very disdainful expression on his face, and then continued arrogantly, "Okay, I've explained my intention. Now quickly remove your magic and welcome the messenger of the great God of life and creation." Purve and Aurora hesitated. They didn't cancel the magic, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They were quite afraid of the so-called main world and the God of life and creation mentioned by the crow. "No, in my opinion, it's better for you to stay in the cage." Lin En suddenly made a move. Under the surge of magic power, the black crow's body suddenly turned into a vacuum area, followed by a fully enclosed cage made of black, with an eternal fire burning outside. "You dare to offend the messenger of the great Lord, you will definitely regret it." The sharp crow cry resounded in everyone's mind, but as the cage was completely closed, the sound soon stopped. "You treat it like this, don't you worry about the revenge of the God of life and creation?" Purve sighed. "The situation is unclear now, so it's better to be careful." "Do you really believe what the crow said?" Vittorio sneered and said. "I think it's possible that it was sent by El to confuse us. I've never heard of the Lord of the Dead or the God of life and creation." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Let's set a small goal. Start with 500 nuclear bombs. Don't be too arrogant, Vittorio. We don't know the situation on the other side of the space-time gate yet, but we can imagine that the moon god Diana cannot exist alone. She must have a reason to come here, Purve said solemnly. Aurora also nodded. With the moon god, there may be other gods, and there must be a system of promotion. Vittorio paused. He obviously understood this truth, but he was really unwilling to believe it, because if what the crow said was true, the world outside the space-time gate might be more dangerous than they imagined. Just the false god Ella, whose divine system was disintegrated by them, was difficult enough to deal with. How terrifying would the Lord of the Dead, who claimed to have hundreds of millions of dead armies, be? "So you mean to cooperate with this crow?" Vittorio asked with a frown. "Of course not. It is impossible for us to accept its command and control just based on the other party's words." Lin En shook his head and spoke again. "That so-called God of life and creation may not really be willing to help us. Don't forget, what is the purpose of the main world capturing planes as mentioned by the Star Messenger? According to the Black Crow, these gods captured planes in order to transform them into God's domain. They have no idea what God's domain is and how to transform it, but Lin En suspects that it may be to turn the entire world into his own domain. Since the Lord of Death is going to do this, will the God of life and creation have the same idea? Maybe the reward is to let them offer their faith or even the entire world, no matter which one they agree to. It seems that we must send people to the other side of the space-time gate again to check the situation over there," Purve said worriedly. They thought that using magic to block the space-time node would be able to stop the enemy's invasion, but from the current situation, it can only serve as a warning. So it is imperative to send people in to explore again, at least to confirm whether what the crow said is true or false. "But, the people we sent out before have not heard from us yet, and even you and Speaker Lin's incarnation have lost contact in an instant." Aurora sighed. If Ella hadn't flown in directly, she would have even suspected that this was a time-space gate that could only be entered from that side in one direction. "Is it possible that we went in through the wrong door?" Lin said speculatively. "Some doors are relatively dangerous outside, while others are relatively calm outside." Vittorio's eyes suddenly lit up. It was indeed possible. In the past, the Parliament explored time-space gates located in the Wizard's Land, where dangerous and powerful monsters often came out, and the degree of danger was obvious. The door that Lin En have sent their incarnations to enter might have been blocked by Ella, but other time-space nodes might not be so dangerous, such as the one in front of them. This black crow with only pseudo-legendary strength could come in, and they might be able to get through it. Although they thought so, none of them were in a hurry to take action. This matter needs to be considered carefully. They need a complete plan and select the right people, otherwise, they may not be able to obtain information, and they may even send the intelligence here to the other party. What do you want to do with the crow? Aurora glanced at the closed cage in Lin En's hand. The other party brought them a lot of key information, so it should be given some preferential treatment. However, the other party wanted them to surrender and accept orders all the time, and their origins have yet to be verified. To some extent, it is a big trouble. Let me keep an eye on it for the time being. It talks a lot. Let's see if we can get more information out of it, Lin En said thoughtfully. Aurora nodded. This crow is related to a mysterious and powerful god. Killing it is definitely not a good idea. Maybe it will provoke a powerful enemy for nothing. It can't be left alone and let it wander around in this world. It would be best if Lin En is willing to take on the trouble. After Vittorio took action and added several layers of protection to the time and space nodes again, Lin En and others waited for a long time in the original place. Seeing that this thing had no movement, they returned to the capital together. At this moment in the capital, due to the sudden departure of several speakers, the award ceremony that should have been celebrated had to end hastily. However, the parliamentarians who had a premonition did not leave by train, but stayed in the city. As expected, after Have returned, he immediately convened the Wizard Council. A total of 500 parliamentarians quickly gathered in the conference hall, and Raphael and others were even more impatient to ask about the whereabouts of several speakers. There was something wrong with the time and space gate in the steel city of Wilsel, Rav said concisely. Is it possible that the false god has come back again? Raphael immediately became nervous. He had participated in the Battle of the Holy City and naturally knew that Ella was chased by several speakers and fled outside the time and space gate. That's not the case. Rav shook his head, but before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, he spoke again. The news we got might be worse than that. Lin, Aurora and Vittorio also spoke up, roughly explaining the whole story, but concealing the news about the main world. After all, it sounded too shocking and could easily cause panic. In other words, our world is being targeted by another god, the Lord of the Dead? Arad was shocked, and Raphael on the side asked a more critical question. How powerful is he, and how does he compare to Ella? It's not clear yet, but I think Ella can't compare to him. Rav shook his head and said, Ella painstakingly conquered the continent, founded the church, and laid out plans for hundreds of years, just to step into the realm above the legend and replace the moon god Diana, and the Lord of the Dead Dionysus himself is a god. Just this point alone, the threat is far greater than any enemy they have faced before. According to the Star Messenger, the other side's divine domain covers multiple worlds, and the number of undead under its command is probably in the hundreds of millions. Vittorio also added, the divine domain covers multiple worlds, and the number of undead under its command is in the hundreds of millions. These words made the counselors present feel numb. You know, the total number of people in the entire empire is only 20 million. Even if a large-scale mobilization is carried out, the number of soldiers that can be recruited will not exceed 1 million, and training is a big problem. It is probably not realistic to want to deal with an army of undead that is more than 100 times the number and whose strength is unknown. Everyone, don't worry too much. The church and the false god Ella were 10 or 100 times more powerful than us, but in the end they still ended up fleeing in a panic. Aurora said comfortingly, although the enemy is stronger this time, we also have all the resources of this continent, so we may not have no chance of winning. Aurora's words calmed down the anxious wizards, especially the veteran counselors from the land of wizards, who agreed very much. At the beginning, the population of the entire wizard land was only a few 100,000, and the territory was just a broken island. Compared with the church ruled by Ella, it was not worth mentioning at all. But in just 3 or 4 years, the trend of strength and weakness has reversed. After that miraculous counterattack, Their panic and fear of the unknown powerful enemy outside the time and space gate were also eliminated a lot, and they turned to think about how to deal with the Lord of the Dead. It is impossible to rely on conventional means to destroy so many undead armies, but it is not impossible to do it as long as some unconventional methods are used. At this point, Raphael paused, then turned to look at Lin En. For example, the Skyfall, developed by speaker Lin En, destroyed an area of 10 kilometers in one blow. As long as it is used properly, it may be able to destroy tens or even millions of undead in an instant. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the wizards present were bright, and the others nodded. Although Skyfall was not very effective against legendary enemies, and could only cause enough damage in the center of the nuclear explosion, its lethality to enemies below the legendary level was absolutely terrifying. No matter how many people were on the other side, they would be instantly submerged in the baptism of the sun. Most importantly, such a powerful legendary magic could be used with nuclear fuel, and it did not have to be cast by legendary wizards, so it had the possibility of large-scale release. Before the Lord of the Dead found and invaded this world, we had at least 500 nuclear fuel reserves for Skyfall, Prov said decisively, based on the benchmark that one Skyfall could destroy 100,000 undead. 500 would be enough to make all enemies below the legendary level disappear. If conditions allowed, Prov would even want to clean up the world outside the space-time gate. The only problem is that to perform Skyfall once, at least 15 kilograms of uranium-235 is needed. 500 of them means 7.5 tons of nuclear fuel reserves. According to the content of only 0.7% in the ore, a full 1,000 tons of uranium ore must be dug. It is estimated that even if the entire uranium mine is emptied, it may not be enough, and there is definitely not enough time. As for the raw material problem, perhaps tritium and deuterium elements can be used instead, Vittorio suggested. Using fusion bombs is also safer and more reliable than fission bombs, and the power is also more powerful. Moreover, water is everywhere. If the magic array for extracting raw materials can be optimized and its efficiency can be greatly improved, it is not impossible to produce raw materials that can release hundreds of hydrogen explosions. Then you will be responsible for improving the extraction array, Speaker Vittorio. Treat it as the most important thing. No matter how many people are needed or what methods are used, the nuclear reserves must be increased as soon as possible. The more the better. This is the most important and powerful force we have at present, Prov said solemnly. Hearing this, all the wizards who were proficient in thunder magic smiled bitterly. They thought that after the war with the Empire was over, they would no longer have to work hard to extract raw materials from water every day. Now it seems that this life will probably continue for a long time. The last time it was Lake Eris that suffered, and this time it is unknown which lakes will be evaporated dry. However, for the other members who do not need to do these boring jobs, the reserve of 500 nuclear weapons is not enough. Some even think that it is better to reserve more than 1,000 nuclear fuels to be safe enough to blow up all their enemies. If one is not enough, then 10. If 10 are not enough, then 100. As long as the equivalent is large enough, we can always send the Lord of the Dead to hell. A great wizard said confidently. He believed that there was no enemy that Skyfall could not solve. If there was, it must be that the number was not enough and the equivalent was not large enough. Seeing that many members present were caught up in the frenzy of nuclear explosion baptism, Lin En shook his head and couldn't help but remind them, we'd better not pin all our hopes on a single spell. Our opponent is God, and he may not be without the power to deal with this magic. It is equally important to improve conventional strength. For example, after he performed the great nuclear explosion and atomic breath, the church immediately took precautions and made many targeted measures. Ella also came up with a means to resist this spell by relying on force field magic. So in his opinion, a nuclear explosion must not be launched easily. It is necessary to choose a suitable time to destroy as many enemies as possible at one time, without giving the opponent too much time to react. Yes, in addition to the nuclear fuel reserve, We also need to increase the high-end combat power of the parliament as soon as possible. Aurora nodded, and was not blinded by the powerful nuclear power. Even if the magic of Skyfall is so powerful, it is not as smart as a living legend. In the past few months, the tritium and deuterium elements extracted have been enough for 4 people to be promoted. It's just that the issue of promotion order still needs to be discussed, so it has been dragged on. Now that the academic seminar has ended, it is time to prepare for the next round of legendary promotion. Anthony, Raphael, Arid, Sanchez and other 26-ring wizards were particularly excited. They kept emphasizing their great achievements for the Wizard Council in the meeting, so as to win the precious 4 promotion places. After some discussion, the 4 people selected were Anthony, Jeffrey, the winners of the Silver Moon Medal, and 2 great wizards who made great contributions in the war with the Empire. Raphael was extremely disappointed that he was not selected. According to the merit ranking, he was the 5th and just missed the promotion ceremony. He could only comfort himself in his heart that as long as Speaker Vittorio could successfully improve the extraction method of nuclear fuel, it would be his turn in 1 or 2 months at most. And the mass production wizard plan also needs to be accelerated. Lin En added that this was related to the establishment of the magic network and was as important as the preparation for war. Chapter 521 Locking guests in cages is the custom of this world. Lin En's proposal was naturally passed without any surprise, and the next proposal quickly turned from war preparation to discussion on internal political management. Now, more than 4/5 of the Empire's territory has been controlled by them. If it weren't for the order of a certain magic star, they would have been faster to attack and clean up a city one by one. However, the benefits of doing so were soon reflected in public security. There was almost no large-scale rebellion in the imperial cities they captured. This was also due to the fact that Tella sacrificed countless bishops and devout believers in one breath during the Battle of the Holy City, which in a sense cleared the obstacles for their rule. Do we have enough food reserves? Lin En turned to the counselor in charge of food production and asked this most important question. As long as there is enough food in hand, there will not be too much trouble in the city captured by the kingdom. The remaining food reserves can probably last for about 3 or 4 months. Councillor Tixia said with a headache, if we want to build factories in those occupied imperial cities and implement the same food rationing system, there will be far from enough food. The kingdom's citizens consume more than twice as much food as the poor in the empire every day. After all, white bread does not contain sawdust and grass. Although they had long expected that there would be a shortage of food after the empire was recovered, so they started to reserve in advance. But the empire's 20 million people meant 20 million mouths, which was not so easy to feed. The reserve food they prepared was not enough at all. Even if all the elemental wizards in the parliament performed bread making, it would be difficult to fill such a gap, unless the parliament was willing to use precious nuclear fuel reserves to make food. How could there be only so little? There shouldn't be such a shortage of food in the empire, right? Vittorio frowned. That's right, but those damn church remnants and nobles burned all the food and equipment they couldn't take away when they evacuated the city. Some people even set fire to the city to block our pursuit. Councillor Tisha said helplessly. Have all these bastards been caught? They must be severely punished. Their bodies hung at the city gate, their souls imprisoned and tortured. The hot-tempered Arid could not bear it immediately and roared loudly. He believed that the various strategies of the parliament in the past must have been too mild. If they knew that they would experience a punishment 10,000 times more terrifying than death if they confronted them, no one would dare to do such a bad thing. Not yet, but these people probably won't be able to escape for long. Councillor Tixia shook her head and said, and the food was burned. Even if all these people were caught, it would not make up for the loss. It seems that the development of the land must be accelerated. Lin En pondered and asked someone to bring a special large map. He circled an area of 200,000 square kilometers directly in the plain area of the Central Empire, around a large river. This large area has fertile land and is the granary of the empire. Half of it is directly under the jurisdiction of the imperial royal family, and the other half is the territory of a powerful Grand Duke. Now of course, all of it is owned by the parliament. Lin En plans to turn this area into a special farming area, integrate all the fragmented arable land, and implement magical planting and harvesting. If it goes well, this area alone can solve the food problem of the entire empire. It's best to complete it before this year's autumn planting, so that as long as we survive a few months and wait for this batch of wheat to mature, the food problem will be completely solved. Lin En said encouragingly. This is too big. Counselor Tixia looked at the big circle drawn by Lin En over there, and her scalp tingled. The entire empire, including the barren northern border, has an area of less than 7 million square kilometers. Now it is simply a fantasy to carry out cluster transformation of 200,000 square kilometers at one time. Not to mention this year, in his opinion, it would be good to catch up with next year's autumn planting, or even the spring planting the year after. It just looks big. As long as the planning is done well, it may not be impossible to start construction in multiple areas at the same time. You underestimate the power of machinery and magic, Lin En said with a smile. They don't need to use manual labor to reclaim the land. A group of farmers holding hoes to reclaim wasteland is a thing of the past. The agricultural tillage machines of the Kingdom Alchemy Research Institute have been developed to the 3rd generation. Not to mention that the conference had produced a large number of armored vehicles before. With the current war situation against the Empire, there is no need for these things to go to the battlefield. All idle vehicles can be modified, and all the troops can be used to reclaim wasteland. By the way, they can train there and blow up several unsightly hills in the plains. Allocate another 4,000 elemental wizards to help. After the land is reclaimed, let them be stationed there to protect this grain-producing land and regularly cast magic to increase the fertility of the land. Lin En said again. On this planet, wizards are the greatest productivity, especially when doing some delicate work. Wizards with atomic-level control capabilities are much more useful than machines. In this way, it should be possible to barely complete the reclamation before the autumn planting, even if only half of the goal is achieved in the end. The wheat produced will be enough to alleviate the problem of food shortage. As for the recent months, they can only consider collecting some food from merchants for emergency use. Anyway, the establishment of workshops in various cities must not be stopped. They must quickly promote reforms and let the imperial subjects get rid of the inefficient and old production methods in the past, so that they can give full play to the advantages of a large population. However, Lin En's idea was very beautiful, but it was rejected by Vittorio. 4,000 wizards are too many. Other places also need manpower. The parliament can only dispatch 1,500 people at most, although there are as many as 20,000 formal wizards in the parliament now. The problem is that manpower is needed everywhere now. First of all, the newly occupied cities in the empire need powerful and proficient wizards to be stationed, and cooperate with the local selected affairs officers to stabilize the situation. Secondly, many alchemy workshops need formal wizards as senior workers to produce some precision parts. Finally, there are many wizards in each school who are engaged in magic research. They can't force these people to put down their work and go to reclaim land. Then we can replace them with 1,500 formal wizards and 3,500 wizard apprentices with more than 10 years of schooling. Lin En had to settle for the next best thing. As long as these wizard apprentices with rich spellcasting experience are blessed by the computing power of the magic network, they can also be used as formal wizards. By the way, I remember that the church has a divine spell called Rain of Grace, which can make plants grow quickly. Why don't we copy it and improve it? Lin En suddenly thought of this. Although the clergy of the church have limited cultural level, they have also developed many interesting divine spells and hundreds of years of accumulation. Rain of Grace is one of them. After a full half-day of discussion and improvement by a group of parliamentarians, the first half-year plan of the Magic Kingdom was officially released. In the final analysis, it is 8 words: stabilize internal affairs and prepare for war. I just hope that the so-called Lord of the Dead can discover the time and space gate later, giving them more time to prepare. Lin En thinks that after returning, he may ask the crow again to see if he can get some new information. After finishing today's meeting, Lin En returned to the manor in the capital without stopping, and then opened part of the cage, changing the completely sealed cage wall without any gaps to a neatly arranged columnar frame structure. However, At the moment when the cage changed its shape, a black stream of light immediately flew out of it, trying to get out of the frame gap that was less than 1 centimeter long and wide. But how could Lin En not be prepared for this? He constructed a force field magic on the outside of the cage. Compared with the cage on the surface, this is the fundamental way to trap the opponent. The Black Crow tried several times in a row, and when he found that he couldn't escape at all, he was so angry that he kept jumping in the cage, and all kinds of ugly shouts and curses rang out continuously. "You stupid native! How dare you offend the messenger of the great God of life and creation! Your soul will be enslaved by the Lord of the Dead, and your world will be turned into a lifeless prison of death because of your stupid behavior." Lin En did not intend to refute, just leaning back in the chair and listening to the crow's curse. After the previous imprisonment and verbal temptation, Lin En found that apart from the verbal threats, the crow seemed to have no way to deal with them. Lin En thought there might be 3 reasons. First, this universe is not completely connected to the so-called main world, so even if the other party is a god, it cannot cross the world to kill and punish itself. Second, the divine domain connecting this universe is under the control of the Lord of the Dead. If the other party wants to come, they must pass through there and cross the Lord of the Dead, which may cause the war of gods to happen in advance. Third, this crow is actually not as important as it says. It is just an ordinary messenger. Being offended is not enough to anger the God of life and creation. Lin En's mind was full of thoughts, and he waited for more than an hour, until the angry crow had scolded enough, was tired of scolding, and completely quieted down. He could no longer hear the sharp crow cry. Lin En came to his senses belatedly and said with a smile, "In fact, we have no ill intentions, Great Star Messenger. On the contrary, we are very grateful for the news you brought." The Black Crow looked at the cage that locked itself in with a strange expression, and stared at Lin En outside the cage angrily. "Is this how you thanked him?" Lin En shrugged and continued, "As ignorant natives, we know very little about the gods and the main world you mentioned, and we cannot confirm the truth of this news for the time being, so please stay in the residence we made for you for the time being, Great Star Messenger. In addition, this is not an offense or imprisonment, but a kind of, well, a special custom." Lin En looked at the cage he made and said very sincerely, "Yes, in fact, putting crows in cages is the custom of our world." The Black Crow rolled his eyes in a very human way, obviously not so easy to fool, but he was really tired of scolding and didn't even want to talk. Lin En smiled and skipped the topic directly, and asked instead, "Great Star Messenger, you came to our world with a mission, right?" The Black Crow raised his head proudly, not bothering to reply to Lin En's words. "I think this mission should be related to dealing with the Lord of the Dead, which means that our goals are actually the same, and we can cooperate," Lin En said solemnly. "This is also the attitude of the Parliament, which is to cooperate but not accept unilateral commands." "Cooperation?" The Black Crow seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world, and said contemptuously, "The power and greatness of God are not something you can understand. Only beings of the same level can talk about cooperation." Lin En didn't care about the Black Crow's belittlement at all, but admitted it. "Please forgive a limited vision of us natives. I want to know, can God completely destroy a world?" The Black Crow paused, then cackled. "It is not uncommon to destroy a plane in previous wars between gods." Lin En was somewhat surprised. Conquering a world and destroying a world are 2 completely different concepts. His evaluation of God and his heart could not help but rise to a higher level. Neither they nor Ella, who had obtained the godhood, had the ability to completely destroy a planet. "I just don't know if this plane is the same as a planet, but it can't be a universe, right?" "How did you find our world?" Lin En pondered and asked the second question. "According to the crow, the Lord of the Dead who controlled the opposite god's domain should not have found any time and space gates, otherwise he would have invaded long ago, but the God of life and creation was able to send messengers to warn them first. This is why Lin En has always been suspicious of this star messenger. The God of life and creation is great. He knows everything," the Black Crow said arrogantly. "Know everything?" "Know everything?" Lin En had deep doubts about these words, because the Lord of the Dead, who was also a god, obviously did not have such ability. If the gap between the two gods was very large and there were considerable contradictions, then the Lord of the Dead would most likely have ceased to exist long ago, unless he had some special ability similar to prophecy. As Lin En was thinking, there was a light knock on the door. "Mr. Speaker, Miss Ivana said she wanted to see you for something important, and she also brought a prisoner, probably a knight of the God's Punishment Army." Lin En glanced at the crow in the cage, and after thinking about it, he had no intention of re-imprisoning it, so he said directly, "Let her in." Chapter 522, Diana, the moon goddess, runs away with the moon. About 3 minutes later, the door was pushed open again, and Ivana, who had not been seen for a long time, walked in with a man with a broken arm. "Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker." Ivana bowed her head slightly and saluted very respectfully. Compared with the restraint and uneasiness of the last meeting, the girl seemed much more natural, and most importantly, there was no longer the confusion in her eyes. The man with a broken arm also bowed his head in fear. He originally wanted to kneel down. After all, the person sitting in front of him was the speaker who was in charge of the entire magic kingdom. His status was about the same as that of His Majesty or the Pope, but seeing that Ivana did not do so, the whole person froze in place, and for a moment he did not know what to do. "Good afternoon, Ivana," Lin En said with a smile. "It seems that you have figured it out." "You are right, Mr. Speaker. No matter how perfect the lies of the church are, they will eventually be torn apart." Ivana's face was covered with dust, but her voice was very clear. During her stay in the kingdom, she did not receive much preferential treatment, but was reformed together with the captured church clergy and imperial legions, repairing roads and building houses for the poor in the city under supervision during the day, and cram basic knowledge at night to break feudal superstition. Although many nobles who were sent here have been complaining and cursing the parliament in secret, in Ivana's opinion, this is definitely not abuse. Although it is tiring there, they can have a full meal. Some imperial soldiers even think that being a prisoner is much better than working for the Lord. The most important thing is that after defeating the empire and the church, the wizards did not carry out massacres or sacrifice evil gods as the bishops had advertised. On the contrary, as far as she saw, the city was innovating, the territory was developing, and everything was getting better. If this is the end of the world, I am afraid everyone will look forward to it. Listening to Ivana's narration, Lin En smiled. Although the development of the magic kingdom still has many flaws, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the new kingdom is more dynamic than Ella's divine art empire, which is why he is confident that he can cleanse the church's faith through non-compulsive means. Of course, relevant propaganda must also keep up. Lin En never rejects using some means for the right things. "I wonder who this person is." Lin En's eyes quickly turned to the one-armed man. Ivana's special visit to him this time was obviously related to him. Reporting to the speaker, "My name is Bard. I used to be an adjutant of the God's Punishment Army," the one-armed man said nervously. In the past, this identity had allowed him to enjoy endless glory, but now it has become a deadly thing. "Do you have anything important to report?" Lin En asked. "It's about the foreign land," Ivana said solemnly. "Foreign land?" Lin En was stunned for a moment, looking at the brown-haired girl in surprise, and his expression became more serious. "You mean the world outside the space-time gate?" Ivana turned her head and looked at Bard, who nodded, not daring to hide anything, and hurriedly told her everything he knew. "The foreign land is the name given by the church to the other side of the world." Bard once heard the commander of the God's Punishment Army, Lord Gustav, say that it was the beginning of all evil. Often, powerful monsters would pass through these space-time nodes to reach the empire and harass nearby cities and people. So the church selected elite troops from the God's Punishment Army and organized an expeditionary force to enter the foreign land to take the initiative to clear out the monsters gathered near the space-time gate. Hearing this, Lin En's eyes suddenly lit up. He was having a headache about how to obtain intelligence about the foreign land, but he didn't expect that the news would come to him. "What does that world look like?" Lin En was extremely curious about this. "The foreign land is very dark and cold. The last time we stayed there for a long time, we couldn't see the sun, moon and stars," Bard answered hesitantly. Before entering the interior, These expeditionary forces must cast the corresponding divine arts on their bodies, otherwise they will easily freeze to death. However, even if they are fully prepared, it is still extremely dangerous there, and every clearing operation will require a large number of casualties. Can't you see the sun? Lin En was quite surprised, and immediately thought of what Crow had said before, that the moon goddess Diana took her plane away from the main world. As for how she left, Lin En didn't know yet. Did she leave the original orbit and run away with the moon of the main world? This is probably the reason why you can't see the sun and stars in the foreign land. A world without a star, without the source of light and heat, will undoubtedly become dark and dead. The most terrifying thing is the extreme drop in temperature, which will soon reach -200°C. It is almost impossible for life to survive in such a harsh environment, but the foreign land is obviously not so bad. Otherwise Bard and others would be frozen the moment they entered, and even if they cast divine arts, they would not be able to save their lives. It seems that before leaving the main world, the moon god must have done something to slow down the temperature drop. While Lin En was thinking, Bard did not stop. He knew very well that this was his only chance to get rid of his identity as a remnant of the church, so he racked his brains to think of any useful information. For example, the time and space gate that was opened for a long time would cause the gathering of magic power, attracting many powerful monsters to stay. For example, there was a kind of monster called sandworm in the foreign land, which would bury its body in the soil and attack any creature that entered the territory. Has the church established an outpost in that world? Lin En stared at Bard and asked. Even though there was a more dangerous lord of the dead to be dealt with now, Lin En did not forget their old rival Ella. In a sense, the threat that the other party could bring was no less than that of the Lord of the Dead. I'm afraid not, Bard replied carefully. The foreign land is too desolate and dangerous, and there is not much value. The expeditionary army usually returns with prey and results after clearing out the nearby monsters. Lin En nodded. Ruling has costs, and it is not a cost-effective thing to establish a stable outpost in such a world. He guessed that the church sent expeditionary forces into the area several times, which should not be as simple as clearing the threat in advance. The corpses and blood of those powerful monsters are extremely valuable resources. The resources for the church's baptism ceremony and the large-scale production of divine grace potion are likely to come from here. At this time, Bard seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face showed an extremely tangled look. What's wrong? Have you thought of anything else? Lin En promised at the right time. Even if it's just speculation and rumors, you can say it. How to judge the truth is my business. Under Lin En's promise, Bard stammered, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's my illusion. Time seems to pass very quickly over there. No, it should be said that it's very slow. Since there is no sun and stars in the foreign land, they who entered it have no way to tell how much time has passed. But the sense of difference is too strong. When Bard went in, he felt that he had only been there for a few days, but when he came out, more than a month had passed. Not only him, some colleagues in the expeditionary army also had the same feeling. Lord Gustav, the commander of the God's Punishment Army, seemed to know the reason, but he never explained it to them. As Bard spoke, he looked at the young speaker in front of him carefully, fearing that the other party would suddenly accuse him of talking nonsense, because it sounded unbelievable. The speed of time is different? Lin En pondered for a while. Of course, he would not make a fuss about this little thing. Time, like space, can be kneaded and distorted. The clock's slow effect in relativity is a proof of this. It's a pity that Gustav died after the Battle of the Holy City. The cause of death was that the divine power he was given was taken back. Otherwise he would probably have tortured more information out of the other party. Lin En was very regretful and turned his eyes to the cage. Apart from Gustav, the most likely person to know all this was the Star Messenger. The Black Crow was obviously still angry, and had already turned around, leaving only its butt facing him. Great Star Messenger, I didn't expect that even you didn't know about it. Lin En shook his head with regret, and then added with certainty, but this is normal. Not everyone is qualified to know the secrets of time and planes. Perhaps even the God of life and creation may not know it. After all, our world is too special, And there is such a strange phenomenon as inconsistent time flow. The black crow was immediately furious, and the high-pitched crow cry soon resounded in the room. Bullshit, stupid native. That's just your ignorance. The time flow speed between different planes is different. Only after being completely captured by the main plane will it converge. Then what is this capture based on? Is it covered by magic? Lin En continued to ask. There must be a reason why the moon god Diana opened so many time and space gates on this continent. It is very likely to achieve the capture of the plane and transform it into her own divine domain. However, the crow kept silent this time, its black eyes rolling around, showing no intention of responding. Bard was surprised by what Lin En had just called him. He looked at the black crow in the cage, wondering why a crow that could speak was called the great messenger of the stars by the speaker. Ivana, who was standing by, was also a little surprised, and then she realized that although Lin En kept using honorifics, she didn't hear any respect at all. And a great being would obviously not be locked in a cage. Seeing that the crow didn't reply, Lin En smiled and didn't care. The intelligence just now was enough for him to sort out a lot of information. Thank you for the information you provided this time. This is very important for the next action of the parliament. Lin En did not hesitate to praise him, stood up, and under Bard's fearful gaze, he put his hand on his shoulder. Shaping, body reconstruction. A strong magical fluorescence appeared in the room. Bard suddenly felt a piercing pain, and almost thought that the seemingly kind speaker had suddenly changed his mind and was ready to kill him. Fortunately, this piercing pain only lasted for a few seconds, and was replaced by a tingling and comfortable feeling. After the white light completely dissipated, Bard was surprised to find that his left hand, which was broken off in the war, had grown back. He was overjoyed and immediately knelt down to thank him with tears. After Lin En comforted him for a few words, he let Bard leave first, and then looked at the brown girl. You did a good job, Ivana. From now on you are free. The word freedom is undoubtedly everything, which means that they have ended their labor, redeemed their sins, and become free people of the kingdom. Even if there is invisible discrimination in the selection of some high-end positions, such as affairs officers, papermaking, iron smelting and glass workshops will not care what you did before. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, having enough food is not a problem at all. Maybe you can even buy a house and live a good life with meat every day. For the poor in the empire, not being hungry, not being cold, and having clothes to wear is already a life like heaven. Although Ivana had previously turned against the enemy, delayed the attack of Vala's incarnation, and bought time for his breakthrough, she was still an undercover agent of the church and a member of the God's punishment army. According to the laws of the parliament, she had to undergo long-term transformation. Lin En would not use his rights to exempt her just because they were familiar with each other. He strictly followed the laws of the parliament and threw her into the labor camp. By the way, Ivana was assigned a task, which was to find out which of the prisoners were accepting transformation and which were still harboring evil intentions and planning riots in secret. This was also an undercover task. Ivana agreed without hesitation at the beginning, because she needed an opportunity to truly see how the kingdom treated prisoners and the lower-class people of the empire. Take this letter of recommendation. Lin En took out a page of letter paper from the desk, stretched out his hand and brushed it over it, and a long string of words flashing with magical fluorescence appeared on the paper. Last time, the girl took the exam for administrative officers and achieved good results, which made many examiners look at her differently. However, she failed to pass the test in the end because of her identity. Now that she has been in the labor camp for several months and has taken the initiative to bring them information about foreign lands, the token of allegiance is enough. If they block her future because of her identity, it will show that the high-level officials of the Magic Kingdom are too narrow-minded. It can also be used as a reward for the girl to report this major discovery in time. Facing this precious letter of recommendation, Ivana hesitated and said while biting her lip, "Mr. Speaker, can I use it to exchange for another request?" "That depends on what the request is." Lin put the letter of recommendation aside and asked with interest. "I want to find someone." Ivana looked at Lin and said very seriously, "My brother, Lot." Chapter 523. You should have seen a higher view, right? Ivana, Lot. Lin En paused, It was a nostalgic name. "He is my brother, the eldest son of the Pedro family. He has brown hair and is probably shorter than you. He was born in the harbor town on the border of the dukedom of Nordland in the Empire." Ivana kept telling her brother lots information. Ever since the night when the fire filled the harbor town, this has become her heart knot. After that, whether she joined the God's Punishment Army or entered the City of Fire Royal as an undercover, she did not give up the plan to find Lot, but the progress was not smooth. The only information she knew was that her brother might have participated in the conflict in the harbor town, or perhaps he left the Empire by boat and went to the Holy Land of Wizards overseas. She asked several professors in the academy indirectly. A few years ago, a ship did arrive at the Aida harbor in the Land of Wizards from the Empire. In fact, many wizards knew about this, because Speaker Lin En, the Star of Magic, arrived in the Land of Wizards by this ship and brought about the innovation of magic. However, in everyone's narration, the name Lot never existed. At first, Ivana thought her brother might have used an alias, but Philip, who was in charge of teaching elemental science, told her clearly that there were many people who arrived at the wizard land by boat, but there were only two wizards, Speaker Lin and a witch named Johnny. This made Ivana's heart fall to the bottom. Perhaps her brother Lot had died in the battle in the harbor town, and was buried with the Archbishop of the church and 3,000 elite guards in the explosion that destroyed half of the town. But she wanted an answer anyway. "You must know him, right, Speaker?" Ivana asked with the last glimmer of hope. "Of course." Lin nodded in the girl's surprised eyes. Then, without waiting for Ivana to continue asking, Lin said with emotion, "It's been almost 4 years. I think you should have seen higher things in these years, right, Ivana?" These words were undoubtedly abrupt and even confusing, but Ivana understood them. She looked at Lin En in disbelief. Although several years have passed, Ivana still remembers every word someone said to her that night. Outside the harbor town is Nordland territory, outside Nordland territory is the Seka's empire, and outside the empire is a wider world. In comparison, everything she pursued hysterically, the title of a knight of a ruined noble in a village, can only be described as ridiculous. But these words should only be known to her and Lot. Brother. Brother. Ivana looked at Lin En in front of her. Her eyes almost widened, and her voice was faintly trembling. The girl's eyes were like a scanner, carefully scanning every part of Lin En. "The hair color is right, the figure is right, but he is a little taller, and the face is a little different, but this may be because 4 years have passed. But how is this possible?" Ivana couldn't believe the guesses that emerged in her mind. After all, her brother was cowardly and mediocre, and there was almost no merit to pick out. Although Lot suddenly performed very well that night in Harbor Town, far beyond her cognition, the gap between him and the famous magic star in front of him was like that between a dragon and a rat. But now there seems to be no second possibility. Facing the girl's excited and expectant expression, Lin En nodded first, then shook his head and said with a little cruelty, "I really want to respond to you, but unfortunately, I am not Lot, nor your brother. I just happened to borrow his identity once." "Borrow? Borrow?" Ivana seemed to have difficulty understanding this word for a while. "For more details, you should read it yourself." Lin En sighed, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the girl's head, sending the relevant memories into Ivana's mind. This memory is relatively complete, starting from when he witnessed Lot falling from the city wall, to thinking about facing the pursuit of the church, and then using Lot's identity to sneak into the city, inquire about information and find the fleet heading to the Land of Wizards. With his current status and power, there is nothing to hide about these experiences. A large number of memories kept surging in the girl's mind like slides, and the excitement on Ivana's face gradually turned into astonishment and panic, and her lips turned slightly pale. She thought of countless possibilities, such as Lot might have died that night in the harbor town, or did not take the trip to the Land of Wizards at all, but went to another place, or because he hated himself. He had been avoiding her search for all these years, but she didn't expect that Lot had died a long time ago, much faster than she imagined. "The cause of death was undoubtedly because of me." Ivana vaguely remembered that the night before Lot fell into the water, she once again made a few sarcastic remarks, and even hot-headedly rebuked him that if he could not pass this year's night assessment, he might as well die. Lot did not reply as before, and then he did not come back all night. At the beginning, she had maliciously thought that it would be better for her brother to never come back, so that her father would look at her and see her efforts and dedication. Now her expectation and dream have undoubtedly become a reality. Lot is really dead. I killed him. Ivana was shocked, muttering to herself. The blood on her face gradually faded, and her body trembled faintly. Lin En shook his head secretly. It was not only Ivana's cold and sharp words that killed Lot, but also the coercion of his father, Baron Pedro. It must be said that the Pedro family is full of talents. An eldest son who is mediocre, cowardly and unable to bear his father's expectations, and a second daughter who is stubborn, talented, resentful and eager to be recognized. They also happen to share a father who is ambitious but incompetent, and obsessed with reviving the family's glory. In Pedro's eyes, the so-called children are just tools. Ivana's appearance and talent in swordsmanship are bargaining chips to win over the Duke of Nordland. As for the only son Lot, of course, he is the only candidate to revive the family's glory. Even if the talent is poor, you can work hard. If it's not good enough, you can make up for it through other means. As long as you get in touch with the Duke and convince the bishop of the church, you may have a chance to pass the night election. Baron Pedro's idea is indeed very good, but he obviously did not consider whether Lot is willing and able to accept such an arrangement. The 7 previous night's elections were all disastrous failures, and the expectation and burden of the family's revival almost made Lot breathless. Ivana's sarcasm became the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Lot, who already felt inferior because of his mediocrity and cowardice, think that everything would be better after his death. Your brother may not be outstanding, nor a magic star, but he does care about you, Lin En said softly. His death was not entirely your fault, and death is irreversible. If you want to do something to make up for your mistakes, you might as well do something more meaningful, and live your life to the end. Although the parliament has cleared the nobles, there are still many people like your father, Baron Pedro, in the empire. They are ignorant, stubborn, and have old ideas. Bad incidents such as drowning, lynching, and fighting still happen from time to time in the kingdom. No one can stop what happened in the past, but at least it can reduce the recurrence of those unpleasant things. Lin En spoke a few words of comfort, stretched out his hand and patted the girl's trembling shoulders, then took the black crow who was watching the show with him, and walked out of the room alone, leaving Ivana alone for a while. At the moment when the door was gently closed, a suppressed sob sounded synchronously. People, only after losing something can they understand what is most important, Lin En said with emotion. At first, he just wanted to use Lot's identity as a temporary springboard to enter the harbor town and find the crippled Lon. Who would have thought that the old guy hid like a mole? Instead, he was caught by Pedro's housekeeper and his men because he leaked his whereabouts, so he had to go back. Fortunately, the situation in Pedro's family was very complicated, and it was not an exaggeration to describe the relationship between them as unfamiliar relatives. Lin En barely fooled the past with the description in Lot's diary. Now, no matter what, this cause and effect has been completely resolved. As for whether Ivana can figure it out, it is not something he can control. Lin En's thoughts quickly broke free from these trivial matters. There are obviously more important things to deal with, such as arranging people to enter the space-time gate as soon as possible and figuring out the time flow rate difference between the two worlds. This is extremely important, and to a certain extent, it indicates how much time they still have to prepare. Thinking of this, Lin En looked at the servant who brought Ivana here before and asked, "Is Mr. Sean, who invented the pendulum clock, still in the capital?" Reporting to Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sean should still be studying in the Alchemy Institute, the attendant said respectfully. Then let him come to the reception room later. Lin En estimated that Ivana, who was out of control, would cry for a while, so he changed the meeting place to the reception room. "Please wait a moment, I will go to inform Mr. Sean." The attendant withdrew very respectfully. The wait did not last long. After learning that it was the famous magic star who summoned him, Sean took his new achievements and rushed to the manor as quickly as possible. "Mr. Speaker, You are looking for me?" After Sean walked into the room, he immediately bowed to Lin En and greeted him with a very humble attitude. "Yes, there are some things that require your talent." Lin En nodded and pointed to the seat next to him, indicating that the other party could sit down and talk slowly. "I'm happy to serve you, Mr. Speaker." Sean sat down on the chair with a little bit of restraint. He knew that no matter his talent or strength, he would not be in the eyes of the magic star. The only special thing was that he invented the pendulum clock. The other party specially asked him to come this time, probably for the improvement of the pendulum and the subsequent popularization. Sean was very self-aware and brought his own achievements in advance. A special pendulum clock about 40 centimeters long. "This is my new work after learning from your suggestions. I added a minute hand and an hour hand, and also added the function of telling time and adjusting the date." Sean explained the function of the new pendulum clock to Lin En, and the restraint on his face was swept away immediately. Lin En took the pendulum clock and looked at it for a few times. He found that except for the simple appearance, it could be said to be a very perfect finished product. "Your pendulum clock is very well made. I think every city, town and even every person will use such a convenient timekeeping device in the future." Lin En did not hesitate to praise him. Sean was naturally overjoyed, and soon immersed in the grand prospects created by this magic star. However, Lin En suddenly changed his tone. "But I came to you this time because I hope you can continue to improve the timing device. Its accuracy is still lacking. It may be enough to deal with general situations, but if it is used in some magic experiments that require precise timing, it will be difficult to play much of the role, especially if you want to accurately evaluate the difference in the flow rate of time on both sides of the space-time gate. Neither the pendulum clock nor the magic hourglass can do it." Lin En's words pulled Sean out of his complacency. He certainly knew that accuracy was a major weakness of the pendulum clock, because the timing principle of this thing relies on the isochronism of the pendulum swing. It is already very good to be able to stably achieve the time-scale division of seconds. "Mr. Speaker, give me 3 days. I will find a way to improve the accuracy of the pendulum clock to 1/10 of a second. No, 1/20th of a second." Sean gritted his teeth and said. This famous magic star rarely asked him for something, so Sean naturally did not dare to neglect it and did not want to miss this rare opportunity. "Not enough." Lin En shook his head and said directly. "I hope the timer you developed can achieve an accuracy of 1/millionth of a second." 1/millionth of a second? Sean's face was full of astonishment and disbelief, and then he smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it's impossible, Mr. Speaker." If it was 1/50th of a second, or 1/100th of a second, he could still try hard. But 1/millionth of a second, this can only be described as a fantasy. Even the legendary speaker's reaction speed is not necessarily that fast, right? Of course it is possible, as long as you change to a more clear timing method than the pendulum. You will find that it is simple." Lin En said with a smile. "P.S. I have to work overtime at noon and can't post, so today's update is a little late. Please forgive me." Chapter 524, Atomic Clock redefines the passage of time. What is time? In scientific terms, it is a parameter used by humans to describe the process of material movement or the process of an event. In order to understand the time represented by the day more accurately, various timers came into being. The basic principle is to calculate the average time consumed by a certain thing in the process of operation. For example, the time taken for a drop of water to fall, a handful of sand to flow, and a candle to burn out can be used to divide seconds, minutes, and hours. However, such a division is obviously not accurate enough, because the time taken for each drop of water to fall cannot be completely equal, and there will inevitably be a large error. The pendulum clock invented by Sean is undoubtedly more advanced, because according to the law of the single pendulum, with the help of gravitational potential energy, the time taken for each swing of the pendulum is completely equal, and its energy consumption is also very small. It only needs one spring to run for a long time. Therefore, it is only necessary to find something that has the same isochronism but is more accurate to create an efficient timer that is different from the pendulum clock. Listening to Lin En's story, Sean frowned. This is simple to say, But it is not so easy to find a suitable isochronism law. I can tell you two things that have isochronism. All you have to do is think about how to make them into timers. Lin said with a smile. Sean paused and looked at Lin in surprise. He didn't expect that the speaker had found other isochronisms, and there were two of them. The first is a quartz crystal made of silicon dioxide. It has an interesting property, that is, when it is pressed by external force, it will generate current on the surface. If positive and negative currents are introduced on both sides of a quartz crystal, the crystal will deform and oscillate at a specific frequency. Lin explained to Sean the operating principle of the quartz clock in a concise way. To put it simply, it uses the characteristic of quartz crystal that it will oscillate continuously after being applied with alternating current to record time. Because the vibration frequency of quartz crystal is very stable, normally engineers will make this thing into a tuning fork by cutting the quartz crystal and controlling the current, and oscillate at a frequency of 32,768 Hz per second. If each vibration is used as a benchmark, then the quartz clock made with this principle can divide the time into 32,788ths of a second. Of course, the upper limit of the amplitude frequency of quartz crystal is far more than that. It is not impossible to reach the level of 100,000 or even 1 million per second with sufficient technology. After Lin En explained the principle of crystal vibration, Sean immediately became excited. As a man who made a pendulum clock, he naturally realized the important role of this thing in timekeeping, especially in terms of accuracy. It is simply better than the pendulum clock. It can be expected that his invention will be eliminated before it is implemented. Sure enough, the insight and knowledge reserve of a legendary speaker are not comparable to that of a former wizard like himself. The eager and excited expression on Sean's face quickly turned into a helpless look, and he said with a wry smile, "Since you already have an idea and a plan, why don't you just make this quartz clock?" Lin En has found the most important crystal oscillator isochronism law, and there is only one problem left, that is, how to record each vibration of the crystal. He did not think that this problem would be difficult for Lin En, who is a magic star. Because of this answer, even I can think of it. Since quartz can be electrified, then we just need to work on electromagnetic signals. I always think that professional things need to be done by professionals, Lin En said with a smile. If it was a few minutes ago, Sean would definitely be happy to accept the praise of the magic star, but now he is a little bit embarrassed, because Lin En has just explained the principle of the quartz clock very clearly, and his professionalism makes him ashamed. Then there is only one answer left. The speaker can't spare too much time to tinker with these little gadgets, so he asked me to do it. Thinking of this, Sean didn't know what expression he should make for a while. If he could complete the production of this quartz clock, he would undoubtedly be able to get another Morning Star medal. This is another timekeeping innovation compared to the pendulum clock, which allows wizards to accurately identify very small timescales. However, even such an honor was thrown to him without any care. Sean took a long time to adjust and nodded to the request of the magic star. After all, this is a good thing no matter how you look at it. The most important thing is that if the quartz clock was invented by someone else, then the Morning Star medal that he received for making the pendulum clock would most likely be questioned. After all, in comparison, his pendulum clock is just like a clumsy toy. By the way, you just said that there is another isochronous law besides quartz crystal? Sean asked with great curiosity. You should have read my published paper, The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics, right? Lin asked back. I have read it, but I haven't fully understood the probability theory and duality you proposed. Sean's face showed a bit of embarrassment. It doesn't matter. I'm afraid no one dares to say that they can understand quantum mechanics now, Lin said with a smile. Even you can't? Sean asked strangely. Although he couldn't fully understand the quantum theory of this magic star, he read it several times. The logic is very rigorous and self-contained, and it is also consistent with the results of the double-slit interference experiment, which can well explain various strange phenomena in the quantum field. Of course not. Lin En shook his head. Not to mention him, even the Federation in the previous life failed to truly perfect the quantum theory. According to a friend of his who studies microscopic phenomena, The gap between the most cutting-edge quantum theory and actual observation is about the distance between the Earth and Uranus. This is undoubtedly very small and basically does not affect the application of its results. But since there is a gap, it means that quantum theory has yet to be improved. At least there is some unknown interference term that has not been found. Since you have read my paper, you should know that when the electrons inside the atom transition between two energy levels, they absorb or release electromagnetic waves. This is also the operating principle of laser magic. However, the atomic clock uses another characteristic of it. When the same element transitions in a specific orbit, the electromagnetic waves released have a very stable oscillation frequency, which is a fixed value. For example, the electromagnetic oscillation generated by rubidium atoms can reach a frequency of more than 1 billion times, which means that with sufficient technology, it can be divided into 1/1000th of a second. Lin En talked incessantly, and Sean, who was listening on the side, was already dizzy. Using the vibration frequency of electromagnetic waves generated by atomic transitions to measure time, the speaker's imagination really made him feel ashamed. Just making a clock, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss and measure so accurately? Perhaps seeing Sean's thoughts, Lin En began to explain. For the macroscopic field, it is naturally unnecessary to use the precision of 1/1000th of a second, but if it involves atomic level or even quantum level experiments and observations, it is very necessary. Considering the issue of confidentiality, Lin En did not say that the new timer would be used to measure the flow of time, but only used quantum experiments as an explanation. Here I recommend 3 elements: hydrogen, rubidium, and cesium. You can experiment one by one. Lin En suggested. Speaker Lin En: I can still think of a way to make the quartz vibration detection device, but I am afraid I don't have the ability to make this atomic clock. Sean felt that the speaker in front of him really overestimated himself. He was just a small formal wizard, and the principle of the atomic clock involved laser emission, the internal structure of elements, and even quantum theory. He felt confused just by listening to it, let alone making it. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try hard? You can take my handwritten letter to the Magic Research Institute for help. If there is any problem that even they can't figure out, you can always come and ask me, Lin En encouraged, and then asked Sean to make the quartz clock first, and then slowly study the atomic clock, and try to get it done within a year. As long as it succeeds, his name will definitely leave a strong and colorful mark in the history of magic, and time will be redefined because of these achievements. Under the wonderful prospects described by Lin En and repeated assurances, Sean couldn't help but be moved. Being able to get the guidance of the speaker at any time is undoubtedly a very tempting condition. After hesitating for a while, Sean agreed to give it a try, but there was no guarantee that the atomic clock could be made. After watching Sean leave, Lin En couldn't help but smile, and this solved another necessary thing. The quartz clock is easy to say. If he wants to, he can get it in a few days, but the process of the atomic clock is very complicated, and it is definitely not something that can be made with the current process level of the Magic Kingdom. But fortunately, they have a miracle called magic, which can make up for the lack of materials and craftsmanship. What they need is to constantly come up with ideas and conduct experimental attempts. This is undoubtedly a very time-consuming job. As the speaker, Lin will naturally not do everything himself, otherwise he will be exhausted. Sean is the person he chose. It is not difficult to discover the law of the single pendulum, but according to Sean's description, he intuitively perceived that the time for each swing of the pendulum was very close when he was replicating the pendulum experiment, and it was not linearly decreasing as expected by logic, and then verified it by experiment. This keen insight is the best help for invention. After Lin sorted out his thoughts, he did not stop for a moment, and asked the servant to inform her of Aurora and Vittorio that he needed to hold an internal temporary meeting. After several speakers arrived, Lin recounted the story he got from Bard and Crow in detail. The speed of time in the two worlds is different. This is rare good news, Aurora said happily. Previously, they generally believed that the war might break out within 3 months, and in extreme cases, it might even break out within a month. Now it seems that there should be more time than expected. Then several people discussed how many people should be sent and which time and space gate to enter for exploration. The number of people should not be too many or too few. Once the number is too large, it is easy to arouse the attention of the Lord of the Dead and expose the location of the time and space gate in advance. If there are too few, the whole army will be destroyed in the event of danger, and there will not even be anyone to report the news. After discussion, they quickly decided to form a 9-man team consisting of a great wizard and 8 former wizards. The location of entry also excluded the 2 nodes of the Holy City and the City of Fire Oil, and chose the time and space gate in the north. There are 3 reasons. The first is that Bard's intelligence makes them not completely ignorant of the situation in that area. Second, the Church's expeditionary force can enter in large numbers, so it should be no problem for them to send people in. Third, the dangerous monsters there have been cleared by the expeditionary force, so it should be a little safer. Overall, it is the best choice. A week passed in a flash. Sean's research and development speed was faster than Lin's imagination. It took only 6 days to complete it. During this period, with the Parliament's half-year development plan, the entire Magic Kingdom also ushered in a second wave of construction boom. All cities were building roads and workshops. Everyone was busy and couldn't stop. The number of workers alone had exceeded 1 million, and many wizards were complaining, because technical jobs that can do magic are so scarce. It directly led to many wizards having to take care of multiple jobs. Lin had to let the Parliament use part of the resources to lay the magic signal tower first. As long as the magic network can be officially operated, tens of thousands of more former wizards can be added in an instant. The Parliament's grain collection plan went very smoothly, with the lesson of the colleagues who went bankrupt in the last food war. Even those wealthy businessmen who valued money as their life did not dare to engage in the trick of rare goods, not to mention that the Parliament was very generous and offered a price that was 30% higher than the market price, which could make a fortune. The thing that really gave Lin En and others a headache was the selection of personnel to enter this base time gate. To put it nicely, this group of people was called an exploration team, and to put it bluntly, it was a death squad. The wizards who entered it needed to be prepared for unexpected situations and could not return. If they were discovered or captured by the Lord of the Dead, they had to take the initiative to trigger the backup plan and kill everyone present from the material and soul level to prevent the other party from obtaining too much information about this side. Therefore, this required every candidate to be trustworthy, and to be smart, decisive, and willing to sacrifice. It was not until 7 days later that these 9 people were selected based on the principles of presumption and voluntariness. On the day of departure, Lin En dropped the research project in his hands and personally went to see off the few people. Chapter 525, Foreign Land Exploration Team. In the form of an energy body, he rushed all the way and took about 40 minutes to reach the North Territory from the capital. This time and space was not in a mine, but in a valley. However, like other places, due to the influx of magic power, the entire area appeared to be crystallized, and it looked shiny. In order to supply the logistics of the expeditionary army, the church also set up a camp and some necessary measures here, which now facilitated the management after the Parliament accepted it. Master Raphael, I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. After entering the valley, Lin En saw Raphael and others gathered in front of the surging time and space gate, listening to Sean's explanation of the operating principle of the quartz clock, and greeted them quite unexpectedly. He knew that Raphael's name was on the list of the next round of legendary wizards to be promoted, so he should not be so eager to obtain the merit for the time being. Lin En thought that the one who would be selected would be a 6-ring great wizard who ranked relatively low and wanted to rely on this achievement to improve his promotion ranking. For example, Arid. If you don't consider his slightly impatient personality, it would be quite suitable. I was chosen because I am alone and have nothing to worry about. The apprentices I taught are all independent, so I was chosen. Raphael shrugged and said helplessly. Lin En laughed. Of course, he didn't believe that this nonsense was the reason. At this time, Vittorio, who was responsible for opening and closing the time and space gate, explained a few words. Raphael had a wide range of skills. In addition to being proficient in elemental science and alchemy, he also had some research in electromagnetism and optics. In addition, he was trusted, so he was entrusted with the important task. It seems that the leader of this operation is indeed you. Lin En nodded, and he also agreed with Vittorio's judgment. The strength of the candidate needed for the leader is secondary, just enough. Or in other words, fighting is something that needs to be avoided as much as possible in this operation. In comparison, the comprehensiveness of ability is more important. After all, no one knows what kind of situation will be encountered after entering the other side of the time and space gate. With the praise from Lin and Vittorio, the helpless look on Raphael's face was swept away, and he showed a little smile instead. His selection this time also represented the importance and trust of the Parliament to him to a certain extent. Going to the time-space gate to explore intelligence was dangerous, but it was not a direct conflict with the unknown Lord of Death after all, and he was sure to get out of it. It just so happened that he was still lacking a strong enough achievement to convince the public. The reason why Raphael was ranked 5th among more than 26 ring wizards was because he had cooperated with the three speakers Lin, and Vittorio in the defense of the capital to kill the legendary priest Edwell and repel Ella's original body from the gate of heaven. But many great wizards had opinions on this, and some even thought that his military exploits were all from following the speakers. Even if he had put a dog there, he could have achieved good results. Raphael was naturally furious about the gossips of these jealous people. He almost lost half his life to get this honor. Although he didn't get anything, he at least made a lot of assists. This action to the outside of the time and space gate is also to justify himself. Lin En looked at the other wizards who participated in the action and found that many of them were familiar faces. For example, Yoland, who was born in the prophecy school and has studied astronomy and geography, and Tik, who is good at mathematical Olympiad, physics, and alchemy. There is also a psychic wizard named Tika, who is said to be a linguist who is proficient in hundreds of dialects in the Empire and a person who surprised him. Ivina, why are you here? Lin En asked in surprise. A week ago, after he revealed his identity to the girl and explained the reason, the two had not met again. Later, he heard from the servant that when he was talking to Sean, Ivina left on her own. Lin En didn't care too much. It was better this way. Some things would be awkward if they were to talk it out, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually join the exploration team. This puzzled him a little. How did Ivana, a former member of the God's Punishment Army, manage to get in? She has your recommendation letter. Didn't you arrange for her to come? Vittorio looked at Lin En in surprise. He thought that Ivana was someone Lin En had specially arranged, so he considered agreeing. Lin En's mouth twitched. He wrote this recommendation letter so that Ivana could not be restricted by her previous identity, restore her previous exam results as an administrative officer, and work hard in a management position. Maybe she could become a mayor in a few years. He never thought that the other party would use it here. Seeing Lin En's expression, Vittorio realized that he had misunderstood, and immediately frowned and looked at the brown-haired girl. Under the pressure of a legendary wizard, Ivana did not show any fear or panic. Her face remained calm and she explained, I heard Bard talk a lot about the things outside the time and space gate. Maybe I can help in this operation. Besides, like Master Raphael, I am free from all worries. Even if I die outside the time and space gate accidentally, it will not bring any negative impact. Lin En shook his head, and heard that the girl's words had some self-destructive intentions. Raphael, who was innocently in trouble, suddenly turned black. He said that he was free from all worries before, but it was just a joke. He felt that he was still a very important person. After his death, his friends and apprentices should cry bitterly. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Raphael still helped out. Her strength and speed are very good, which is exactly what this exploration team lacks. Maybe she can deal with some emergencies. Although Ivana held Lin En's recommendation letter, she had also been selected and evaluated. When accepting the battle strength test, Ivana killed 3 former wizards who joined forces. Such a battle strength is considered to be the best even among the 3 ring-shaping wizards who are proficient in close combat. They also need a power that specializes in the body, so that if they encounter a situation where the spellcasting is disturbed during the exploration, they will not be helpless. Seeing Raphael said so, Lin En stopped talking. Since this was Ivana's own choice, he couldn't interfere. Instead, he looked at the time and space gate that was constantly surging and asked, "Have you tested it? Is there an upper limit to its expansion range? What kind of substances can it accommodate in and out? Where does the energy to maintain it come from?" Lin En's questions are undoubtedly many and critical. Vittorio naturally did not waste these days. He had already conducted preliminary experiments. The first one was the expansion of the time and space gate. He predicted that there should be no upper limit, or the upper limit is very, very large, but the consumed magic power is also increasing synchronously. Vittorio once expanded the diameter of the space-time gate to more than 50 meters, but still did not reach the limit. Later, he was worried that further expansion might cause some adverse effects, such as causing the space-time gate to be discovered by the other side, so he did not continue to try. In addition, we have also tested the difference in the speed of time in the two worlds. At this point, Vittorio glanced at Sean, who was a little depressed. This is also thanks to Mr. Sean for developing the quartz clock. In front of Lin En, Sean did not dare to accept the title of developer, and said with a wry smile, "It's not a research and development." Speaker Lin En has explained the principle of the quartz clock very clearly. "I just provided a design idea. After all, the quartz clock was made in your hands. It only took 6 days. This is very good." Lin En comforted Sean a few words, affirmed his efforts, and then continued to ask Vittorio whether he had sent people into the space-time gate in advance, and how the speed of time was calculated. "No, we haven't sent anyone in yet, but just used some tricks," Vittorio explained with a smile. "Since this space-time gate can allow people to enter and exit, objects should also be able to enter and exit, so they tried to tie an object with a rope and throw it to the other side of the space-time gate, and then try to pull it back. The result is undoubtedly failure. The rope pulled back was broken. After several experiments, they analyzed that all objects entering the space-time gate need to withstand a tearing force, just like being sucked into a whirlpool in the sea. So Vittorio asked people to replace the rope with a stronger steel cable, and tie a heavy object to the other end, throw it over at high speed, and then pull it back quickly. This time, the experiment did not have any accidents and went very smoothly. Then they added a quartz clock to the heavy object, placed it at the other end of the space-time gate for a period of time, and then brought it back. According to the time difference between the two quartz clocks, the flow rate can be easily calculated." Lin En nodded. "This is a good idea. According to our calculations, the difference in the speed of time between the two worlds is about 7.25 times, but this difference is slowly decreasing. According to the current rate, the speed of time on both sides will be completely unified in about 450 years. Vittorio kept explaining, because the difference is very weak. In order to calculate it, they conducted hundreds of experiments and spent a whole day. With the help of a quartz clock that can be accurate to tens of thousands of a second, they integrated the values of hundreds of tests and listed equations to calculate, and barely calculated a corresponding value. More specifics will have to wait for Raphael and others to return for further confirmation. If the value calculated by his time-speed decay equation is completely consistent, then it can be explained that 450 years, it seems that we have plenty of time. Raphael raised his eyebrows. The difference of 7 times the speed of time is undoubtedly terrifying. This means that 7 years have passed on their side, and only 1 year has passed on the other side. But Vittorio poured cold water on him. "Just based on the current rate, I guess the more intense the surge of magic power, the faster the difference in the speed of time will be reduced. That is to say, if the time-space gate is controlled by the other party and it is expanded to increase the speed of magic power flowing into this continent, then the difference in the speed of time between the two worlds will be further reduced, and their time advantage will no longer be so obvious. In short, your mission this time is very difficult. You need to collect as much information as possible from the other world. It is best to confirm whether the information told by the Star Messenger is correct. You should also try to avoid contact with the enemy," Vittorio said solemnly, and then handed a fist-sized strange sphere to Raphael. "I think you should have seen this thing and know its power." Raphael certainly recognized what it was. Back in the city of Kerosene, Lin En used a similar thing to perform Skyfall, to clean up the radiation spreading in the land of death. The aftermath alone almost flattened the city of Kerosene. Faced with such a powerful weapon, when Raphael took it, his wrist trembled slightly, fearing that he would activate it accidentally. Vittorio repeated the method of use and reminded, "Don't use it casually unless it is absolutely necessary." Raphael rolled his eyes. "With a terrible damage radius of Skyfall, I'm afraid this thing can only be used when both sides perish. The main point is a heroic one. By the way, you should also take this ring." Lin En took out a special secret ring. "What does it do?" Raphael asked curiously. "It's just an experiment. It may not be useful," Lin En said casually, without any intention of revealing. Hearing Lin En's mysterious words, Vittorio also took a few glances, and then found that this dark gold ring, the color and texture made him feel very familiar. "This should be the metal material used to make the corona metal, right?" Vittorio asked in surprise. "Yes, I melted a corona metal and used part of it to make this ring." Lin En nodded and admitted, "You melted the corona metal?" As soon as this was said, the wizards present all widened their eyes, and Raphael's wrist holding the ring also trembled. "The corona metal is the highest honor in the magic world. This magic star is willing to melt such a precious thing, which is simply a waste of heaven's gift." Lin En didn't care much. He asked how this strange metal came from outside the time and space gate. "They only got 12 kilograms in total, because it is rare and has strong energy carrying capacity. It was divided and made into 12 corona metals. Now there are only 2 stocks left in the parliament, and they have to keep them for others. It happened that he had extra ones, so he simply melted a piece and used it for research and experiments. This ring is one of his achievements." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.